Wait. June 8th. Let's give all their money. She's about to take all that money. Oh my gosh.
Impression. Seen from another point of view, it gives quite a different impression. But it's only when you get the whole picture you can fully understand what's going on.
What in the world? We are back indeed.
Well, well, well. It's Friday. It's Friday, and it's been a quite eventful week.
Indeed.
Oh, and y'all made sure not to leave me out of the festivities. Oh, yeah, y'all wanted me to be a part of the festivities. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Ooh,
Oh, yeah.
ooh, ooh. They got everybody to
And, you know, I ain't had a show this anticipated since Fresh and Fit, you know, when I went off on them. It's been a while.
Okay.
It's been a while since I looked into your place. It's been a while. Right? This probably the most popular that I'm going to be. Because, see, let me tell you something. You know you're doing something. You know you're doing something.
When you have haters.
When people get to talk about you.
Oh, okay.
See, when you ain't shit, your life ain't shit. It ain't worth talking about.
Not necessarily. Not really. When you're a law-abiding citizen.
So y'all want to hear, you want to hear what I'm going to say. Y'all done heard a few things.
Okay.
Right? I'm going to tell you what. Somebody told me once before.
What they say?
Princella, don't let no ant bring down no elephant.
So who the elephant?
You don't let no ant bring down no elephant.
Okay, what about a mice?
Let me tell you something.
Oh, she loves it. She's loving this.
Did she tell you I had a bionic dick?
You had
Did
a
she
what?
tell you I had that?
The what?
I do.
You do.
Just in case you didn't know. Just in case she forgot to tell you that too.
A bionic penis. Girl, you a woman. What is going on?
What? Oh, I forgot about that.
Oh yeah, I know she is crazy.
I totally forgot about that. Hold on.
This is Princella, the Queen Maker.
Goodbye, TikTok. Make sure you come over. Make sure you come over to YouTube. I totally forgot y'all was watching this. All right. Thank you. All right. So y'all here because y'all like drama.
So do you?
Here because you like mess.
Yeah, you right.
All I'm gonna tell you is when a person shows you who they are,
yourself included,
make sure you believe them.
I believe you, Priscilla.
See, y'all already know what happened.
What
you already know what happened, so there's no need for you to be over here wanting to get more information.
So why are we here?
Because you already took the side that you want to take.
Not really.
You already think you got the truth.
No.
Right? Because see, the truth is one-sided.
You think so?
So you've already made your decision.
Not really. I'm still deciding.
It ain't nothing that you need to hear from me.
No, I do. Ooh, I do.
Not a thing that you need to hear from me. You already got the truth that you wanted to hear.
No, Priscilla.
So like the queen that I am.
Queen of what?
Because I'm the queen maker, high power podcast.
Who you made a queen?
Like the queen that I am.
You make them into lesbians out of their own will.
I'm not gonna let no ant bring down no elephant.
But what about a mouse?
I'm gonna pay you dust.
Ooh, girl, don't waste my time.
And I'm gonna keep it moving.
What? Your shenanigans.
Now you can go say what you want to say about that.
That you didn't answer.
You can say what you want to say about that, but tonight
guilty.
We on some grown woman shit. We don't have time for high school games. So I got a couple guests here that we're gonna have a wonderful grown woman conversation.
Shit. She about to turn you out.
How you doing, Miss Nico Cherie?
Nico Cherie.
How about you, Jess? How are you?
Jess. So are you?
Hold on, let me make sure I can hear you. How you?
I stay living the dream. How you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling fantastic. And Shantae.
Shantae,
how you doing?
Are you also?
Hey, how are you? I'm well, thank you.
Let me tell you, it's a bunch of queens.
Queens
on the platform.
What platform?
Right. So we got Nico Cherie, right? Big boss lady. We got Jess, big boss lady. Shantae, big boss lady. We on some grown woman stuff. So high school is way behind us. We 20 years past high school.
Because y'all be trimming.
Nico, go ahead and introduce yourself to the audience.
Is you a trimmer, Nico?
What's going on, everybody? This is my first time on YouTube, so I'm really excited, and I'm really glad to be here to support the queen maker, Princella. And you know, I've seen all the fray that's going on around here, but let me tell you something. I only deal with bosses. I don't even surround myself with women that's not at a certain caliber.
So
that's why
you watch female
in, and we tight, and we doing something so big,
big,
like
a bionic penis.
Never let an ant take down an elephant. So I'm here to support my girl and really share with you guys what womanhood is really about.
What trimmers are really about.
I've been owning real estate since I was in my 20s. Because in my 20s, I was out here getting money and doing real shit. It wasn't no Instagram, wasn't no Facebook. It wasn't nothing for show.
Do you trim or not?
Been making moves.
She played female porn for
like
you
how to make moves, and that's what I'm here to do.
Where in the bedroom, turn you out.
Wonderful. Jess, holla at him.
Hey,
what you about?
Hey, what's up? Hey, like you say, it's one thing, a giraffe can't spend too much time talking to a turtle because it'll die. Literally, it will die. So it has to keep its head up. And that's what I'm all about. My name is Jessica Myers. I'm a real estate developer, entrepreneur, and networking coach guru. I literally bring people together to make deals happen. I've been working on 7-figure deals ever since I got into real estate. And I'm all about empowering you to do the same thing. So that's what we're here to talk about. How to keep the squares up out your circle and keep the giraffe's head up. Ain't nobody got time for the turtle.
Ain't nobody got time for this. Look, Shantae.
Yeah. Is you a trimmer?
Hey, everybody. It is a pleasure and an honor to be here with you, queens. I love it.
For you, Shantae.
And listen, you must be on the right track, okay? Yeah. Because whenever you're doing something right, it's always going to be conflict. It's always going to be some kind of drama or trauma that tries to bring you down. So you on the right track.
Or do you have
the goddess that you were created to be? Right. So that's why we're all here. We're all here to continue to lift up other goddesses. So my name is Raina Shantae Massard. I am here, Aaron, from LA, and I came from Washington D.C., Chocolate City, honey, when Mayor Barry was the mayor, and it was wild. It was crazy. It was wild west. But I survived. I made it through.
Are you trimming?
I got into a marriage at a very young age. I had 3 sons, and I was physically, mentally, and emotionally abused. But once I broke out of that thing, I was able to turn my life around. I came to LA. I restarted my life.
So
now, since I've been in LA for 9 years, I am a star of a YouTube channel. I am an author of a book, Finding You in Every Script. You can see me on Tyler Perry's House of Pain. You can see me on Selena on Netflix. You can see me on Step Up 3 on Stars. So I'm here and there, and I'm everywhere. And I just want to uplift other women into the goddesses they were meant to be.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that, Shantae. We're here because we got this conference and we have had enough. We got to learn. Let me tell you something. It don't matter who come in your space, right? When it's time to close the door, you close the door. Because when you done had enough, that's the end of it. When you know that you are enough, you don't have to depend on nobody to do nothing for you. You move the way you know you need to move. And it's a lot of people that ain't gonna like it.
Like who?
Pay them dust.
Pay them dust.
Pay them dust.
Pay
I
them
don't
dust.
care who you're with. I don't care who you're talking to. At the end of the day, you are enough. You have enough. And baby, you got to know when you done had enough.
So it's like, you see how when she talks, like she has this false sense of like authority because her voice has a lot of bass to it. Is that what like impresses all these women? Because I'm like, y'all should have seen the intro. Like she sounded like Boosie.
Bosses do not deal with peasants, and we are not victims. We are victors. We cannot control the outside circumstances, but we can control how we respond to them. And a boss gonna respond like a boss.
But you're not responding, Princella. You are avoiding it. So where's the boss in that? You a coward. You know dang well people are coming on this live to hear you speak about what happened to you and BTaylor. Talk about an ant. Girl, this ain't an ant. This is a mice that called you out. Hey, Kevin. Okay.
And we gonna level up. Because let me tell you something. It ain't nothing that I ain't been through that I ain't broke through. Right?
Ain't been through that, ain't broke through.
I'm here because I faced adversity. And I will continue to face adversity. And I will.
Girl, we all face adversity. Did you turn that girl out? Yes or no? Oh my gosh, why are we here?
Continue to rise. And this is what we want to inspire women to do. And that's what this conference is about, to give you all the tools. We're going to help free you mentally, emotionally, physically, financially, spiritually. And that's why we got these queens up here, because each one of them specialize in a different area that when you combine them, you get total freedom to be able to control and govern your life in any way that you like. And that's what I'm about.
We know about scamming these ladies. My problem is, like, as you know, for me, my thing is these ladies, the girls and these women on the panel, because they probably turned out too. She probably played female corn for them. But all the women in the chat, like, these are serious allegations that were made about this lady. She's not going to address them, but you will give her money and go to a conference with her. Like, do y'all hate men this much? Like, imagine hating men this much that you are willing to co-sign someone when there's been like serious allegations made about her. Like, that's just crazy to me. That's crazy. And she's avoiding. So you're part of it. You're part of it. You're part of it. This is what you see. And this is how you know these people are nothing but grifters. They're nothing but charlatans. Because if they had a real company, if this was a real business, like with serious business-minded people who want to have a long-term brand or whatever, this would have been addressed. And honestly, nobody be sitting next to her right now until she properly addressed what BTaylor has said. You understand? Because I'm like, this is serious. Like, some serious things were said about you. Why aren't you addressing these things? And then she blocked her thing. She blocked her live chat to subscriber mode only because she's trying to make money off of it. And she knows that only her hysterical fans gonna be commenting in there. But I'm like, you are insane. Hold on.
We don't let ants bring down elephants. We keep it
really
pushing.
Don't care.
We don't stoop to anybody else's level. Loyalty, honor, integrity,
these are things,
selfless service,
these are things,
personal courage.
You have no integrity.
That's what this is about.
And giving you're guilty, huh?
When you shine a light, people think they're going to blow it out. But you determine if it get blown out or not.
Girl, bye.
Right? It's either a little flickering flame or it's a blowtorch.
A blowtorch.
And ladies, we come with a blowtorch. Nico, we done had some conflict before.
Okay, and
twice.
Yes, we have.
Explain how this conflict went.
I want you to explain it so that I can explain myself, because my perspective be a little different.
Okay, well, the first time we got into it was years ago, and it was something that you had said. You was promoting your stuff online or whatever, and I was in the comments. You remember that? I was in the comments and I was like, well, yeah, you could do this all on Bigger Pockets. You could do this without, and you went off on me. You went off, but it was cool. Now that was years ago. We met, been online, offline. We've been cool. We got in, not necessarily got into it, but we had a little bit of conflict a couple months ago. And it's about how you handle conflict. Some people love conflict. They like drama. That's why we got so many people in here today, because that's what they want. They feed.
And if you guys remember from what BTaylor said, she is too much. From what BTaylor said, you know, she was part of the Nation of Islam, right? So that's where she learns all the like false teaching, like they like fake woke stuff they be doing. You know, everything rhymes. They speak with lots of authority. Everything rhymes, but it makes no sense. Okay, it all rhymes, but it makes no sense, right? Because I'm like, girl, be quiet. But the way like pseudo intellectuals like really impress people out here, it's her, it's T.I., it's Boosie, it's Charleston White. You know, these pseudo intellectuals, they talk a whole lot and truly say nothing. Okay, and then this one right here, Nico, BTaylor spoke about her too yesterday, because she's like, oh, Nico only cares about money, and that together they're working on a conference. I think it's like $250. They're having a virtual conference very soon, and they are charging these women like $250 per person to attend a virtual conference. Okay, so all these women, like, even though they are women, you know, and they pretend not to, oh, we hate men and we're here to empower you, but all honestly, like they're just there to get money. They're a bunch of grifters. They peddle hatred. They sell you fear, hysteria, hatred. Okay? Because these people are crazy. Hey, Jen, these people are crazy. They monetize your fear of men. You see how fear is a powerful weapon, though? You can make money by telling people they have things to fear.
Eat off of bullshit. They like drama. They don't like conflict resolution. So, yeah, me and you met a spot, and you told me, hey, P, if you going places and it's gonna be people that come after you, can contact me anytime you need me, because I know where you're going, because I've been where you at.
What in the world?
So something happened, and I reached out to you. You was clearly not in the space, and it was a conflict for you. It was like you was between a rock and a hard place. And the way you responded to me, I felt like you kind of hurt my feelings, but I didn't go off on you.
Yeah.
I sat with it. I looked at it from a couple angles, and then I reached out to you and I said, you know what, you kind of hurt my feelings right when you did that. And we came to a resolution, right? Can you give your side of that?
So here's the thing, you know, when Priscilla first started really blowing up, like, I've been that girl, right? I never been the type of woman that need to stand on no other woman's name. I never need to align myself with nobody in order for me to be who I was. I never need to chop up any other woman.
But she's saying this, but she's on a panel with a woman after a woman has been accused of serious sexual allegations. So you do need to stand by a woman. You are so desperate that you are willing to attach your brand to a woman who's being accused of child neglect, child abuse, turning people out, predatory behavior, right? Because you want to make $250 on these women in their desperation in the state of inflation. Okay, so it's like y'all full of crap. Because I'm like, this woman, like this, these are serious allegations. Not to bring white people into it, but if this was a white company, if Priscilla had a white business, like if she had a white brand, right, white people will come out and address the situation. You understand? Like they would address it. Like it's sexual. Like these are sexual allegations. There are child abuse allegations. There's child neglect allegation, right? That you have a child on a dirty mattress. You do not feed the child for hours at a time, right? Nobody with a serious brand is going to attach themselves to that the very next day without even you apologizing, rectifying, or even telling us what is going on, right? You are accused of neglecting your child. Like you're accused of abusing your child. You can't even say like, that at least let me address that part. No. And you show up, you attach yourself to her image. So you do need people. You do need women, and you are desperate. Okay, y'all recycle these wigs and these suits and these bustier that y'all be wearing, but y'all hurting for money. Because if you're not hurting for money, there is no way if you're not hurting for money that you will be attached to this woman so early, right after something so serious is being said about her. Like, that's crazy. Yeah, Kevin, this is serious. Like, it's real. Because if this was a serious company that truly worked in the business of empowerment and stuff like that, she would have to address this. Her lawyers would tell her you have to address it. Her PR people will tell you have to address it, right? You can't just brush through it. These are serious allegations. How do you just talk like, oh yeah, nothing happened. Oh, she's just an aunt. She's just an aunt. No, she's not just an aunt. At one point, she was your lover. And now here's what she's saying. She's not just an aunt. Like, what in the world? Make it make sense. I'm like, this makes no sense.
In order for me to be that girl, I've always been that woman, right? So with Priscilla, the first incident that we got into, I was really at a point in my career where I was constantly being attacked, constantly being this. So when she said something, it made me feel like she was, on that. So I'm the type of person where if I'm around you, if I feel something, I'm going to speak on it. You're never going to deal with me. And then 6 months down the line, I'm going to have a bunch of shit to say about you. Like I wasn't sitting right there with you. If I'm dealing with.
Okay. So you peeped the shade, right? She said, I'm not going to sit here. And then 6 months down the line, because Princilla's relationship with BTaylor lasted 6 months. Okay. So she's being shady. So that means that she heard the part where Priscilla was talking about her. She's in her feelings. Now she wants to address it this way. Girl, call Priscilla on her phone, child.
Something, I'm going to address it immediately. I'm not going to wait 5 months later. So I like to address stuff right then and there. I can't help but to do it, any other way. So I addressed it directly with her. And we kind of got into a tip, and I don't have a problem with that. I think it's fake and phony for women to sit around here and act like it's all sugars and cream all the time. I think that it's healthy for you to have disagreements with people so that you know where you stand and that you're able to create a conflict resolution between one another, right? That's why I don't like none of this stuff that's going on, and we bypassing it, right? Mm-hmm. So the second time when we got into it, that was years ago. The second time, and we made up. Mm-hmm. And the second time that we kind of got into it, she contacted me. I was on vacation in California, and I was like, I don't have time for this. And then, she felt upset, but I just thought I was being direct with my friend, right? I thought I was being very direct and specific with my friend. And so when she told me that it was upsetting to her, I corrected the behavior, because my goal is never to hurt anybody that I'm dealing with. I always want them to have a sense of understanding about where I'm coming from, because I would never, for anyone that I care about, intentionally do anything or try to hurt them in any way. If I'm trying to hurt you, you're going to know it.
So she said Priscilla kept calling her. She wasn't picking up, and Priscilla got upset. Now, if you remember yesterday, thank you, Jay. But if you remember yesterday, BTaylor said something. She said with Priscilla, when she calls you and you don't pick up, it's going to be a problem. So she just confirmed some of the things that BTaylor was saying. If she calls you, you don't pick up, and she sees you on Twitter, she sees you on Instagram, she sees you on TikTok, and you're not answering her call, it's going to be a problem. She just said that, right? She just said that. And it seems like BTaylor also said a thing. She said, oh, Priscilla also has a hard time getting along with women. She preaches to women, but she has a hard time getting along with them. So she got into a beef with this lady too. So I'm like, it's giving. There are certain things BTaylor was saying. She wasn't all the way lying. Okay.
Right. I don't have the capacity to sugarcoat or, to say things to someone. I like to just say what I have to say and move on. Right. That's just exactly the way that I work. Right. Mm-hmm. And, Priscilla's not seeing the comments, but I'm seeing the comments, and I see a lot of things that are pretty, just pretty childish, but, I understand Priscilla and where she's coming from. And, I'm in my 50s, you guys, just so that you know, I am a 51-year-old woman. Right. But I also am the type of woman that don't let nobody cross no lines with me. Look, when you get to this stage in life, you'll also understand your patience level actually decreases. You really don't have time. So I always try to vibrate at a level where I can deal with the women in my circle. They have to be bosses. They have to be, because when, not if, but when we enter into a situation where there's a conflict, whether that's between us or situations, we have to be able to communicate those, right? And also
And another thing you have to notice, so these ladies, these toxic ladies who are just here to be grifters and steal the money, when they start saying be a boss, I think that's the cue. Like, that's one of the audio clues that you need to pick up on. When they start saying you're a boss, be a boss, be a boss, you know what I'm saying? It's like, That it already lets you know, right? Because my thing is, she's 50 years old. Honestly, you should know, not everybody's going to be a boss. No. Okay. What people need to be is self-reliant. What people need to be is accountable. What people need to be is independent. And most importantly, what the vast majority of women need, not just Black women, what the vast majority of women need, right? They need to control their emotions. That's the real thing. This whole be a boss, be a boss. How can you be a boss if you are always losing your temper? You're always out of order. You're always going crazy. You're always going at it, right? The biggest key to success is controlling your emotions. Like you truly need to have self-control. Control your emotions. Control the things that come out your mouth. Okay, that's what you need. Not everybody's going to be a boss. You don't need to be a boss. Okay, not everybody's going to have a business. Trust and believe, it's very exhausting to run a business. You might not be the person for it, and that's perfectly fine. You don't have to be a boss, but you must definitely learn to be at peace with yourself, the things that you can control, the things that you cannot control, right? Peace is everything. Controlling your emotions, that's also everything. Once you know how to control your emotions, once you make peace with what you can and cannot control, you'll have so much peace. You will have so much less friction in your life, right? These women are so damaged. They are so lonely. They are so broke, okay? They're obsessed with control, power, control, and a boss, and a boss, and a boss, and a boss. No. And I've come to learn when you start hearing people talk about be a boss, be a boss, be a boss, you are joining a cult. And before you know it, you're going to start hating men. They're going to turn you into a lesbian. They're going to make you sign up for all kinds of seminars and conferences you don't need. You're going to start being around some vitriolic type of woman, right? And before you know it, you won't even know who you are anymore. Stay away from this. You don't need to be a boss. You need to have peace in your life. Peace with self and peace with your environment. All this be a boss, be a boss, be a boss. Like it's not that attractive.
Women around me to understand that things change and shit change. For instance, something I like yesterday, I may not like tomorrow. And I should be able, as a woman and as a person, as a human being, be able to switch and change whenever I decide. That's what y'all got to understand. If you always like chocolate ice cream and tomorrow you don't, you're entitled to that. You don't always have to like what you like. That's the problem with people these days. They don't even know how to stand on their own. They just don't know how to stand. They have to stand with somebody and about somebody and somebody else's ideals. What I love about Priscilla and what makes our relationship really fluid in business and personally is because we can always talk to each other and we can be genuine with one another. And I could appreciate and respect that about her. And we don't always have to like what one another is doing or saying.
I appreciate that.
My I'll tell you straight up, stay the fuck away from people that's problematic. I swear to God, I am 51 years old. And when I have a problem, I address it immediately. If I see something that's wrong, I speak on it immediately. I don't hold anything inside. I let it go on the fly, sometimes too much, as Priscilla just told you. But I let things go and I try to operate in my truth. That literally, and I drink my water. I honest to God do. Because I don't got no filter on, baby. I don't need one at 51 years old. Believe that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Wonderful, 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 wonderful. Jess, give me some feedback. How do you resolve conflict?
Oh my gosh. So for one, like y'all say, I keep the squares up out my circle. I mean, when it does get to my gates, for one, I done set up moats. You got to talk to like 5 different people if you come to me on some crazy stuff. Yeah, you don't even get the privilege. But if you do, for what.
And this girl, Jess, ask yourself, like, what in the desperate energy causes her to dress like this? I mean, she has her entire bosom out. Like, is she trying to hook up with this girl too? Because my thing is, remember what BTaylor said is that they hooked up on a live, like they were on a YouTube live, and in the back end, Princella asked BTaylor if she wants to go have some oysters, right? So now I'm thinking, like, why are you coming here like this with all of this? This is a woman empowerment thing. This is like for women, it's a woman's space. Like, who are you trying to seduce with like all your boobs out like this? Like, girl, are you trying to be her next woman? Be careful now. Be careful. And I'm like, why are you dressed like this?
Whatever reason, tend to get past there. I always like to cut it with gratitude. Like, have you ever seen somebody with stank attitude and gave them a compliment and notice that they change? Like right away. Like I literally, me and my husband, we have this thing where we do what worked or what do we like in the situation or something that we're grateful for. And then we come with what we didn't like. And that generally helps to cut it and shift the conversation and bring it back.
If you have a husband, why are you here? If you have a husband, why are you here? She hates men. She's a lesbian. This one, I don't think she had anything going on. This one, she also claims, she said she ran away from an abusive marriage. Why are you as a married woman amongst these hyenas? Like, these people are crazy.
Back around, because other than that, like I said, I mean, I'm having high level conversation. You ain't coming to me on no mess, and it's no reason that we can't talk about it and use our vocabulary and like just come at it and come with it with what we got going. So that's the interesting part. It's like when people think that they can talk to you any type of way, it's like, no, one thing we will have is respect. We will have you, like he said, put some respect on my name. If you're gonna have my name in your mouth, you better put some respect on it.
Absolutely.
Like you better come with the receipts that you know I got when you talk about me. That's what we gonna have.
Absolutely, absolutely. What about you, Shantae?
Honey, I agree with you all. Jess, you took the words right out of my mouth. I was thinking you have to have mutual respect. I mean, you just literally do. If we're going to have a conversation, a mature conversation, it has to be respect there. And the thing is that you have to come sometimes to some resolutions and just say, we're not moving on in our journey together anymore. It just is what it is. You got to be mature enough to realize that. And you have to know that depending on situation by situation. You know, I've had plenty of friends and I love my sisterhood. I love my sisterhoods of all the different seasons that I've been in, but you got to eventually come to a crossroads and be like, are we growing together or growing apart? You know, so I think that's what you have to be mature enough to know. You have to continue to grow within yourself. You have to know yourself more and more, because then you have to look outside and say, is this circle enabling me to be the best that I can be? Really? You know, because the point is,
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
That's okay. Yeah, go ahead.
I want to disagree. What I was going to say is that also my friend group is my safe space.
And you see how disrespectful she is, right? This is how you know there's some bullies. When she was talking, that's how you know there's some bullies. These are some low-class bullies. When this one, the 50-year-old, so I'm assuming it's 50, she's the eldest, right? So this older woman in her 50s, half a century, was talking. Nobody interrupted her, right? Everybody waited for their turn. Now this one, this ditzy Barbie over here, right? She starts to talk and she cuts her off, right? And like I told y'all, part of the Black sisterhood is agreeing to be bullied. Because you would have said, if you are really empowered, you would have pushed back and said, oh, you know, can you please let me finish my thought? And if you are really empowered too, you would respect her speaking time. Because when you spoke, nobody interrupted you. If you feel like you have something to say, you can write it down until she's done. When she's done, then you start speaking. You see, little stuff like that, it triggers me. And her, she's passive. And this is probably why she'll be the next victim. Out of all these three, this one right here is more likely to get turned out. Okay? Could you see how she let this girl push her? If they were in prison, I always say this, like if you were in prison, if she was locked up in a woman facility, she would let these girls have their way with her body because she didn't push back. Don't let anybody take your food. You see what I'm saying? Do not let anybody take your food. It is your time to speak. When she spoke, you were quiet. You're speaking. Tell this woman to wait her turn. Point blank, period. But I bet you won't, though, because you are part of a group of bunch of bullies. Okay, these girls like that bunch of bullies. No manner having. They have no class. Like you have no class. Let the girl talk.
My personal matters, what I do outside of everything, will never ever reach anybody's ear outside of my circle. You have to have women and people in your life.
Oh, you couldn't wait for her to finish to say that. You had the time to say it. Why didn't you say it the first time? Right? But she wants to hear herself talk. She wants to be seen as a boss. She wants to be seen as an OG. That's how you know these women, they lack humility. It's not okay. This is mean girl behavior. I'm being serious, you guys. When we're all on a panel, we say, okay, everybody gets a chance to talk. You got to say what she had to say. If you feel like you still want to add more, you take a piece of paper and you write your thoughts. But you have to let her finish because it's her time to speak. Got to have manners. But no, she wants to exert authority over this one. And this one even realized you got tested. She tested your gangster. And you quietly allowed her to test your gangster and to have her way with you. If this was prison, she would have slept with you tonight. Do better. Your weak ass. Go to the gym.
Where it could be a safe space. Like, I trust my friends more than I would trust any therapist or priest, because I know that they love me and care for me enough to never allow anything personal about me to get outside of that circle. And that is what true sisterhood and friendship and caring is. You keep everything in-house. You never, ever, ever put anybody outside like that. And that's
okay. And you see what she just said? I hope you guys understand, right? Remember how we saw, some of y'all probably weren't here, but remember how we saw the one podcast with the guy, Robert Greene, who wrote the 48 Laws of Power, right? He always said, look at people's body language. Don't just focus on what they say. Don't just listen to what they say, but look at their body language, right? She's talking about sisterhood and sisterhood, but just now she took the mic from this girl and the girl wasn't done talking, right? So it goes to show these are just marketing terms to these people. Sisterhood, empowerment, wump. These are just marketing terms to these people, because sisterhood does not match this behavior at all. It doesn't. But when you're in the mindset of, I'm just here to grift and make money off of people, you say one thing, but your body does something else. You cut this woman off, and now you're talking about sisterhood. You're disrespectful. You're very disrespectful. So, like, pay close attention, right? Pay close attention.
That's what I love about my friends. I could always.
Oh, another thing she said also is, oh, it needs to stay here, stay here. That type of behavior, too, is telling you it's a cult. So what she's saying is, if bad things happen, we got to keep it between us, because they have money to make. And if you start opening your mouth and telling people what's really happening behind the scenes, right? Because it's a grift, it's a scam. It's going to hurt their pockets. Because, and mind you, and also I'm going to say this, all these women who are doing women empowerment, sisterhood, whatever, none of them have a single degree in either women's studies, psychology, counseling, therapy, nothing. They're not qualified to do this. Okay? Nothing qualifies them to be doing this. They are self-anointed. They're self-anointed. They don't even have the tools, the real tools, to be able to fulfill the promises they're making to these women, because they're not qualified, right? That's why I call these people pseudo-intellectuals, because they resent going to school and getting the proper accreditation, the proper degrees, and the proper licensing to be able to do these things and to properly help people as professionals. And I also feel like one reason why they don't want to go to school, I don't even think they could go to school, because they don't seem smart. They don't really seem like real intelligent people. They seem like people who listen to smart people and then know how to pretend to be smart, but they're not really smart. That's number one. Number two, if you do become a therapist, a counselor, a psychiatrist, you also have to submit to an authority. Like, there's a body, like there's a association, there's a board that you have to submit to who's going to check your work. These people here want to be unchecked. They want to be unchecked. See, if a therapist or a psychiatrist gets called out for sexual allegations, right, they could lose their license. You understand? Like, if Priscilla was a real counselor, a real psychologist, a real therapist, right, and then she had relations with one of her patients, and then her patient came on YouTube and made a 3-hour-long video saying, hey, this is what my therapist did to me. Me and my therapist started having a love affair. She would have to answer to the board, and her license would be at risk, and most likely she would lose her license, right? But when you operate in the dark, when you operate in this, how can I say this? What's the word I'm looking for? Not just the dark, illegally, right? Okay. When you run like a bootleg operation where you answer to no one, you have no degree, you have no diploma, right? You have no certificate, you don't have a board, any kind of body that rules over you, presides over you to make sure that you are doing your job without hurting your clients, right? A bootleg, yeah, it's a bootleg organization. You can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. And you can say whatever you want. And you can charge whatever you want, right? And then nobody checks you.
Trusted. It's a safe space, even when we don't speak anymore. There's so many secrets that I have taken from friends for 30 years that are safe with me. Safe. You're safe.
So if somebody witnesses child neglect, they should keep it a secret. That's what you're saying, right? If she engages with people in her community and she starts playing female porn, they should just sit there and not say anything, right? If she turns them out, they should just not say anything. Now, this is the part where I can see the grooming, but it's a cult. It really is a cult. So be very careful, because they will make you feel bad for even speaking up. Because I'm like, this is weird. No, if something makes you uneasy, talk about it. If you have a brand and you care about your brand, do not make people feel uneasy. That's it. That's that. And that's why you should even have professional, like you should have professional rules on how you engage with these women, just to make sure nothing is misconstrued and nothing is poorly understood. But if you're a coach and you're a mentor to people, you cannot take them out to eat and start rubbing on their feet and start massaging their feet and putting your chest on their bosom and start playing female porn and then say things like, oh, have you ever trimmed? You know, you should trim in your life. If you like, no, like this sounds like grooming to me. Like, what in the world? If something happens, we got to keep it between us. Okay, like you cannot say this. If it's woman empowerment, even at the company, all companies in America will tell you, okay, that we have whistleblower policies in America. In America, I mean, besides Boeing, but outside of Boeing, whistleblowers are protected, right? If something is wrong, if something feels wrong, you should speak up about it. You talk about being a boss, like, okay, if somebody is in the boss energy, if you see something is wrong, you should speak up about it. If you see somebody being mistreated, you should speak up about it. If you think somebody's been taken advantage of financially, emotionally, and sexually, you should speak up about it. Because I'm like, they're trying to give us a fancy way of saying snitches get stitches. No. No. Are you professionals or are you not? Are you truly here for women or are you not? Right? Because how is this different? If a bunch of guys stood up there and told these girls, like, oh, if your man does something to you, yeah, that should stay between y'all. If your husband does something wrong to you, that should stay between y'all. Okay, like, no, it's not okay to keep dark secrets. If this is a real business and you guys are really here for empowerment, empowerment also means you encourage people to speak up when something is wrong. Because if it don't feel right to you, it probably doesn't feel right to somebody else. If you are being assaulted, maybe somebody else is also being assaulted. So speak up, because you just never know. But don't just sit there and be quiet. No healthy community is going to ask you to be silent if you notice something that is bizarre. It is bizarre. Speak on it. Weirdos.
With me as a friend.
Mm-mm.
But everybody ain't like that, because everybody ain't your friend. And once we realize that, right, because people have their own agendas, right? They have their own agendas and they need to attach themselves to somebody that's doing something, because maybe they ain't doing nothing, right? And they need to have leverage over you. They need to have some type of power, because it's a lot of people who ain't doing nothing in life. They ain't got no drive. They ain't got no motivation. They ain't got no dreams, goals, or aspirations. And when they see you doing something and they see you going somewhere, they got to attach themselves to you. But when you a good person and when you righteous and you work for the creator, guess what? Everybody can't go with you. Some people get exposed, right? And
you
know, it fuck with them. Let me tell you something.
You got exposed.
It fucks with people when you won't let them use you the way they want to use you.
Exactly.
It mess with people when you won't do what they want you to do.
Exactly.
Right?
That's
and so they need to have something on you. But see, in a situation like this, the current situation, see, you got to care what people think in order for something like this to hurt you. You got to care about what people think about you.
And you should care.
See, because
if you are a boss, imagine a CEO who doesn't care what the staff thinks. Imagine a CEO who does not care about what's happening with the company. Imagine a CEO who doesn't care about the complaints happening with human resource. You have to care. That's what leadership is. When you lead people, you also have to lean in and hear what they have to say. You can't just say, oh, I'm a boss, so whatever y'all say don't matter. Then that's a plantation. You are a slave master. It's very different, right? A slave owner is very different than a CEO. If you are a boss, a CEO, right? You have to take care of your employees. You have to take care of them. You have to listen to them. You have to also give them like a safe, you got to give them a safe work environment. I feel like my stuff is lagging. You got to give them a safe work environment. You have obligations towards your staff. They're not your slaves. Now, if you say, whatever I say go, be quiet, keep it a secret, I don't want to hear it, it's my way or the highway, now we know you're a plantation owner. This is slavery. Because it's only under slavery that people don't have a voice. So you're looking for slaves. You want to be a plantation owner. Okay? Because that makes no sense. Yeah, exactly. Like, this is not. So I'm like, exactly. That's not what a boss is. You know, all in America, when you're a CEO, you better make sure your workers are safe because you can get sued. Exactly. You can get sued. Like, this makes no sense. And that's why I say, like, these people don't really know what leadership is. And they don't think about leadership in the sense of it's about service. You know, if you're a real leader, you have to serve the people that you're leading, and you have to make them feel safe, and you have to make them feel protected. Leadership is not easy. They use these big words without even knowing what it truly means to be a leader. Like, lead from a place of humility, a place of service, and a place of honesty. No, instead you sit up there and you're telling these women, oh, whatever happens over here stays over here. Why? What the freak y'all got going on? This is weird.
Resolute and solid in myself, and I don't seek outside validation. I'm not caring what other people. But see, when you care what people think, you'll sacrifice yourself and you'll start jigabooing, trying to get somebody to hand clap, right? And that's kind of what chicks who don't have self-esteem and self-worth, and they can't draw from their inner storehouse. See, they need an external thing so that they can.
So you're saying that BTaylor had low self-esteem. Okay, so you prey on people
and get that high, right? Yeah. And sometimes it be at your expense because these people ain't never been your friends, right? So you got to understand that all
I don't even know what she's doing, Erica. I don't
just
know.
Because we the same gender don't mean we, you know, friends and tender.
It's very dangerous. It is very dangerous how these quasi pseudo fake intellectuals are so able to wrap Black people around their fingers. Like, it is very concerning. It is seriously concerning. I don't know how her audience, they heard the things that I don't think BTaylor was completely innocent, right? But there were still things that were said that are shocking. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like if a man has a CEO has a company and they're being accused of sexual assault, and to get on here, play music like she Boosie, she turning on cigars, doing this fake ritual, you know, fake pastor, preacher, Nation of Islam, babble. It's like, girl, there are serious things that were said. There are serious things that were said. Like, it's your brand. Like, do you not care? But I guess if you're just running a scam and all this is to you is that I need to make as much money as possible, as fast as possible before I get caught, because that's what it's giving. Come on, if you really care about your business and you intend to be here for years to come, right? You're going to answer this because this is really disgusting. But when you're just here to make as much money as possible and then you like, deuces, I'm out, then I can see why you don't want to address it. Because you invested in the conference. She has a conference coming up with this one, the Nico lady. Okay. They have a conference coming up. It's a virtual conference. It's $250 per person. So maybe what it is like, oh, let me just make sure I get my money back. Because I'm like, if you were here for the long term, a person who is here for the long term, anything that is damaging to their brand, they're going to address it, especially when it pertains to you as a mother and your daughter having autism, allegedly, you neglecting the baby. She sleeps on a dirty mattress. She doesn't eat for 12 hours at a time. She was not enrolled in school for 6 years. She is behind. She's delayed because you didn't take care of her autism, right? Like, girl, what is going on? You know, she's a master of nothing. She just says big words. It's like T.I. It's like T.I. It's like Charleston White. You know, I'm like, oh yeah, Charleston. Like, please, if you need Charleston White to open your mind, you are delayed. You're severely delayed. Okay, Charleston White is a degenerate, right? It's another one is Boosie, another degenerate, right? Oh yeah, look at what Boosie said. You can think of that for yourself, right? Like, that's the stuff that impresses them. There's another guy with Earn Your Leisure, 19 Keys, another one. He says a whole bunch of nothingness. It's like nothing but like big word salad. But when you really think about it, it's just them being verbose because they're trying to impress you, right? They want to impress you with big words. But my thing is, there's an easier way to say this. So just get to the point. Why are you so loquacious? You taking like 500 words to say what you could say with 5 words. Get to the point. Who are you trying to impress? Or what are you trying to cover? The fact that you're truly not smart? And everything you've ever done is watch other smart people and just repeat the things that you heard that kind of sound smart. This makes no sense. Yeah, it's not a good look. I'm like, this is crazy. At least talk about the daughter part. Like, talk about your daughter. Like, this is weird. They're not her friends. These are business partners. 504. These are not friends, right? Like, these are not friends. These are business partners who realize that there's a huge sector of Black women that they can just scam these women. They're here to scam. I'm telling you, if you truly care about your business, look at Oprah Winfrey. You think if people were making allegations, she wouldn't answer? When Taraji was going on and all the girls were complaining about their pay, Oprah had to reply because she cares about her brand, right? Like, people who are here to stay, people who really care about their businesses are not trying to do a one-off and they run off, okay? They will answer they're going to answer. Because, like, this is serious. Sexual assault, sexual harassment. Like, these are real concerning issues. Like, the stuff BTaylor said is real. Like, okay, did you assault this girl? Right? She's saying that you groomed her. At some point, did you groom her? Were you playing these videos like that in front of her without her consent? What is going on? What is going on? And you don't address it, okay? But somehow you want to empower women. But like, one woman is complaining about you. Make it make sense. Like, you're weird. Yeah. Like, it's a serious thing that the baby girl has nowhere to sleep. When you want to have intimacy with your lovers, you make the baby girl sleep on the couch, and I know you watched the video. I know you watched the video. I know you heard everything she said because Nico watched the video because Nico addressed what the girl said. Okay? So you watched the video. They all watched the video. So why are we sitting here pretending? Okay? Why are we sitting here pretending? Why are you pretending? You watched the video. Nico watched the video because the stuff Nico is saying are things that BTaylor said in her video. So I know you watched the video. So why are we pretending? Why are we being passive aggressive and being like dismissive and being a bunch of mean girls? Address what was said. Because that is your brand. And not just that. As a mother, that should be your everything. Your reputation as a mother. You don't have to defend your sexual life if you don't want to, but at least let it be known that I take care of my child. I will never let my daughter X, Y, and Z. Right? That, like, your motherhood. You know what I mean? When anybody attacks your motherhood, now that's some serious stuff. Right? And these girls who are in there following her, there's no way you hate men that much that you are willing to co-sign this lady. You are like, who are you becoming? That's why I say sometimes, like, it becomes hatred. You're so hateful of men that it blinds you, and you willingly surrender to even worse people. She's worse than the men that you hate, because if she's really doing this to her child, like, it's a child. That's a Black girl that didn't even ask to be born. It's a child that has autism. If she can do this to a defenseless 6-year-old, if the baby has to feed herself, make her own food, while she's all day, every day on TikTok, on Instagram, on whatever, why do you want to co-sign that? Why are you supporting that? That is really serious. That's so serious. You have time to fight these men, but at least if you're going to be upset at these men, be a woman that at least stands on business, from one woman to another, from a mother to another. I can't mess with people. You can't pour into me if you're not even making sure that your daughter is taken care of. Like, what is this? Like, you're insane. You are really insane.
Right? It just be that, right? But women will show you better than they can tell you that they hate each other. This is an example of women absolutely hating each other. And this is the reason why a lot of women ain't going nowhere. This is the reason why the world will still be in shambles, because it's going to take women who step into their power to handle things like women.
Exactly. And stepping in the power means calling you out. That's why I'm saying this is not a real sisterhood. Because I'm like, in a real sisterhood, you see your sister abusing a child, you say, girl, better stop, because if you don't take care of this baby, I'm done with you. This is ridiculous. Okay? We can't go after these men when we're not even doing what we're supposed to do for the most vulnerable of us all. Children are the most vulnerable. You know, to let a baby go on for 12 hours, you guys. Even imagine yourself 12 hours without food. Imagine. Because your mom is too busy fighting men on the internet. Why do you care about these dudes? They're completely irrelevant. Okay? She said your daughter has autism. and you never enrolled the child in school? Are we serious? But you got time to plan conferences? Your daughter is autistic. She's behind. And you have $22,000 to put into a conference instead of hiring a tutor, instead of putting money into her education, finding the right programs for her so that she can be a functioning person with the autism. You rather put on a big show with the big lights like you're some rapper lady instead of being diligent and being a mother first. And that's the problem with so many of these ladies on social media who care more about their women conferences and their brunches. They are neglecting their number one priority, which is motherhood. When you have children, first you take care of your kids, then you worry about fixing other people's problems, because these are all grown women. They can take care of themselves. They can seriously take care of themselves. But there's no way you have a baby at home that's special needs. You're not investing in her, but you got $22,000 for a conference because you want to impress people. Something is wrong. Like, something is seriously wrong. This is madness. Oh my gosh.
To do business, stand on principle.
No, right? But you don't.
You got to be cut from a certain type of cloth, right? Mm-hmm. And a lot of people ain't cut from that cloth. And once you realize they ain't cut from that cloth, you baby, don't you ever wear no rags. Don't ever put no rags on your body. And once you see that you got holes in them, throw that shit away. Throw it in the trash. It's real simple, right? Recognize who is of your same tribe, right?
That's right.
It's real. It's like that. You know what I mean? Everything is a learning lesson, though. That's one thing about life. Nico, you 50, right? So you done learned a lot of lessons. 51.
Give me that one.
Give you you want all of it. You 51,
but what I love, like, you talk about sisterhood, is having surround yourself with people like Nico who know and can get you together. Like, I was going through my situation and my turmoil, and I had haters coming after me. I had people lying on me. I got people talking about, oh, we gonna find you. And you got people like Nico who's like, enough. Like, enough of feeling like you the victim, enough of accepting what somebody else outside of you has said, enough. Like, that's why I'm so grateful to be a part of this experience and bring this together, because literally Nico has been that one who's like, enough. And now it's like, how do we take it to other people who are going through the same thing, who got haters, who got all those people? It's like, enough, time out. Like, wait, I'm gonna get my power back. I'm gonna get my power back in this situation. And that's what I'm like, girl, Nico, I love the way Nico puts stuff together and her insight. Like, that's where you need that friend circle to really get you together, especially when stuff getting rough. And you out here, facing challenges and keep life and you trying to move forward. And like you said, you got people attaching and they don't even know why they hating, but they hating. And they energy trying to bring you back and hold you.
And they call everything hating. Everything is, they're hating. Girl, bye. Not everything is hate. Certain things are calling you out because your behavior is completely out of line. Not everything is hate. Not everything is hatred. I'm like, I hate, we do that way too much. Oh, you're hating. No. Somebody's telling you you're on some BS. That's not hate. Okay, not everything is hate. Out of every time you get a feedback, 100% of the feedback is all hate. Please stop the madness. You are unhinged. You are delulu. You are unhinged, and you are highly emotional. Okay, you want to be a boss? Like, imagine, and this is why I always say, isn't it funny how when you usually shop with a serious business, or like you shop with a more established, usually white business, right? They will send you a survey. They'll send you a survey. Oh, how can we service you better? Did you like your order? Did you like your product? How was the shipping, right? Like, a lot of corporations out here, like legit corporations, billion-dollar corporations, they are always trying to hear what the customer has to say. How can we service you better next time? Right? And people can write all kinds of stuff. Sometimes it's not even the company's fault. Oh, but I didn't get my order, but the person put the wrong address. Sorry. And you'll see that the business will say, oh, we apologize, even though they did nothing wrong. Right? But it's like a business that is serious, a company that's serious, that wants to grow. They don't mind having feedback from customers, even when the customer is complaining and it's not their fault. They will still apologize. They don't say, oh, well, y'all just hate on our business. You know what I'm saying? If you buy a Tesla, you have an issue with your Tesla, they're like, oh, you just being a hater. Okay? If you order something from Amazon and you have an issue, they're like, oh, well, you just being a hater. Right? Y'all want to be bosses. You want to have businesses. You want to build an audience. You want to have customers. But when people disagree with you or they give you feedback, oh, you're a hater. No. What person doesn't need feedback to grow? Like, make it make sense. Like, you're not God. You're not going to get compliments every single day. You're not going to hear just positive things every single day. But out of 100 comments, 100 feedback, at least 10 of them have to be honest. You can't be this obtuse. Like, you cannot be this shallow and egocentric that you feel like everybody who's complaining is doing it because they're hating you. You are not that important. You are seriously not that important. Like, please, like, humble yourself. You are not that important. Like, who is she? Okay, that's why I said, like, when it came to Beyonce and her shampoo, I don't know, we're gonna talk about it. Okay, and oh, you're being hateful, Martin. You're hating on what? It is very clear that Beyonce's wearing a unit. She chose to be a CEO. She chose to sell hair products. I didn't tell her to do it. But if you're gonna sell shampoo and conditioner and you're not even gonna be honest with your hair and you're gonna have a unit in the back, well, we're gonna call you out, because no one is above critique. No one is. Otherwise, don't ask for my money. Okay? This is crazy. Like, go somewhere. Like, this is crazy. Oh, they're hating. No, not everybody's hating. Maybe 20 people are hating. Maybe 30 people are confused, but at least 15 to 20 people are making clear observations. Something is off. Why can't you humble yourself and say, you know what, sis? Everybody has blind spots. I am so glad you brought this up. Y'all can never take feedback and say, you know what, maybe you're right. Maybe I didn't see it, because sometimes maybe I'm tired. I haven't slept, the kids, whatever, life gets lifing. So maybe I didn't see it, but I'm so glad that you brought this up to my attention. Boom, 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 boom. That's what class looks like. That's what accountability looks like. That's what being a leader looks like. You know what? Maybe you're right. I'm so glad you brought it up. I didn't even think about it. Oh my gosh. But thank you so much. Right? I needed to hear that. Oh no, you're a hater. You're hating. You're everybody. Oh, shut up. You're not that important. Okay? You are not that important. And sometimes when people tell you things, it's actually because they care about you and they want you to do better. Like, go somewhere. You're crazy.
You back. And you got friends that be like, enough.
Yeah. A lot of people like this. They love, because they ain't gotten, they don't have anything. So, misery loves company. And when people are in hell, they don't.
Okay, she just said, I'm trying to cut this off, right? But it's funny how she said misery loves company. She's going through a scandal, and she's the one who's sitting up there with 3 co-hosts because she can't face the heat by herself. So right now, who's the misery? It's you, because you got company, because you can't face this by yourself. You talk about being a boss and being this. If you are really that brave and you are really a soldier, okay, in the words of Master P, if you're about that life, if you about it, okay, I represent, okay. If you was real a soldier, okay, from the 504, you will sit up there by yourself and you will handle this heat by yourself, okay. Instead, you went and got this elderly geriatric woman over here. You got this ditzy ball that's married. Her entire titties are out because she's desperate for attention. Then you got this one who's waiting for you to turn her out, right? Because you can't stand by yourself. You talk a big game, but when you get exposed, you can't stand by yourself and take accountability for what has happened and be able to convince people that you're innocent. Instead, you need this distraction, and this distraction. Okay? So even you're not serious. You're not serious.
Want to see nobody escape out of hell. They want you right there with him, right? So, one thing we got to understand, that we can't control what happens outside of us.
Yes,
we can control how we respond to it and how we handle our internal environment. So right now, go ahead.
I was going to say, my mother says something that's super important. And she says, how you do one thing is how you do everything. So when you are in a conflict, whether that be between friends, whether that be with your children, whether that be at work, how you conduct yourself is not based on what somebody else does. It's your character. Your character is going to show up every single time. So when all 3 of you are friends of mine and you have never been in the presence of one another, right? However, each one of you will tell you something similar in how I conducted myself with you, because that is my character.
Okay, so we're talking about character. You see, that's why I say, like, if you listen and not to be, bamboozled out here, it's true. Let's talk about character, because character is in everything you do. Princella, people are saying that you always fall out with people. It's in everything you do. You have a reputation for taking advantage of people who follow you. That's what you do. There are serious allegations being made about you. You don't answer them. You run away. You play rap music. You do all kinds of weird stuff, etc., 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 right? You are running from your problems. BTaylor said, when it comes to your daughter who has autism, you don't feed her. You run away. You make sure that she stays up at night while you sleep. In the morning, she sleeps so that you can be free to do what you want to do. You run away. You don't feed the baby. You run away, right? BTaylor is calling you out. She called you out on this YouTube app right here, right? You made a big old fancy thumbnail, like you stand on business, like you ain't scared, right? Now we show up. You told us to show up at 8 o'clock. You showed up at 8:30. You can't even be on time. Okay? Like, no, let's be serious. Be a boss, be a boss. You got to be on time. You gave us the date. You gave us the time. You said 8 o'clock. We showed up here at 8 o'clock. You show up here at 8:30. We expect you to answer questions, serious accusations. You play in our faces. Talk about the ants and the ants. Girl, and no ants. Her name is BTaylor. Answer that girl. Okay? The stuff she said, you know her dang well. You have her number. You've made music for her. Okay? You have love songs and you know exactly who she is. Y'all was like your girl back. Okay? But in your character is to run away from your responsibilities. You run away. You're a coward. You are married. You have a husband. You have a husband. And then you had 2 girlfriends. And then BTaylor was your 3rd girlfriend. Who acts like this? Okay, who acts like this? What kind of character? How you have a husband and you got 2 girlfriends? And then you go and you turn BTaylor into your 3rd girlfriend. Explain that to us. But you sit here and talk about character and integrity and honesty and woman empowerment. How does a married woman turn 3 other girls into lesbians while you have a husband? How is this? What is going on? What is going on? Make it make sense. Where is your character? How is that empowering to turn another woman not just into a lesbian, but into a mistress? Make it make sense. You have 3 women that you've turned into mistresses. Okay? Like, make it make sense. I'm so confused. This woman has a husband, y'all. The daughter that BTaylor was talking about, that is her daughter with her husband. She is still married. Before she dates, before her and BTaylor have a relationship, she has a husband and she has 2 girlfriends. So she has 3 people. She has 3 lovers, right? And then she turns she turned BTaylor into her 3rd girlfriend. What I'm like, what kind of filthiness is going on? Okay, what kind of filthiness is going on? This is weird. This is really weird. They're really sick because they are, but it's true. She's still married. She has a husband. Okay, she has a husband. She has a husband and she had 3 girlfriends. So now she dumped BTaylor. She got herself a new girlfriend and she still has a husband. So for Nico to sit here and talk about a character, then Nico, why are you standing by this woman? Because her character is awful. This is not what empowerment looks like. Okay? You either gonna divorce the husband, and then you got to pick one girlfriend. But you cannot have a husband and 3 girlfriends simultaneously. What is this? How is she different than Nature Boy or these other weirdos out here with their cult, their weird sexual cult and all that kind of stuff? How is she different? The same men she's saying be careful of, she is that man with a wig on. How's she different? Like this is pure madness. This is just insanity. I'm like, what is going on? This is pure madness. They are sociopaths, Kevin. They are true sociopaths. And they're just using these words, and these words truly mean nothing to them. Because if you, Nico, you really care about character, she cannot be your business partner. Because she's going to rub off on you. Because if you talk about character and you co-sign her, then you're also just like her. Okay? You're likely to have a husband and then 3 girlfriends and 4 girlfriends. I mean, this makes no sense. The husband has not left. She's still married. She is still married. They live in 2 separate houses, but she's still married. She's still married. Like, I'm like, what?
I don't change up depending on what happens to me. Because remember, what's in you will always come out of you. You had to already be there for it to be displayed. Absolutely. So when Jess says, I love Nico when I was going through something and she said enough is enough, because I didn't like the fact that she was demeaning herself and she was demoralizing herself based on another mother person. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's their opinion. Let them keep that opinion. That has nothing to do with the quality of woman that you are. And how you have consistently conducted yourself is the reason why we are friends. You have shown me that you have a high caliber of character repeatedly, regardless of the situation that you've been in.
So if you got to balance it out, your friend circle.
She has shown you that she has a high caliber of running away from what she needs to address. This lady has a horrible character. She has a horrible character. Imagine if a man was over here on social media and he had a wife and then he had 3 male lovers. Nobody will be clapping for this. If a black man over here had a wife and a daughter and then he had 3 male lovers and he was sitting here telling other men how to be men, nobody will stand for that. But like Kevin said, these girls are living off like the triple minority. They're black, they're a woman, and then because they're also lesbians, right? So people, I guess, put up with this type of stuff. But I'm like, if it was reversed, and it was a man with a wife and 3 male lovers, what in the world? Nobody would be putting up with this. Like, this is sick. How do you have a wife and you sleep with men and you have 3 boyfriends? Make it make sense. This is weird.
Like, you need to have just as many people breathing into you like that. Like, if you don't have people breathing into you like that, then you got to check who in your circle. That's why I'm like, no mess can get close to me, because that's what I'm being fed. Like, people like her and people is like, that's the premise of sisterhood. Like, even what she created with Feminine Evolution, like, to see the sisterhood, like the people that's gonna come for you and got your back. Like, we don't play that around here. Like, you can't just come up in my circle and try to dictate and change the temperature in the atmosphere. No, we got soldiers in here that's gonna protect it.
Absolutely, because that's the truth. Can't nothing come out of you that ain't already.
You don't have soldiers, you have disciples. Even soldiers have brains. These people are disciples. You have turned these women into disciples. It is a cult, and they are your disciples. That's why they don't question anything you do. They just go along and they'll fight, they'll scream. Whatever you tell them to do, they will do it without thinking, because these women are disciples. They're not soldiers. Okay, at least soldiers, they fight for something honorable, freedom, justice, equality, the government. Like, you know what I mean? They fight for human rights. You, okay, the people who follow you, okay, they are your disciples. You've brainwashed them so well, they're not even thinking about what they're doing. That's crazy. Hold on.
In you. Now, watch how a person behave. Watch how they move, and they're going to show you who they are, right? Right? They're going to show you who they are. See, I remember in school when they say dress for success, never settle for less than your best, right? Ain't nothing, you don't ever.
You see, that's that T.I. stuff. That's that T.I. stuff, right? That's the way T.I. be talking. That's the way 19 Keys be talking. That's the way sometimes even Dr. Umar, I ain't gonna lie, okay? That fake woke stuff. Sometimes Dr. Umar, don't dress for success and don't dress for nothing less. Girl, shut up, okay? Shut up.
Cut excellence for nothing, right? It's always excellence. And to show high caliber, we move like that, right? We move like that. We stand tall, we look forward, we keep our head up, and we keep it moving. We push through any level of adversity. And we don't turn around. Remember, Sodom and Gomorrah told Lot, don't turn around or you're going to turn into a pillar of salt.
It was not Sodom and Gomorrah. Sodom and Gomorrah is a place. It was the angels that God sent that told the wife of Lot, if you turn and look back, you'll be turned into salt. You see, once, like I said, when you're not really read yourself, you just heard things on TV or social media, you just repeat things, right? You are completely repeating misinformation because you are a quack. You are a charlatan. You are truly a con artist, right? Sodom and Gomorrah is a place. The angels spoke to Lot's wife. It was the wife. They told the wife, do not turn and look back. If you look back, you will be turned into a pile of salt. Sodom and Gomorrah cannot talk because it's a place, right? My Lord. Unbelievable.
Don't worry about what's going on behind you. Keep looking ahead. Keep looking ahead. Let the burning town burn behind you. And if it's going to burn, cool, right? In terms of this platform, whoever left was supposed to leave. Whoever here is supposed to be here. Because I'm not turning around. I'm not turning around. We going forward.
And you know, like what BTaylor said about her, like being like she used to be part of the Nation of Islam and things like that. It makes sense because, you know, one of the issues that it makes sense that she would be okay with preying on women. And I say that because, you know, Elisha Muhammad, one of the reasons why Malcolm X left the Nation of Islam, because Elisha Muhammad was touching people. He was touching little girls. Okay? He was touching little girls. And Malcolm X brought up to his attention because it's true. If we call ourselves people of faith, if we say white people are evil, then we ourselves, we have a bigger calling. We cannot say, oh, here, white people are attacking black people. White people are being this and this and that and that. And here we prey on innocent, defenseless black girls. So Malcolm X spoke up. He told Elisha Muhammad, he told him he had to step down. That's where the real beef starts, right? He told him he had to step down because you cannot be in charge of the Nation of Islam and you are sexually assaulting people, right? And so what happened is the Nation of Islam, instead of saying, you know what, it is true, he can't be doing this, they chose to cover up because it's low-key, high-key was a cult. That's how you know when people are really there for God or they're just there for power and money. Right? Because if they were really there for God, they would have been like, you know what, Malcolm, you're right. He has to step down. But no, they told Malcolm he had to leave and they protected Elisha Muhammad. And he kept on going on touching these people. And that's why even when it came to his assassination, they knew he was going to be murdered and they agreed with it because they wanted him to die because he knew the secrets of Elisha Muhammad. So that was their way of protecting the brand, the Nation of Islam. Right. That's why sometimes too, like Minister Farrakhan, even though he does say some things that are very true, it makes it hard to really trust him or to really believe him because he himself, he still calls him, oh, the Honorable Elisha Muhammad. What's honorable about a man who's predator to little girls? What is honorable about a man who sleeps with children? There's nothing honorable about him. Right. So that's why him also, he's had a hard time being taken seriously by mainstream America. Because Elisha Muhammad was touching these girls. He was a predator. He was a predator. So I'm like, if you're a part of the Nation of Islam, I could see how predatory behavior will be okay with you. Because the person that they call honorable, he was quite honestly dishonorable. He was dishonorable. You know what I'm saying? But if you're a person, and it's the same thing, like even when you think about Bishop Eddie Long. Bishop Eddie Long too was touching people. Okay? Bishop Eddie Long was touching these boys and people at New Birth, okay, were protecting him. They knew he had an appetite for boys. They knew he would pretend to care about these boys. He would target single mothers who had sons. He would make it seem like he wanted to help their boys go to college, give them mentorship, have a man in their life. So a lot of these women, they trusted him. Because when you looked at Bishop Eddie Long, honestly, I could see him having a mistress, you know what I'm saying? But being into boys, like being into like a pedophile, like a homo, like, you know, like he didn't give that energy, right? And a lot of people in New Birth protected him. And because they protected him, instead of being true people of God and calling out evil, not only did children get hurt, but even him, he lost his ministry. He lost his way. And as a consequence, he had to take so much money from the church to pay out these settlement. That's why now Jamal Bryant is the pastor of New Birth. But New Birth is broke. Because I think like it was like $25 million they had to pay in settlement for what Bishop Eddie Long did. And not just that, Bishop Eddie Long, he got so skinny. I don't know if it was like HIV or AIDS. I don't know. But he got so sick. This man used to be so muscular. Like he used to be so big, like Debo. And next thing you know, he's like, it looks like he's on Ozempic. Ozempic, you know. Okay. And next thing you know, he's dead. Okay. Because there are consequences when we don't call out evil. When you love someone and you see them go the wrong way and you see them have an unhealthy appetite for ungodly things, you better call them out. Okay? He withered away and he died. And that's really what happened. So it's like a lot of people will talk a good game. They will preach, you know, it's like they know the Bible forward and backwards. It doesn't matter. Because what are you doing when nobody's watching? And when it came to Bishop Eddie Long, he was praying. He was sexually assaulting little boys. And because of that, he lost his name. He lost his church pretty much. He went broke. He withered away. I'm like, he went from being like super big to being like this small. He was unrecognizable. And that's why the Bible says it's not how you start, it's how you finish. What's the purpose of starting a great thing with a great reputation? And then before you know it, your reputation, your money, your business, everything is just gone because your actions were despicable. It's not how you start the race, it's how you finish the race, right? So it's like finish with grace. So it's like to see all these women here who are all Black women who are telling you, oh, be careful about the black man, the black man. Everybody watched that video and we heard that a child was being neglected and nobody's sitting here trying to address this stuff. This is weird. This is seriously weird.
Right? So always surround yourself with people that's on the same level as you, with the same mentality as you. Because when people ain't got what you got, they ain't got the sauce you got, they'll try to do everything to take it away from you. Jealousy is real. Envy is real. Hatred is real.
Typical Black narcissist. When you get called out, people are haters, people are envious, people are jealous of you. Girl, people are speaking facts. If they were not speaking facts, you would sit here and you would address every single claim one by one. Because we all know you watched the video and you heard what this young woman said, right? So if it's not like there's no jealousy and envy, if this is said, you sit here and you go through everything one by one by one by one, and you expose BTaylor for the liar that she is, right? But instead of exposing her for the liar that she is, according to you, you revert to just calling her an ant, right? When you insult people, it already lets me know you lost the fight, okay? Because why are you insulting her? If she really is a liar, just sit there and go one by one. Everything she said you did. You address every claim. You bring out the receipts and you prove how she's the one that's lying. And you really stand on business. That's how you get people to trust you. Not because you're using big words and the dress for the success and the lesson. Girl, we are not in rap class. We're not here for this. No, you're not rapping. I'm not Def Jam. I have no contract to give you, right? Please be serious. Like be very serious.
Because you know what I noticed is we're either expanding or contracting. And like you said, when you're being around people that's forcing you to contract, like for people who are like, oh my gosh, what am I in? Are you contracting? Like, do you feel like you have to dumb yourself down to be around someone? You're in the wrong space. Absolutely. Because you should always be in a place of expansion and growth. Mm-hmm. That is what you ultimately do. And that's what you're here to do, to grow and expand. So if you got somebody that's trying to make you contract, somebody who's trying to bring you down, somebody who's trying to be like, you're the person who needs to go. And if you ain't got the courage, that's where you go get your sister friend and you go get it. Hey, I need you to handle this one for me, because it is time to say enough. Like that, I'm going to own my power and no one else gets to determine who I get to be.
Absolutely.
Exactly. I wanted to say something about jealousy and envy, just for clarification. Right. Jealousy is actually something that I could appreciate in myself and in other people. Let me explain the difference between jealousy and envy, in my opinion. Okay. To me, jealousy is a self-awareness. Jealousy means, man, they have something that I don't have. Meaning that they have something that you long for, something that you desire. So when you start to feel pieces of jealousy in you, that means that you have to tap into a different part of yourself in order for you to expand and grow and become a better woman, right?
And I will disagree. To me, that is not jealousy. That's not what jealousy is. Jealousy has malice to it, right? One can practice a person can practice self-awareness without being jealous. You can say, oh, I like what she has going on. I like what she's doing for herself. I like her business. I like her strength. I like her confidence, right? That does not make you jealous. It makes you're appreciating something, right? Jealousy is when you appreciate what someone has and you intentionally decide to sabotage it, either through spreading lies, attacking the person's reputation. There's some type of malice that rises up because now you see what the person has and you want to find a way to take it away from them through manipulation, lies. I mean, you name it, right? But you have to, you can look at something like, wow, she has a beautiful house. That does not make you jealous. You know, that's not jealousy. Like, yeah, it's a beautiful house. You can look at a woman and be like, wow, she's very beautiful. That does not make you jealous. That's not what jealousy is. Jealousy has a wicked intent behind it. There is a spirit of, because she has this thing that I wish I had, now I'm going to go into destruction mode. So like, now you're jealous, right? But we can appreciate what somebody else has had. And that does not make us jealous off the top. Like, no, I don't agree with that part. Oh, she sure will. She sure will.
Envy, however, that's something different. Envy is toxic and dirty and nasty. And envy has you trying to destroy people. So envy is not, I see what they have and I want it. Envy is, if I can't have it, then neither should they. Envy is disgusting. Jealousy is self-awareness. If you feel yourself being jealous, that is the universe telling you, baby, that's something that you won't, just go work for it. You can have it too.
Absolutely. What you think, Shantae?
I think it's Nico nailed that thing because I was really going to talk about, like, you have to be aware of the people that get into your circle that can be envious or jealous of you. You know, that's the thing. It's the reason why I let go of friends that were in my inner circle is because I realized they were not looking out for my best interests while I was looking out for theirs. You know what I mean? It was not reciprocal. So I think I love what Nico is doing, and she just continues to pour into women with her group and offline and, you know, anytime, because what we have to do is start to be enough with the toxic relationships and be ready to come together in a healthy way. We have to learn, because we've been hurt so many times, not just from our families, but also from our relationships with other women, whether that's from our sisters, our aunts, or just girlfriends or whatever. We take, just like you go into a relationship with a man, you go into a relationship with different women and you think that you seeing the same thing, but it may not be the same thing. And you projecting that same relationship onto somebody. So that's the thing, is that sometimes you have to forgive somebody, give them grace for the hurt that they've had in the past, but you have to come to a healthier place to be able to grow together in a healthy way.
Absolutely.
But what about when it's family?
And I feel like all these ladies right here, these are a bunch of broken souls. They are very broken. They are very hurt. They are very damaged, right? And they have a lot of healing to do. And I always feel like it's the people who need the most healing who want to coach other people. Maybe I'm crazy. I always feel like it's the people who still need the most healing, who need the most hugs, who need the most love, who are constantly trying to be the coaches, the empowerment coaches, have the conferences, have the seminars, right? It's like you need it more than the people that you're trying to sell this to. Because all this babble we're listening to is like, these women are so hurt. They are so hurt. She has this one right here, she got a whole marriage she needs to work on. Okay? This one, she's married, but she don't want to be with her husband. She's over here with her boobs all out in this weird line. This one, she experienced, according to her, a traumatic breakup. She was married. The husband was abusive. She has children. So she's raising boys all by herself. That has to be a lot. This one, she's 50, 50 years of life. What have you accomplished? You're out here peddling books and self-empowerment courses, right? Like, what? Make it make sense. These women are all hurt. They're all hurt. They're all broken. And I think, like, they find, I guess, I don't know, delusion in thinking that, oh, if I build myself an audience, it means that I am not hurt, I am not broken, I overcame. But it's like, you still need help. Like, you really do need help, you know? But it's always the most damaged people. I'm telling y'all, like, please notice, like, it's always the most damaged, the most hurt, the most insecure, the most lonely, okay, the most lost, who want to teach other people, empower other people, because the stuff they need, instead of focusing on how to go get it for themselves so they can truly enjoy their lives, they want to act like they know how to help others get it. No, you make no sense. You make no sense. First, you have to focus on yourself. Empower yourself. Be true to yourself. Face yourself in the mirror. Face who you truly are. Stop running the social media to sell an image of which you're not. That's why you're getting exposed. Because you haven't done the work. Because if you had done the work, this whole BTaylor situation, it wouldn't have happened. It wouldn't have happened, right? But when you are hurt and you're running away, that's Priscilla, you're running away from the work you have to do, you will keep repeating the cycle over and over and over because you are running away from doing the work that you have to do. Maybe part of the work you have to do is to formalize your divorce with your husband. Divorce the husband. Spend time by yourself and figure out who you want to be, where you want to go, what you like and what you don't like. Or maybe you make it work with the husband and you stay with the husband. I don't know. Right? But it's like it seems like you have a lot on your plate. And instead of taking care of your plate, you rather focus on what everybody else got on their plate. Well, I'm going to empower you. You don't have to empower anybody. Because when you die, you're going to be by yourself. And when you meet God, you're going to have to give an account of your life. Your life, right? You're not responsible for nobody else's life. You are responsible for your life. So you got to focus on your life. But how your house is not even clean. I'm not trying to be funny, like your house is not even clean. But you want to empower other people. How do you live in utter filth, but you want to empower other people? Make it make sense. Charity starts at home. Take care of your home first. When your home is taken care of and your home is secure, then you could go out there and try to help other people. But in the meantime, you have no business trying to empower anybody because you yourself are not empowered. Anyone who lives a lie is not empowered. You're not living your truth. You are so not living your truth. And that's why you don't want to sit up here and answer what was said about you, because you are running away from the truth. And therefore, you are also not empowered, because that's crazy.
What about when it's family, girl? It's the same thing for me. Listen.
Me too.
You got to
right. You know, I meant what I said. I said I keep, drama down. Like, I don't care who it is. My family, friends, anyone. Like, if we can't resolve stuff amicably, then you just have to go. My peace is my peace.
Absolutely.
And I don't want to be with it. I don't even acknowledge, like, do you know how much you got to do for me to even acknowledge anything that you're doing? Like, I might have a little bit of, fun, add a little razzle dazzle to my comment section on Facebook or something like that. But outside of that, you're not going to get no airplay, offline unless you're real important. I'd rather talk about some money. Are we getting to some money? Are we getting to a bag? Like, I don't, the little childish shit, like, you know what I mean? Like honestly, Priscilla, the women in your comment section that's coming here, I will let them say what they got to say. They got to get it off their chest, right? This is the only time they're going to ever have an opportunity of sitting in the presence of a queen, of a boss. This is the only time they're going to ever have an opportunity to be able to speak their mind in front of somebody who they think is worthy to hear it, because otherwise they wouldn't have showed up. They would have had this conversation with some friends of theirs that they thought was about something. So
now Nico is saying that pretty much she's giving people a chance in a lifetime because she's a queen. She's a boss. Okay. And this is like the only time that you'll ever get to meet someone of her caliber. But then she talks about sisterhood. Because when you say you're a queen, you're a boss, and these girls outside of this, they would never have a chance to talk to someone like you. So you're up here and they're down here. You're a queen and these people are peasants. But then you're going to turn around and ask these peasants for $250 to come to your seminar, to your webinar. Make it make sense. How can you talk about sisterhood and you try to make it seem like you're up here and these people are down here? Make it make sense. Right? And what family can you say, oh, this sister is here and this sister is down here? That makes no sense. That's why I say they use these words. They use these words, but they don't mean what they say. Because there's no way you can say, oh, I love these women. I'm here to empower these women. But then you turn around and say, well, I'm a queen. I'm a boss. I'm a this. Okay, it's a once in a lifetime opportunity. Like, she's giving you an opportunity. Okay, like, girl, you probably didn't know this before you joined the live, but you are a peasant. And how can anybody be in a community, in a covenant with people who see you like that? Like, you have nothing besides you give them your money, you give them super chats, you send them gifts and flowers on TikTok, you pay for these stupid ass seminars by a bunch of ill-equipped, okay, untrained, unqualified, uncertified. They're not psychologists, they're not psychiatrists, they're not counselors. They have no education. They have no certificate. There's no governing body that watches over them to make sure that you are protected, right? But somehow you're the peasant and she's the queen. And then they call this sisterhood. But if a black man had the misogynist content out here and he was saying, oh, a black woman belongs to me, a black woman is my property, you would lose your mind. Why do you allow women to get away with this type of behavior? Why do you allow other women to talk to you this way? Make it make sense. Who the F is she? Can she cure cancer? Right? Does she even what does she have? Who even knows her? Like, aside this little live right here, who in America even who knows who Nico is? Like, girl, who are you? Who are you? Okay, and this is the majority of girls who probably look up to Beyonce because Beyonce thinks she's up here, everybody's down here, right? That's why they love Beyonce. Okay, but I'm like, who are you? Who even knows you? Like, nobody even knows who you are. You are 50 and just as irrelevant. We don't know you. It's a very specific part of TikTok who probably knows who you are. Me, I've lived almost like 39 years. I don't know who you are. This is my first time hearing about you. Okay, you are a nobody. Can't even grow your own hair. You are sitting there wearing somebody else's hair from India who needed $5 to pay for a child's school fees, right? Okay, whole bunch of makeup, bunch of fake lashes. Don't nobody know who you are, lady with the dry follicles. We don't know you. We don't know you. Okay, the Black culture does not even know you. No, this girl Nico, we don't know you at all. You are completely irrelevant to the culture. I've never heard of your name besides today. So you are not a queen. You are a citizen. You are a commoner. Okay, you are an individual. A queen of what? A queen of where? What queen of what? You are the queen of delusion. Okay, you are deluded. Nobody knows you. You are completely irrelevant. Okay, if it was not for us being messy today and trying to know about Priscilla's business, nobody knows you. And you have spoken and spoken. Yeah, she had a bunch of dry follicles. Imagine sitting there with somebody else's hair on your head and talk about you a queen when your own follicles are not anointed. Go sit down somewhere, you dehydrated 50-year-old piranha. You make no sense. You dry bones. Okay, you're a bunch of dry bones. You have offered nothing of value today. Just rambling and using the same buzzword, queen, empowerment, wumpty wump wump. We don't know you. We do not care. I don't know who she is. I never heard of her. She's completely irrelevant. She said she's been in real estate. I've never heard of her in real estate. Real estate where? What properties have you sold? Where are your MLM listings? I want to see your listings. No one knows you, right? It's the most irrelevant people on the internet who think that people know their name. Nobody knows your name. Just because you listen to Beyonce and you play Carter Boy, the Carter, does not mean that you are known. Beyonce is known. You are not known. Just because your foundation is Fenty doesn't mean that you're known. Rihanna is known. I don't know you. Okay? I don't know you. Okay? We do not know you. Like a bunch of weirdos. These people are weird.
No, I will let them say exactly what they want to say, because what I do know is that when you show up to see me, you showed up to see me. And I'm okay with that. And say anything you want. You still pay homage to the queen, baby, because you get what I'm saying? Like, it's just wild to me. I'm never gonna stop. If you want to be a fool, I'm not gonna stop you from being a fool. You want to think I got exposed? I'm gonna stop you from, because you're gonna tell my story the way you want to tell my story anyway. Ain't no need of me to try to fix it for you.
Exactly.
Tell it the best way you. Exactly. You know, but I like I said, I appreciate Princella. Priscilla, like I don't be around anybody. You know, I love Priscilla. I love her daughter. She's such an adorable child. And, you know, I have a great relationship with that little girl. You know what I mean? And let me just say this, Priscilla. I know you probably won't want me to say this, but I'm just going to say it, and my apologies in advance. But this is what I want to say. Priscilla and I went to Dallas not that long ago, you guys, for her to be on the Real Life Street Stars podcast. So I rode with her. I just moved to Houston about 6 weeks ago. And we stayed in a hotel. They upgraded us to a really beautiful suite. And Priscilla was laying, you know, next to her baby, and it was time for us to go to sleep. And I saw Priscilla do something super endearing, and I haven't said anything to her, so this will be her first time hearing it. When Priscilla grabbed her baby and hugged her, and they fell asleep in each other's arms, I thought that was adorable. That's something that I did with my sons when they were infants. And that's only something that a mother who truly loves and adores her child does. You guys can say what you heard. I'm telling you what I saw. And I'm going to tell you like this. Couldn't none of y'all fuck with me or shake me. Like, I say what I want to say. I can't nobody get me to say nothing, talk me into nothing. I'm telling you what I saw, and I'm telling you what's real. And anybody on here who know Nico know that I only speak what's real. But
no, you don't. You speak what sells. You only speak what sells. You speak what can get, like she said, a $500 course, $800 book club, right? You don't speak the truth. You speak what sells. Okay, you are really into the market. You market to Black women with low self-esteem. You market to vulnerable Black women who are currently sad. They are currently heartbroken, right? They're currently confused. They probably had a a really horrible, traumatic separation with the man, the father of their children, they are truly vulnerable. So you market to their loneliness. You market to their desperation. You market to the need that these Black women need a village, right? You are a predator. You are seriously a predator. So you don't speak the truth. You speak what sells. You speak what they want to hear. And then after that, they can sign up for your course, sign up for your mailing list, sign up for your text list, your whatever list, right? And then you will proceed to sell them a product. So that's not the truth, right? That's the con man in you. Like, we need to be serious. Like, what are we talking about? Like, girl, no.
It was really beautiful and it was really endearing to see that, because what I was experiencing and what I saw from my own perspective, everybody had their own. I saw a mother who really, really loved and adored her child.
I appreciate that, Nico. I appreciate that. I didn't even know you noticed that, but
I didn't notice that. I don't speak on everything. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't speak on everything. I didn't even tell you, but that was my observation. And I just wanted to give you your flowers as a mother, because I saw how you loved on your daughter and how appreciative she is of you.
Yeah. I think it's some real, I do think it's real wicked for somebody when we live in a system that where.
Wait, somebody said, well, I'm not telling you this. I'm telling Priscilla this, but you just decided to log on. So you accidentally heard it. I was just publicly acknowledging my friend for what I saw and what I seen. That's what I was doing. So if you wasn't logged on right now, you wouldn't even have been a participant in it. I was talking to Priscilla. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the thing is that I think it's real wicked to know that we have a system that traffics children, SAs children, and abuses children, that for somebody to want to take, because they're upset and angry and want to take action to take a child from a loving home and put them in a system of strangers where she could truly be abused, that has to be the absolute lowest that a person can go.
And here she goes again with the manipulation. When people call CPS on you, they don't just come and take the baby away. Okay? They've run an investigation. Now, if they've run the investigation and you are a great mother, the house is clean, the child is doing just well, none of that will happen. Once again, you're catering to fear, hysteria, and the fact that a lot of people probably don't know how it goes. Nobody can call CPS. CPS is going to show up and then go, oh, well, we're going to take the baby. There is a process. Now, if you fail the investigation, of course. And also, not every foster system, not every foster parent is bad. Sometimes it's even better for the child to be in a foster system than to be with an abusive mother. There are plenty of mothers who have murdered their children, and people should have intervened. So don't ever let anybody make you feel guilty about calling the police. That's another thing about the culture over here too, right? Oh, don't call police on Black people. No, I will call the police. Don't make me call the police on you. But if you have no regards for what you're doing, then I will call the police. And I will not be responsible emotionally, psychologically. I will have no guilt about it because I'm not obsessed with your skin color, right? I don't worship skin color. I don't worship gender. A criminal is a criminal. Now, if you happen to have the same complexion as me, do not think that I will grant you immunity. I am calling the police. Okay? We are in 2024. Everybody should know better when it comes to how to take care of children. We are in 2024. If you have children, the house should be somewhat clean. Your house does not have to be spotless, but it should be somewhat clean. Okay? Because you have children living there. You want to live like a nasty, filthy, pissy mess? We are calling CPS. That's it. Because some of y'all need to grow up and you need to be held accountable. So if talking to you doesn't work, if you don't want to do better on your own, then we have to involve the authorities, and so be it. But a lot of children do happen to find great foster homes, okay? And sometimes too, if they take the child into foster care, if you can prove that you are a better parent, they'll bring the child back to you, okay? But this is about your ego. You don't want people to call CPS on you because you have a brand. And if CPS shows up, it's going to be a report. There are going to be court filings. Your followers will be able to find those things, right? That's not going to make sense. How are you telling us about these men and women empowerment, but you're abusing your own child? You don't want to have a paper trace of how you are abusing your child. That's it. That's that. Because if you have nothing to hide, you said, bring it on. Let CPS come in the house. Because they're going to do what? They're not going to take a child from a healthy home, right? Another thing she said too was that you did not enroll the child. The child has not been enrolled in school and she's 6 years old. So that's also going to be checked by CPS. If BTaylor is lying, and my thing is like, even this, if you have nothing to hide and you're speaking the truth and BTaylor is wicked and she's a witch, let CPS come. Yes. Let CPS come. Let CPS look at her school record. And then once you have your receipts, you sue BTaylor for defamation. Right? Because if BTaylor is lying about everything, she deserves to be sued. She deserves to be sued. So I would want to go through the process just so I could come back with my paperwork and sue that girl for defamation. Right? This is America. Just because somebody says something about you doesn't make it true. But when you refuse to address it and you're gaslighting us, I'm looking at you sideways. Because we should all know it's not that easy to remove a child from a home. Okay? It's not. But if they come and the house is pure filth, the child is dirty, the child is not in school, then yes. And that's exactly what they should do. People always say, oh, the system failed the child. The system failed the child. And then when it's time to let the system get involved, oh, no, because we're Black, we don't call CPS. No, we will call CPS because Black children deserve better. Black children deserve better. And no one, you're not going to make anybody feel guilty because I'm a Black woman. Nobody cares. You knew you were a Black woman and you chose to be nasty. You knew you were a Black woman and you chose to sleep on a mattress with dirty stains with a baby. Okay? So if you want to be a Black woman and you don't want to call CPS, act like you got some sense. Otherwise, I'm calling the police. I'll call the police on people. I don't care.
It has to be the absolute lowest. What is in your heart to do something that way? And here's the thing. This is the thing, Nico, which bothers, if anything bothered me the most, the thing that bothered me the most is that this person claims that she was so afraid to call Child Protective Services on me. She was so afraid. But she left her 2 children in my care. Left her 2 kids along with mine. Now I got 3, not just Maya I'm supposed to be abusing. Not 1, but now I got her 2 kids while she is hanging out with her buddy drinking until she's pissy drunk. But you're so afraid, and I'm so abusive that you leave your 2-year-old son with me. And then we get here and we try to cause some things with me to put my child in harm's way, all because I moved on. I gotta say that. If anything, I gotta say that.
It's okay though. That's why you have.
You could have said it in the beginning. And my thing is, I do hope when it comes to the fathers of these boys, the fathers of BTaylor's children, BTaylor's sons, the fathers of the father of her child, right? I think these men also need to step in and seek custody, okay? Because these women are really unhinged. They care more about being lesbians. They care more about being lovers. They care more about being on these streams and, having a social media persona than actually being mothers. And I do hope that these fathers step in and get full custody. Okay? Take custody of your children. Because the kind of lifestyle these girls are into are very toxic. And children are being exposed to sexual activities, sexual acts, all kinds of foolishness. The kids are witnessing this. In her video, BTaylor said that the daughter doesn't have her own room. So because she sleeps with her mom. So when her mom needs to have sex with these women, she puts the baby outside to sleep on the couch because the other room is being used as a studio. So there's a child witnessing these types of sexual encounters and random women are coming in there and doing all kinds of weird stuff, right? You also have BTaylor. She was supposed to be married to the father of her child. The engagement falls apart. She becomes a lesbian. She's fully engrossed in Princella's life, Princella's orbit, right? Because I even said yesterday, I was watching her video, where were your sons? Where were your children when you're out here trimming and scissoring and munching with Princella? These children are being abandoned because these mothers want to have sex, want to fornicate, want to be famous on TikTok. So I'm like, these fathers also need to step in because right now, any of these fathers could take this footage, okay, and have grounds for custody. Take legal custody of your children. Okay, now we are in the age of gender equality. Whatever a man can do, a woman can do. Whatever a woman can do, a man can do, right? But I'm like, to me, I feel like this is very traumatic and it can scar these children to witness all the sexual deviancy. These women are sexual degenerates, and they have minor children, really, really young children, and they are more concerned with munching and trimming and watching female porn, being on social media, making video about every single content from the manosphere. They don't deserve custody. They don't care about their children. They care about their ego. They care about their empowerment conferences. No problem. So you, as a father, step in and take your son. Okay? Because if you have 2 boys with this lady and she's exposing your sons to this lifestyle, it is very traumatic. Next thing you know, your son is going to want to be like Saucy Santana. Okay? Protect your black boys. Remove your black sons from these toxic women. They're unhinged. They're just deviant. They are seriously deviant. And your sons are noticing this, right? Because if BTaylor BTaylor did not tell us yesterday that she left her children in the care of Princella. So, and that's one thing that Shiraza Ali said one time, that black women will let just anybody watch their children. And I'm like, the children could be getting assaulted. You never know what somebody can do to your child. It does not take long for someone to assault your child. It does not take long for somebody to molest your child. And once your child has been molested, there's no taking that back. And how that would frame the mindset, the sexual identity of your child, there's no going back. This is a very unhealthy environment. Why would you leave your children there? Because you are so desperate to be popular? You want her to make you TikTok famous? You leave your babies with Princella to go get drunk? And then you sit there and you make a 3-hour-long video and you never told us you got drunk. That's why I said yesterday, I'm just sitting here to tell my truth. No, you're not telling us your truth. You are telling us your perspective. And now here's Princella telling us that you've left your children in that dirty house to go get drunk. A lot of you are unfit. You are seriously unfit mothers. Like, you are really unfit. And the fact that the safety of your children mean nothing to you. You've only known Princella, okay? And so what's your point? I know, okay, and so what's your point? What is your point? What's your point? So that makes it okay? If you're going to be reductive, you're going to get out of here. Okay? Because I don't play about that. That makes no sense. Even white children deserve to be protected. All children should be protected. This is not a joke. Children get harmed every single day, every single minute. So if you're going to write silly things about the safety of children, I will have to block you. Okay? So have some sense about yourself. Govern yourself like you got some sense. Okay? Cool. My point is, you've only known someone for 6 months. It's 6 months. And then you say she was abusive to you. She was throwing chairs around you. She's breaking stuff. She's yelling at you. She has a temper, right? You describe Princella as somebody who's very unstable. How then do you turn around and leave your 2 boys with this woman? You've only known her for 6 months. Like, if you want to throw your life away, if you want to be turned out, if you don't care about your life, that's fine. That's your life. You are an adult. Ruin yourself if you want to. But someone like Princella, the way you describe Princella, and on top of that, you've only known her for 6 months. How can you leave your children in the care of a stranger? She is a stranger. Can you truly say that you know someone in 6 months? Especially when you see the house is a complete mess. Why would you leave your boys there? And yesterday you 2 or 3 days ago, you sat there for 3 hours saying all these things about Princella, but you never told us what you did. That's why I said you're not telling your truth. You're telling your perspective. And y'all got to do better, because this is very shameful behavior. You barely know each other. You meet random people on the internet. You have sex with random people on the internet, and you put your children in danger by having random strangers that you're having random sex with on the internet. You have these people watch after your kids. Y'all do not care about your children. You truly do not care about your children. You have a family. You have sisters. You have so many people who you have a family, especially BTaylor. BTaylor, you have a village. You told about your sister, all that kind of stuff, right? If you're going to go out, you can't have your sister watch your nephews because your family told her not to mess with this woman. And because you wanted to do whatever you wanted to do, right? So you're hiding and you're taking your sons over there when you could have easily called your sister and told your sister, hey, watch the nephews because I'm going to go out. But because you're living a double life, your family does not know who you truly are. That's why y'all always running to social media for sisterhood. You have family, you have mothers, you have grandmothers, you have cousins, you have aunties, you have everything in your life, in your family to create sisterhood in your family, but you never do. You're always on social media looking for random people to be your family because you're living a double life. You are living a lie. You're living a lie. And that's why bad things always happen to y'all. And then y'all got to run to social media to start making these exposing videos. Shameful behavior. But anything could have happened to your kids. Because if you see her treating her daughter badly, what makes you think your boys who did not come out of her vagina, she going to treat them better? Make it make sense. You failed your own kids. But the only reason why you got up there to make your life for 3 hours because she called you a pump and dump. Had she never called you a pump and dump, you never would have sat your butt to make a video. You even owe your boys an apology. You owe your children an apology. Okay, and I hope Yanni knows exactly what she's getting into. Because you are also just as shameful. You said all these things about Princella only to leave the most precious things you have. Your children are the most precious thing you have. You left your children in a filthy, unsafe environment to go party and to go get drunk. She ain't lying. She telling the truth too. Because y'all both trying to make her to look bad. And I hope Yanni knows what she get herself into. Because you, BTaylor, I don't trust you also. Bunch of weirdos. And I hope the fathers, they step in and they take custody of their kids. Y'all don't deserve to have custody of your children. If getting drunk and having sex with random people means that much to you, you don't deserve to have your children. You don't deserve them. Because I don't know how I can get drunk. I don't even know how I could go out and allow myself to get so drunk. My babies are somewhere. It don't take much for a child to die. It does not take much for somebody to abuse your child. Every day we come on social media, we see children being deleted. We see children being sexually assaulted. We see children go through so many horrible things. And they had no protection because mom was somewhere getting drunk. Being drunk means that much to you? And that's the same thing she did with Yanni. Talk about, oh, I used the lavender for my throat. I used the lemongrass for my back. I used the throat chakra. Okay? And what she said, oh, we went out to heal. We went out to party, and these men bought us drinks. She likes to drink. Always drinking. Always drinking. Be a damn mother. Sober the fuck up. Sober the fuck up. Even her sitting at Yanni's house. Where are the children? Where are your boys? Okay, you're not a single woman. And I think a lot of y'all, you resent having children. You resent your children. You truly resent the fact that you have kids. Yanni doesn't have kids. She can go out. She can get drunk. Why are you getting drunk? Oh, that's my healing. That's what my healing looks like. Girl, you got kids. Heal with the Bible. Heal on your knees. Pray it out to God. But you don't get to get drunk while you have small kids. That is not a priority for you. Get yourself together. Y'all want to be strong Black women until it's time to be a strong Black mother. Be a strong Black mother. Be there for your kids, but you cannot be outside. Your kids are somewhere with a random dirty person, and you have so much peace of mind that you're getting drunk. You could be so drunk, and they call you. Your child is dead. What you gonna say? What you gonna say? What you gonna say? Her house the apartment could go up in flames. What you gonna say? Oh, I was out there partying, getting drunk. Y'all want to be everyone. I want to be a strong Black woman. Be a strong Black mother. Okay, be a mother. And if you cannot take care of these kids, send them back to their daddy. Let the daddy raise the kids. And you can go be drunk, a thotty, or whatever. Turn out, whatever you want. Go throw your life away. Y'all want to be 3 or 4 so badly. Go throw your life away. But by God's grace, do not damage these children. Throw your life away. Eat as much vagina as you want. Trim as much as you want. But make sure these kids are safe. You don't want the kids? Give the kids to their dad. And then go live your filth. We don't care. But Yanni, I hope you know what you're getting yourself into. I hope you know what you're getting yourself into. Because all of them right here, all of these people, they're crazy. They are seriously crazy.
Ladies, listen, that's why you have a sisterhood, right? Because let's just say this. None of us are infallible.
My point.
Right? So for those of you who don't know, infallible means that none of us are perfect.
Exactly. She said the way P talks about men, boys, and boy mom, I would leave my son there. And when BTaylor did her video, she said the same thing, that Princella was trying to get her to like harm her boys or do something weird to her boys, right? So you say this in a video, and then but you leave the sons there. I told y'all, oh, I'm telling my truth. You're not telling no damn truth. If you were telling the truth, you would say also what you did. The only reason why BTaylor stood up there and made that video, because the girl called her a pump and dump, and she took offense to that because she felt as though she meant more to Princella, because Princella told her she talked to a psychic, and the psychic said it wasn't a once-in-a-lifetime connection. It was real love. It was womp, and she ate that shit up. She ate that stuff up because she wants people to worship her. She wants somebody to, oh, you a queen, you a queen. Okay, you a queen, you a queen. Go sit down somewhere. How can somebody tell you, oh, a psychic told me, and you eat that stuff up, goofy stuff, right? Now she's sitting there with Yanni playing with blue candles, okay? Lavender for the throat chakra, lemongrass to purge the soul, bunch of hocus pocus bullshit, okay? Hocus pocus fuckery. Instead of being grounded on what truly matters, use your damn sense. It ain't gonna hurt you. Use your damn head. You know that part in Power where Ghost walks up to Tasha and he pokes her head like this? Like, use your damn head. Fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Weirdo shit. So like, Yanni, I hope you and your blue candles and your lemongrass and your lavender for the throat chakra, Yanni, I hope you know what you're getting yourself into. Because this BTaylor girl, there's a lot of stuff she's not telling you. And there's a reason why BTaylor is coming to you and she's not going to her family. Because she plays a double game. She has a double life. She has a double life. There's stuff even her family doesn't know, but her family needs to know. So instead of having her family know, okay, she'd rather use another person to put in her circus. Yanni, you better get out that damn circus, girl, because it ain't going to end well. It's not going to end well. Bunch of foolishness.
None of us. All of us will fall short in our sisterhood. All of us will fall short in business, in life. Our character is going to be questioned sometimes, and sometimes it just might be right. Because I'm gonna tell you something. I didn't cut some people out. I didn't did some things I ain't proud of. Actually, I was, but I'm just saying. But all I'm saying is just
no. She got offended, B. The reason why she got offended, B, because pump and dump means that Princella got to use a strap on her. Okay, so that's the thing. Pump and dump is like, oh, I just, like you were just like a CUM bucket, right? Because that's why she said, oh, no tools were used, no plastic was used, because when you say pump and dump, people might think that Princella was wearing a strap and then Princella was using a strap on her. So she said, no, like you didn't put plastic in me, right? Because when you listen to BTaylor, because she's like, P is sending her songs and she's saving everything, whatever. P told her that because she's like, P talks to a psychic every day. She spends $200 on a psychic every day. So she spoke to the psychic, and the psychic told her that, yes, BTaylor is the one for you. She's the real one. I can see it in the stars. I can see it in the card, the arcana, the top arcana, the hermit, whatever, right? So BTaylor ate that up. It made her feel special. So she really felt like what her and P had was a real connection. They were soul sister. What's it called? Like P was her person. Like she ate that bullshit up. Because when you're sitting here and you always want to be called Black Queen, the queen, you have ego problem. You are a narcissist. So you constantly need people to feed you compliments. So she felt really special. Oh, you mean a psychic said that you and I are a match made in heaven? Right? She ate that shit up. Right? It's the same bullshit these guys be telling these girls out here to sleep with them. I want to introduce you to my mom. You remind me of my mother. Girl, because of you, this is the first time I went to church today. But that bullshit, right? So when you are really weak and you are constantly in need of validation, this type of bullshit is going to work on you, right? And she still hasn't learned. So when she started with Princella, it was this hocus pocus psychic shit. The arcana, the major arcana, the hermit, some of those cards they have in the tarot, okay? Believe in that shit. Now she's friends with Yanni. They're burning blue candles, right? They're doing purges with lemongrass. Yanni is giving her lavender for her throat chakra. I'm like, what the fuck? Okay, so it's like they like witchcraft. They like these weird things. They're like to do these weird, bizarre things, right? And so the more you do that fake ass, pseudo ass religious stuff, right? It turns her on. She likes pseudo religion. She's into that kind of stuff. Pseudo religion. These things they make no sense. So now her and Yanni are out here doing blue candles. Take your shoes off, walk into the grass, talk to Mother Nature, use lemongrass to purge your soul. Use eucalyptus to grow your follicles. Bunch of hocus pocus. That's it, right? She don't want to learn because she wants to feel so special that it has some like religious aspect to it. When in reality, it is all a damn sham. It is a freaking joke. It is a joke. This is pure madness. You are weird. You are bizarre. You need help. You need God. And no lemongrass gonna purge your soul. The truth will purge your soul. And the truth also comes with, you got to be honest with your family about who you truly are and what you are truly doing, right? The truth also comes from apologizing to your sons. And honestly, if you cannot take care of these kids, let them go to their dad. Okay? That's it. Be honest with yourself. She said she was celibate. BTaylor said she was celibate for a whole year. And all it took was Princella massaging her feet, Princella feeding her all kinds of oysters, and Princella playing female corn in front of her. She was ready. In less than 2 weeks, this girl made her a lesbian. In less than 2 weeks. So, like, off the bat, you are seeing how fragile she is. Okay, it's like you truly need patriarchy. Because how can if you've been heterosexual all your life, you claim that you were celibate for a whole year, but in 2 weeks, somebody made you eat vagina? That is concerning. That is so concerning. Okay? That is troubling. But then again, she's always involved in pseudo-spirituality. When she met Princella, pseudo-spirituality. The psychic, the arcana, the hermit card, the major arcana, bunch of crap. Now she meets Yanni, another form of pseudo-spiritual. This is all pseudo-religion. This is all pseudo-spirituality. They're out here doing sage, the eucalyptus, the lemongrass, the lavender. Like, girl, please. Okay, yeah, that she used lemongrass to purge her soul. I'm like, you purge what soul? Your clitoris is still itching. If Princella says she wants to eat your vagina, you'll go. So you are not purged. I watched the video. It was 3 hours of her babbling. So obviously the purge with the lemongrass did not work. Okay, and no lemongrass finna purge nothing out here. You can drink it to soothe your, like to calm you down, like it's good for tea, whatever. Okay, but there's no lemongrass that's finna purge your soul. Okay, it takes time and it takes telling the truth. Like, you got to tell the truth, but purge my soul with the lemongrass. Like, what the heck is going on here? What kind of weird stuff is that? But they are obsessed with like pseudo religion, pseudo esoteric activities, because they want to feel like they have the special power, the special connection with the universe and the divine feminine and the grand rising. No, stop being a fucking fool. Just start there. You don't need religion when you stop being a fucking fool. Stop being a fucking fool and start being fucking practical. Life is really easy. Okay? Be fucking practical. Be practical, be logical, right? And be reasonable. Stop being so damn insecure all the time. Fuck the lemongrass and fuck the lavender. Okay? The fuck is this bullshit? You have all this lavender and you're still stupid. What to tell you? It don't work. These are essential oils. That's it. That's that. Nothing more. Okay? Like, what the freak? I mean, what the freak is wrong with these weirdos? I was listening to this stuff. Yeah, I'm like, this is weird. This is more weird.
100 paces. You're going to live your life. And in your life, at 51 years old, at 21 years old, at 31, 41, and 61, you're going to make mistakes in life. And when you make those mistakes, it is not the fact that you have made them. It is how you mitigate that time. Mm-hmm. How do you manage what's happening? And that's what, when we're doing this conference, we want to.
And the problem is, Evette, right? When you play with this type of stuff, the psychic stuff, y'all saw you saw the black girl who was doing the psychic stuff on TikTok. And she was telling people the eclipse was like the apocalypse. You see how she killed her baby daddy and she killed her children, got in the car, threw the men out. She threw the kids out. Playing with these types of stuff and playing with these energy, my ancestor, you don't listen, we all have ancestors, right? But not all ancestors are good. And when you start channeling the dead, you don't really know who you're channeling. right? Because it's like, you kind of think about it. Why haven't you crossed over? Right? Like, let's say you play with your aunt. Oh, my ancestors, right? Like, technically, if somebody has passed and they had a good soul, they should have crossed over. If you are still able as a human to talk to those who are departed, it means they haven't crossed over. Why haven't you crossed over? Why are you still able to talk to me? So it's like, not all ancestors are good. And dead spirits who are still roaming with us, many of them have really bad karma. So you, like, when you channel stuff, you gotta be very careful because they can drive you crazy, right? Talking to psychics all day, like being consumed with things that are way beyond your comprehension, opening doors you have no business opening, right? Trying to play these witches, you have no idea. So the girl, she went out there and she threw the men out the car. She became hyper hysterical. She had a severe case of psychosis because you are playing with energies that you don't understand. And a lot of times too, people force themselves onto these things. Sometimes you have to let the spirits call you. But people want to feel so dangerous and so like intrepid, they go and open doors that they were never asked to open. You know, I do believe that spiritual doors exist, but I do believe that you have to be chosen. A lot of people appoint themselves to go mess with these spirits, and these spirits never called for you. And when you provoke these spirits, they get violent. Even angels can be violent. Like in the book of Genesis, when Jacob fought an angel, he beat his ass. He beat him in his hip, and so Jacob started limping. Be very careful. Even angels don't want to be messed with, because everybody wants you to respect their boundaries. Even in the spiritual world, you have to respect boundaries. What makes you think this ancestor wants you to call on him? Okay? He got his own problems. He's trying to figure out how to cross over. Okay? All right? And you just calling on him for divination. He gonna whoop your behind. So the girl, she got into a very hysterical state. She threw the baby daddy out the car. She threw her 3 children out the car. There was a 2-year-old who died. Messing around with this weird stuff, right? And that's exactly what BTaylor loves to do. She'll talk about God. She's out here just messing with all kinds of weird stuff. So stop being a weirdo. Stop being a weirdo, right? My thing is, she was so open. She was so quick with it. Her and Princella had a weird spiritual bond. They had a weird spiritual bond. And now she don't know how to get that girl out of her head. That's why I say there are doors you don't open. When Princella starts to show you porn, you should have said to Princella, I don't engage with this kind of content. Curiosity will kill the cat. It is so real. In this case, it's literal because they killed your clitoris. Your actual kitty cat was completely munched on. So your curiosity definitely ate your cat. Okay? Stop messing with things you don't understand. If you are heterosexual, stay your ass over here. Don't let a bad breakup turn you into a lesbian, because you have no idea what you're doing. And when it comes to Princella, I do feel like Princella gets a kick out of turning straight girls into lesbians. Like, she gets a kick out of that. That is what she does. If you are a straight girl and you are typically into men, okay, she will bring curiosity and she will kill your cat. Meow. Okay, so you gotta be very careful because that's her thing. And once she has turned you into a lesbian, she loses interest because it's the hunt for her, because she's very masculine, right? She's very masculine. She likes to hunt you down. So when she knows that you are straight, you are into men, that's what you usually do. You become a challenge for her. So what she uses, like, oh, she gonna feed you oysters, and then she gonna draw into like her weird ass psycho babble, spiritual babble, and the psychic babble to finesse you. And once she kills your kitty cat, then she moves on to a new kitty cat. Meow. Okay? So BTaylor, her problem is she really thought she was special. She really thought she was special. Come to find out, you were just another challenge for her. And she fucking played you. She played you for the fiddle in the middle with her finger. Okay? And she munched on your little vagina. I hope she was not aggressive on your clitoris, because damn, girl. Okay? Your poor little clitoris. All right? But she played you. She played you. And instead of sitting there and taking your L, you want to sit out here and bother people because she called you a pump and dump. She might not have used tools on you, but she ate you out and she sent you back to the streets with your 2 kids. She did. She played your ass, right? And now she's sitting here acting like little Boosie, smoking all kinds of cigars. You got played. You got played. You thought you were smart. This girl, she's smarter. Okay, you thought you knew how to play people. She plays harder. So she got you. And it happens. Take your L and move on. That's it. That's that. I'm like, you are crazy. You are really crazy. Like, I'm like, these people are insane. You are really insane.
Teach women how to have better emotional intelligence and integrity. Mm-hmm. Because when you have those things, when you do run up against things, it is not that difficult for when you fall down to get back up.
Absolutely.
And absolutely doing good.
Thank you. That's exactly what I was going to say. I was like, your character speaks for itself. Yeah. Like, people can say whatever they want to say. And that's why I was like, no weapon formed against me shall prosper. Yeah. Like, that's all they doing is trying to form weapons.
That's it.
They just trying to form, like, they trying. People put together paper airplane. What is it going to do?
Right.
And it's just like, because my character and who I am speaks for itself. It don't matter what you say.
Absolutely.
Because I got a long-standing integrity with my word meaning X, and I do X. So if you don't see that, it's only but so many seconds you're gonna look into my life and try to put stuff on me. You see it ain't gonna stick. It's gonna fall off like Teflon.
Mm-hmm. When you're divinely protected, when God is really on your side, let the chips fall where they may. And when it's all done and come out in the wash, we're gonna see what was what, right? And that's the reason why. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, where do you see yourself in the next 10 years? Like who is the queen maker? Because this is your journey, right? Mm-hmm. This is your journey. Who is the queen maker 10 years from now? Who's the queen maker 10 years from now?
Oh, well, 10 years from now, I will be recognized as one of the leading figures in creating a new curriculum for young girls to master these universal principles and hermetic or esoteric concepts.
You see this? That's what they do. She gonna create a curriculum. I'm like, what qualification do you have to create curriculum? Like even in schools, people who are responsible for the learning manuals of children, they have PhDs. They are professors, doctors in philosophy, right? You're going to create a curriculum based on what experience? You used to sell cars. You were a moderator for Tommy Sotomayor. Okay? Like, girl, what? You wrote a book with ChatGPT and you sold that book for $30. You are not qualified to write no curriculum. Then she talks about for these women to deal with the esoteric what? So you see, once again, introducing these women who are hurt, who are vulnerable, who are spiritually ignorant to weird, like not weird, but to very different and sometimes dangerous spiritual practices while turning them into lesbians. This is how they give themselves this false sense of legitimacy. You know what I'm saying? Esotericism, you guys, it is real. That's some real magic stuff. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it is not for the faint of heart. And you don't just go meddle with those things because you are bored, because you're sad, or because you want, like, this is some real stuff. It is it's above you. Why not just start at like the baby level stuff? Like, let me just be a good person. Let me just be a good person. It's that simple, right? But she has no qualifications to write a curriculum on nothing. And I'm like, I don't know if it's Instagram or social media that has done this, but now people are leaving professionals to go be with these quacks because they like their personality. There is a girl on TikTok who became a dentist. She never went to dental school. Okay. She's out here ruining people's mouths. She's putting veneers on people. She's shaving down their teeth like they're from Papua New Guinea. Okay. Like these sticks, like the pygmy people. Okay. I'm like, how you have all these qualified dentists in your city, people who have the education, they have the license, they have the malpractice insurance. You don't go to these people. You want to go to someone you met on TikTok and you open your mouth wide open and you let this woman do all kind of weird stuff to your teeth. It's all over TikTok. She's the TikTok dentist. She has damaged so many people. There is another lady like near Mexico, Arizona somewhere. She was doing these facials, like some kind of vampire facials. You guys, she gave people HIV. She gave people HIV. She gave over 100 people HIV and AIDS. And she's only going to get 3 years in prison. But I'm like, these people are going to have AIDS. They have AIDS, right? I don't know what it is about social media that makes people so attracted to unqualified people. Okay? They have no education. They have no certification. There is no governing body that rules over these people. Please be careful. Please be careful. It is your life. It is, you only have one life to live. All it takes is somebody making an evil introduction. And now you have weird spirits working with you. You have weird yokes. You have weird spiritual bondage. You are walking around with demons because you allowed your curiosity to let you, oh, I'm going to put this woman as my spiritual leader. And now she introduces demonic things into your life. Now you're getting fired from your job. You're losing on relationships. Nobody wants to be around you because she has turned your spiritual aura upside down. Be very careful. Be very, very careful. Because they're like, the spiritual world is real. There's a good side and there's a dark side. Be very careful. But you don't want to go and tie covenants with spirits you know nothing about because you're so hurt by a man. It's never that deep, okay? One man hurt you, another man can make it up. It is not enough of a reason to go forge covenants with spirits and entities you truly know nothing about because you want to trust Priscilla, the queen maker, okay? No. Pure madness.
I will be known as a diligent teacher. I'll probably have my honorary doctorate in the work that I do. Yes, but I'll be an international phenomenon, and I'll be working with heads of states and everything going, so the sky is the limit. The sky is the
How exactly are you going to work with heads of states? What president can you help? Girl, what are you even talking about? Can you help anybody fix the economy? Do you know how to create jobs? Why would a head of state call you? You make no sense. Then she's like, oh, I have a PhD in what exactly are you doing? There's no major in any college that majors in scamming people. You are a scammer, okay? What school you going to go to when you going to get a PhD in scamming, right? She makes no sense. Like, she really makes you, you absolutely make no sense. So here's the story, right? Vampire facials linked to multiple HIV cases, okay? So these women were out here, once again, trusting random people to give them facials, and the girl gave them HIV. And all she's going to get is 3 years in prison. She gave over 100 people HIV, right? Then you have the okay. Somebody's on TikTok giving people fake dental advice, doing all kinds of weird stuff. It's all over TikTok. I'm like, this is just pure madness.
The limit. And right now, this is a period of transformation. In tarot, there is a card called the death card. And when you see death, a lot of people think that that's bad, but death actually means new beginnings and moving to a new level. And so in order to build anew, you have to tear down. And this is the tearing down period. There's a transformation. Everything will be rebuilt anew at a higher level. And that's where we're going. We move into a realm of spirituality. We're moving to a realm of esoteric and occult wisdom. And everybody can't go. Everybody can't go. We got to leave.
And she told them it's going to be a cult. It's cult wisdom. It's esoteric. It's whatever. And they're in there being impressed by that. She said, oh, it's okay to talk about death, but the death card. You see this? Something dark is about to happen to you. And at least she's being honest about it. It is some dark stuff. She ushers in dark energy. That's what she does. And these women think it's so deep. Ashe, 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 ashe. Girl, she about to ashe your ashes. F around with this girl. She's crazy.
The bottom feeders where they want to be. If they like Peter Wacker, let them stay there, right? But I'm gonna tell you, Nico, I ain't told you this yet. But let me tell you something. It's some baby girl. I got some haters out here that I ain't seen in motherfucking months. I don't know where the hell they been, but they ain't been saying nothing about me. And now everybody got their eyes. Everybody got their eyes on. You want to know what you want to know what picture pop in my mind when I think about this? I want y'all to imagine sitting at a restaurant or at the house, somebody's house, and you eating and a piece of breadcrumb fall on the ground. And next thing you know, you see a roach come from behind the refrigerator or but under the couch to come get a piece of crumb. That's what I see the haters as. They ass been gone and disappeared for all that time, and now they think they got a breadcrumb, and everybody coming out of the dark spaces and wet spaces to come get some crumb to eat because they think they got something. Well, that's what it be when you're dealing with bottom feeders, right? We don't deal with bottom feeders. We move high, right? And we take all things in stride. And we do it with pride, we do it with dignity, we do it with honor, and we do it high class.
And look at how bold. I swear, people who are kind of, when you are a con woman, you are really bold. This woman lives in a dirty house with roaches. She lives with roaches, but she gonna call other people bottom feeders. She lives with roaches. You sleep with roaches. Okay, you got more roaches in your house. This is probably the only corner, like wherever she's in the video, that's probably the only safe and healthy and clean corner in her house. Okay, everything else is an infested roach mess. Imagine someone, the queen of Roachland. Okay, you have roaches. They walk all over you while you sleep. Okay, they crawl on you while you sleep, and you gonna call other people bottom feeders? This woman sleeps on a mattress that's on the floor. She sleeps on a mattress with pee and poo-poo stains and all kinds of stains on it. But she wants to call other people bottom feeders while she sleeps in bottom feed. I'm like, I swear, to scam people, you got to have some type of nerve. Like, you really have to have some type of boldness. Like, I wish I was this bold. Okay? I wish I was this bold. Because how you get up from a bed that smells like pee, you get up from something that smells like pee, then you have the audacity to call somebody a bottom feeder. A bottom feeder. You eat vagina, sis. Like, let's be so for real. You eat all kinds of vagina. You probably eat vagina while these women are still bleeding. Okay? If anybody's a bottom feeder, it is you. Okay? Because I don't like from the yeast infection to the period to the leak. You know how like there's like a special type of leak that comes after your period? Girl, your face be all up in there. Okay? And the thing is, you tend to go with women that have had children. So sometimes those vaginas can be a little bit stretched. Sometimes when you've had a lot of babies, the vagina can be a bit depressed. Okay. You shove your face all up in there. Okay. So you don't have, there's all kinds of weird things. That's why I don't know how people can do that kind of stuff. I have a vagina, but I sure would not shove my face in somebody else's vagina. I ain't doing it. But it's like, girl, what would you call yourself? What would you call yourself? Okay. You have 3 different girlfriends and you are all up in their vaginas. 3 different people. You shove your face in that kind of stuff. What does that make you? Like, how can you call anybody a bottom feeder? That's where you live. That's where you feed. That's where you reside. You are the bottom feeder. So I'm like, make it make sense. Like, you make no sense. Like, she is weird. She lives with roaches. Who is she calling about? I'm like, this is probably the safest, cleanest place in her house, right? Like the girl said, do a house tour. BTaylor said, do a house tour. Show us how you live and show us where you live, right? I bet you can't. Well, girl, I'm being serious. But you don't get to insult other people while you're still living in filth your damn self. You are a filthy person. She barely knew BTaylor and she was already all up in there. You barely know this girl. How do you know that she has proper hygiene? Don't even know. You barely knew this girl. You fed her oysters and then bloop, you just went to town. And you want to call somebody a bottom feeder? Like, you cannot be serious. Like, you really can't be serious. You are insane.
That's what it's about.
Like, okay.
I love it. I absolutely love it.
Of course you do. It's vagina.
Right. Because we're here to teach women and to grow women, because this is a good conversation.
We're here to,
and I know we don't want to be specific, and that's perfectly fine. But what I love is that you have 4 different women on here, 4 different age categories.
You have 4 different cult leaders on here. So here's the main cult leader, and then here is her clergy. This is her pastor, her deaconess, and this one, I guess she got the women's ministry. Okay. All right. You are running a cult. Go somewhere. Weird.
And 4 different age categories, because Jess and Shantae, I think they're close in age. But I'm in my 50s, you're in your 30s. And I just love the range that we have here in the conversation. You know, I'm not used to YouTube because I do engage more with my audience on Facebook. So, you know, it's a little bit different. But what I would say is that if people really are here to grow and to learn, if they want to learn about real estate, if they really want to change their lives rather than be embedded in drama, I can really help them do that. Jessica can really help them do that. Shantae has such a good, strong spirit. She can help them do that. You've already been helping them do that in one category. But
if you're a Black woman, if you're a woman, period, and you want to do real estate, right? You go to Google, you find a real estate school. You don't need these women. Okay. You find a proper real estate school. I think usually like to take a real estate class is like $350 or so, $350, $400, maybe $500 because of inflation. They are proper schools. So if you are really interested in real estate, you go to Google. I think Remax has classes. Weichert also has classes, right? You find yourself an established real estate school. You pay your tuition. They'll give you a book. They'll give you a curriculum, right? And you take your class. Once you're done taking your real estate class and you pass the class, then you go and you take your real estate license. Let's do things the right way. Let's do things the legitimate way, okay? Right? You don't need these people. These are just grifters, right? You want to do real estate? Go and sign up for accredited real estate school. You pay your proper tuition. You get your books. You get your curriculum. You get your schedule. You take your classes. Once you are done, you go and you apply to take the test so you can have your real estate license so that you can start selling real estate wherever you live. That's it. That's that. You don't need any of these people because it's a scam. Oh, she can help you do that. No. To sell real estate, you need to have a real estate license. This girl right here is not accredited with anybody's city or state or whatever to teach you, instruct you, and put you in a position that you can then go and take the test and have your license. So don't waste your time. They want you to pay their bills. They want to make money off of you. They want to use you to go buy these Mercedes, to go buy these Birkin bags, these Chanel bags, right? So they can give off the light, oh, look, I'm successful because look at the things around me. No. Do not get got. Okay? These women need to learn to go get themselves some real jobs instead of being on social media scamming people. Go get your real job, get your real career. Stop trying to prey on your own people. It's disturbing and it's disgusting.
Women are not just one-dimensional. We are a bunch of different things. And again, none of us are infallible. So as we go through this journey in life and we try to figure out who we are and what we want to be, 10 years ago, ain't no telling what I wanted to be. But I guarantee you, I wasn't living in Houston. So life has a way of, switching things around and changing things around for the better for you, growing you in ways that you never thought you were going to grow. But I appreciate you even having us on this platform. But, if the women, in the comment section, if they want to know more than your personal business, if they really want to know how to, start a real estate portfolio, if they really want to know how to get on TV, if they really want to know how to change their lives.
Okay. Once again, you want to start real estate, apply to real estate school, not these people. You want to get on TV? Actually have something going on for yourself. A lot of time, if you want to get on your local TV network, you can reach out to them yourself. The majority of local TV networks have a website. Okay. If you have a project going on or anything like that, you reach out to them. If it's interesting enough, they will tell you what segment they could put you on. You don't need these people. Okay. Don't need these people. A lot of times, too, if you want to be on TV, it helps if you work with a local charity. If you work with a local charity, usually you can go on TV to talk about your local charity, right? Even if you want to have a mayor, if you want to have the mayor come to your business, you simply have to go to City Hall. And you ask them, okay, how can I get the mayor to come to my office or come to my business? I'm opening a business and I would love for the mayor to come and cut the ribbon. You simply take your behind to City Hall. Once you go to City Hall, they will tell you what the process is. They will let you know how to get the mayor to come out. That's it. That's that, right? You can do things for yourself. You don't need no goofy ass, charging ass sisterhood with the cult and the esotericism and the dark magic, right? People today, everybody has a website. Learn to do your own research. Learn to be self-sufficient. Learn to find things out for yourself. Don't need to find these weirdos on TikTok and let them take your money. They're a bunch of panhandlers, okay? And they want you to feel like they know more than you. They do not know more than you. They do not know anything more than you. We are living in the age of information. Even if there are things that you don't know, if you decide, first you got to go search the answers for yourself. If you cannot find the answer, then you look for someone to help you. But the majority of the time, if you give it about a week or 30 days of steady research, you will find the answer to what you're looking for. You don't need to pay people, okay? You don't need to pay her to just talk about real estate when you can simply apply to real estate school and get to work, okay? You want to have the mayor come to your ribbon cutting thing, you just reach out to the mayor and they'll tell you who you can talk to. And they'll tell you when the mayor can do it. It's that simple. You want to be on your local TV station? Make sure you have an interesting story. You pitch the story to them. They will let you know when they can get you on air. That's it. That's that. Learn to be self-sufficient, right? Stop depending on people, because when people know that you need them for this and you need them for that, you are more likely to be preyed upon. You are more likely to be scammed. Okay? Be self-sufficient. And most importantly, believe in yourself. These women are not better than you. A suit does not make someone better than you. Having a blue check mark does not make anybody better than you. You are just as gifted. You are just as talented. But maybe what you need is more self-confidence. Believe in yourself. You know what I'm saying? It might not happen in 6 months or whatever. But if you are steady for 5 years, you will be able to do so many great things. Don't let anybody make you feel insecure. That, oh, I got to pay for this. But you don't have to pay for nothing. You are gifted. Believe in yourself. Do not be afraid to go out and knock on doors. Do not be afraid to send emails. Do not be afraid to call. You know, oh, I would like to know X, Y, and Z. You'll be surprised how many people are going to give you information for free. You don't need these people. They are no better than you. Not even, you probably even are cleaner than these people. Okay? So do not be impressed. Everything on social media is fugazi. Okay? Don't let anybody impress you. You probably have more education than these 4 women over here combined. But because you don't believe in yourself, right? You allow these people to deceive you. Oh, look, she's on social media. Oh, look, she has followers. You might even have more followers than her, but you don't believe in yourself, right? You don't believe that if you speak up, you will have an audience. So you stay quiet. And then these con artists are taking over, right? Everything starts with self-belief. The moment you believe you can, you will. I don't care how long it takes. Even if you start YouTube and your videos are ratchet, you know what I'm saying? But with time, though, they'll get better, right? If you start on TikTok, you might not get lots of views, but if you are consistent and you learn how to present yourself, every time you post a video, you'll get better and better and better, right? Everything comes with practice. But first and foremost, you have to believe in yourself. These people are not better than you. They can wear wigs and lashes. It means nothing. It means nothing. Believe in yourself. Believe in yourself, because these people want you to be codependent. Oh, you need me for real estate. You need me for empowerment. You need me. No, there are plenty of books on YouTube for empowerment. Even here on Amazon, on YouTube, there are plenty of podcasts where nobody's trying to sell you nothing. There are so many podcasts about discipline, self-control, your emotions, how to get through divorce, etc. There are so many serious people who have podcasts who will pour into you without trying to sell you a single thing. Okay? That's it. Like, come on. Like, let's be serious. Like, don't do that.
If they really want to know how to be dynamic women, then, you know, that's the type of question they should be paying you to ask in the comment section.
Absolutely. If they really want to save their lives, if they really want to choose the bear over the man, which I don't really think they do. And I'm at the place where I feel like they should. I think men and women, or males and females, I really think that they are match made in hell. And I think they're supposed to stay in hell. But the ones who don't want to stay in hell and you want to get out of hell and you want to navigate your way when you're dealing with men and protect yourself so you don't get knocked in the eye for saying no, maybe you can get the art of finesse, right?
Okay. So she's saying that men and women are a match made in hell. That's already what she thinks. Why we listen to her, right? So she wants to get you out of hell. But she told you earlier, she's going to introduce you to esotericism. She's going to introduce you to the death card. She's going to put you in a cult. So she's going to take you from one type of hell and put you in a different type of hell. Because out of her own mouth, she said esotericism, the death card, the cult, the whatever she was saying, like a bunch of stuff she was saying, right? So all she's going to do is take you from one type of hell, according to her, and just put you in a different type of hell. So ultimately, you will still be where? In hell. It's just that the hell has just different zip code. Okay, so there's a hell over here. There's a hell over here. She's going to take you from this zip code and put you into this zip code. When it's all said and done, you are still going to be where? You are going to be in hell. Okay, in hell. Because that's what she brings, right? And now she wants to sell you a book about the art of finessing. All of that is giving scammer type of language. Finessing. Like, what is this? But she talks about, oh, I want to have a PhD. What PhD has the word finessing in it? All of this is giving pseudo-intellectual, bunch of charlatan quack activities. Okay? This is not serious business. Finessing what? She wants to teach you how to be a manipulator because she's a manipulator. And most likely, this is the book that BTaylor was talking about, that she used ChatGPT. So this entire book, it really is a finesse because it's not even her words. This is a book that was written by ChatGPT and she's selling it for $30. Okay? So when someone sells you a book about finessing, you better understand that you're also getting finessed. That's the real finesse out here. Selling you a book about finesse, that's actually a finesse because she wrote none of the words. ChatGPT wrote the book for her. And now she's selling this book for $30. Make it make sense. Okay?
Spare his ego, save your life. All right. It's out, ready for that. It's up to you. You ain't obligated to buy it, but you also, you know, if you get popped in the eye, you just get popped in the eye. I'm not coming to save you. I got the rope out there. If you want to take the rope, then fine. If not, then buy.
Don't save her. She don't want to be saved.
And that's where I messed up. That's where I messed up, thinking I could save a motherfucker that didn't want to be saved. I learned today. Leave them where they at.
Please do.
Leave them.
They'll be safer. Leave them when they're at. They will be safer and they will continue to be heterosexual in peace. She's so right. Leave these women where they're at. They will continue to have money in their pockets. They will continue to have stupid books they don't need. They will continue to have their clitoris intact. Okay? Please do. Leave them where they're at. Leave these girls. Leave them alone. Because like you are like I think the most people don't entertain you, don't engage with you, the more likely they are to have peace.
Hey, when Princella told me about this book, it reminded me of a story when I was a little girl and I was telling her that my mother hadn't taught me a lot of things. She dealt with a lot of drug addiction and things like that. But one of the main things I remember her telling me is how to speak to a man when he speaks to you so you don't get knocked upside the head. And I was like, of all the things to teach me, why would my mother teach me something like that? Because it's a real thing. She must have been knocked upside the head a couple of times. So I was thinking, man, I need to get Princella's book, The Art of Finesse, because that's exactly what young women, grown women need to know about protecting themselves. So thank you for that, Princella.
You're very welcome. Absolutely. Absolutely. Jess, what you got? What you think? What do you think about turning a guy down and how to turn him down?
Wait, I don't know. Wait, like in what context?
Okay, well, because I got this book, The Art of Finesse, to teach women how to turn men down without just straight up telling them no, in a very wise way where they can walk away from an encounter without getting knocked upside their head. Right now, some women probably don't want to buy it, you know, because of how they feel. And guess what? It ain't gonna make me know. Never mind. You the one that's gonna get popped in the eye for saying no. I mean, you know, I already know what to do. So, you know,
and the funny thing is she's wishing for people to be physically assaulted. She's wishing for people to be physically assaulted. Like, she is crazy. And BTaylor said it like, oh, she said that if you are with a man that you should be raped and things like that. Like, it's like she enjoys violence against women. Because I'm like, why would your mind even go there? Right. And then if you really feel like, if you truly feel like women are getting assaulted for simply saying no to men, why wouldn't you make that information like available? Because that's a safety issue, right? So let's say you really have the key on how to avoid being assaulted by a man for saying, oh, I don't want to give you my phone number. Why does she have to pay for? You're a Black woman, right? You're about empowerment. You're about sisterhood. If you can save a sister from being physically assaulted for saying no to a man, for not giving her phone number, why does she have to pay for that information? Why would she have to pay? You can charge for real estate advice. I get that. But something that could keep her safe, like keep her alive. She has to pay you for you to put her on game on how to stay safe. You're sick. You are truly sick. You are so sick. And I'm not broke. I don't need to be broke. What does being broke have to do with anything? If you who said that? Beauty NYC, right? If you ask me for advice and it involves your safety, I will tell you what to do and what not to do. Why do I need to charge you to say, oh, sis, be careful. Like, you know, this is how you avoid things so you don't get physically assaulted. I don't want you to be physically assaulted. Every day we sit here, we see, last time there's a boy who stabbed a little girl in New York because she didn't want to give her phone number. He stabbed her in the heart and he stabbed her in the neck, right? Like, little girls are getting stabbed. It is not a joke. Okay. Young girls are getting stabbed for not giving away their number. It's real. So why would I charge for information that could save a life, especially the life of a Black woman? Isn't that the whole point? It's about Black women. It's Black women against the world. It's us against a Black man on want. So now, if you notice that there's a rise in a physical assault against Black women who are not giving their number, why does somebody need to pay for that? Give them the information and save their lives. You can charge for other things. I'm like, these girls, they give you money. They give you super chats. Even now on this live, she blocked the chat. You have to be a subscriber. You have to be a paid member to comment on the chat. So she made money from that. When she goes live on TikTok, the girls, they send her money. They give you money all day, every day. She doesn't work. She can spend $200 a day with a psychic. The money comes from her followers. So when you receive so much from people, you still need to charge for information on how to be safe? Like, seriously? How are you different than, like, that's what I'm saying, like, Black capitalists really ain't shit. How are you any different? These girls give you all kinds of money. You don't have to work. You can just sit there and just run your mouth and say a whole bunch of stuff that means nothing at all. And they send you all types of money. YouTube, TikTok, send you all kinds of money. BTaylor said, she said, oh, if you don't pay me, I'm not doing YouTube videos. So money is her main focus. But I just feel like that's that's kind of sick, because if you know something that could save a life, you shouldn't put a price on it. Give it to people, especially when you have an audience that is constantly giving you money. You know what I'm saying? Like, when do you say, you know what? They've blessed me enough. It's time for me to pay it forward. No. Instead, you shame them. Well, I guess you want me knocked upside your head. Why would you say that? Why would you say that? Oh, well, I guess you want to be great. Like, what the freak? But you're supposed to be a safe space. You're supposed to be better than a toxic Black man. You're supposed to be about women empowerment. But here are the things that you're saying. Well, if you don't get my book, I guess that means you won't be knocked upside your head. Violence against women is not something to play with. It's not a joke. It's not funny. It's not funny. And that's the kind of joke Nene said that got her in trouble. Oh, I wish your Uber driver will grape you. How can you talk like this? How can you talk like this? Every day you wake up, you watch the news, you see all the bad things happening to Black women. They're getting shot by their boyfriends. They're getting killed by their husbands. They're getting butchered by white boys they meet on these weird apps. Every day you wake up, there's so much violence against women. And here you are. If someone doesn't pay your book, you ridicule them. And you say, well, I guess that means you want to be knocked upside your head. Who talks like that? You know what I'm saying? Like, it got to get to a point where Black women have to ask themselves, why am I always okay with people talking to me sideways? This is not nice. This is very unkind. Like, what the heck? A woman being knocked upside the head by the man, it is not a joke. Men are strong. Men are very, very strong. And they can do some serious harm. You don't say things like that. You know, nobody, you don't even write the book. It's Chat GDP. So, like, make it make sense. But I don't know how people can be so greedy. Me. And that's the same issue I had with Beyonce. It's always about you. It's people got to pay for the cardboard Carter. You got to pay for the merch. You got to pay for the perfume. You got to pay for the hair care line. You got to pay for the tour. You got to pay for your outfit. You're always giving her money. When does she ever do something for you? Beyonce talks a good game about woman empowerment, but when does she empower Black women in return? Everything she does is transactional. Everything is transactional. Always got to give her money. It's like, this is crazy. But I get it. When you think you're up here and everybody else is a peasant, right? That's how it goes. Because if you felt like we were right here, you would have mercy on me. Like, you know what? After everything you've done for me, this is what I'm giving you. You're already charging for the conference. It's $250. You got to charge for this also? That's pure madness. That is so cruel. Like, y'all are worse than white people. Oh, white people are so racist. But as soon as you get a chance, you just financially run Black people dry. You're always charging people. It's the same thing like going to church. You don't go to church. They want the tithes, the offering, the bishop love offering. Then they have a special offering for the roof. Then they have a special. I'm like, but dang. But the day you can't pay your rent, you can't even go to the pastor and be like, oh, pastor, you know what? I've been paying my tithes for the past 5 years, but right now I need help with my mortgage. They're not going to help you. You're always giving and you never receive. And I'm like, how is that a symbiotic relationship? How is that a sisterhood? When you have a sister, if she needs something, she can call you and she knows that, even if I don't have it, I'll give you what I have, right? And vice versa. Oh, that's my sister. If I need something, I call her. She'll try to help me. She might not have everything I need, but she'll give me something, right? But it goes both ways. It's a loving relationship, but it goes both ways. Like that's what family is about. The family, you cannot use terms like sisterhood, all these familiar terms. And it's like there are no dynamics of family. Family protects, family loves. The family, they look out for each other. You know what I'm saying? Family is mindful of how they talk to you, or they should be mindful of how they talk to you. Otherwise, we're not a family. Okay? But if you call somebody your sister, that's your family. You treat her the way you want to be treated. If you know something that could save your sister's life, you should tell her. Now, if she chooses not to listen, it's on her. But I don't need to charge you for advice on how to save your life and say, well, if you don't pay for my book, then I guess that means you want to be knocked upside your head. There are some sisters right now that don't have it. The economy is not easy for people. There's some who do have it and there's some who don't have it. So if there's a Black woman right now who doesn't have a job and has no income, but she needs the information, she should not get it because right now she's on hard times. But yet this is a safe space for Black women. You're a fucking joke. You are a fucking capitalist. You are a con artist. You prioritize money before people. You are no different than these money-hungry white people. You are no different. You are no different. Because you should recognize, like, not everybody in the sisterhood is currently doing okay. Inflation is real. People are losing their jobs. Like, stuff is real. And the more a woman is in a financial precarious situation, she's more likely to be in a volatile relationship. They go hand in hand. Women who tend to be physically abused are usually financially dependent. They financially don't have income. So the people who truly need the information to avoid being knocked upside the head are people who usually don't have money. That's why the majority of women who are physically assaulted, they don't check in at the Ritz-Carlton. They check in at a fucking shelter. Okay? You're not going to go to the Ritz-Carlton, the Four Seasons in the presidential suite and see a woman who's running from a domestic abuse situation. They run into shelters because they don't have the money. So the people who truly need information to not be knocked upside the head, okay, are usually Black women with no income. They don't have money. Right? They might have a free Wi-Fi at Starbucks. They might be able to get on and get free Wi-Fi to pour into you because she's believing when you say sisterhood. She believes you when you say, I'm here to lift up Black women. She's believing you. And all you want is get money out of her. She doesn't have money. Well, you don't have money, so I'm not going to tell you how to get out this hole. Now get the fuck out of here. You're a fucking clown. You're not serious. You're not serious. You're not serious. And my thing is, if you built a serious brand, you would have sponsorship. That's another thing. Because a lot of real corporations, they see that she's a clown. If she was a serious businesswoman and she had a real brand like Oprah Winfrey, that's like kind of like about empowerment, she would have sponsors. A lot of corporations will sponsor her because her base is fem. She has a lot of women in her base, but she don't have a single brand deal. That's what you usually do. That's why a lot of white content creators, they do a lot of giveaways and do a lot of free stuff because they don't need the money from their subscribers. They will charge a corporation for advertisement. She has no ads. She has no brand deals because the corporation can see that this right here is nothing but a sham. So because she gets no brand deals, what she does is she preys on weak people from her community. That's not okay. Build a serious business. Build a serious company that is truly about women empowerment, and you will start to have brand deals. Don't have to do all of this. Don't have to do this. It's a shameful thing to prey on poor people. It's quite disgusting. People who are vulnerable, who have no money, who are currently living with men that are violent, and you want to make her feel bad because she has no money. That's awful. That is really awful. And she knows what it is to not have money because she's been there. If it was not for her grift right now, she too will have no money. Like, how do we do? Like, people come into a little bit of money and they start flexing on people who don't have money, forgetting that like 2 weeks ago, 2 months ago, that also was your predicament. You also had no money. But now because you have a little bit of money, you think you've arrived. I can't wait for God to dismantle this foolishness. That's pure madness.
I extend the wisdom, but what do you think? Do you think women need to have?
The first thing that came to mind, I don't fuss, I don't argue. I just, not to go down that route. Yeah, right. But no, for real. Like I would be interested, to really go through the principles that you share in the book, like you said, of how to de-escalate the situation so it don't have to get too crazy. Because I'm all about respect. Like, look, you're gonna respect me, you're gonna respect my space, you're gonna respect my name. And in any way that you step to me, I demand that, period. So we don't even get past hi, hello if we can't even have that. And I have walked away from situations. I've removed myself out of the situation. So it's not something that becomes like, oh my gosh, he was able to take advantage or toe the line. No, hey, you know what? Stay in this space. I'm going to remove me from the situation. You stay here all you want. And I mean, that's all to it. My yes is yes and my no is no. And that's all to it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And what you think, Nico?
Somebody getting their whooped. Either I'm gonna bring out my stick or look, I'm gonna have to read the book because I don't have it in me, like I told you before. I don't have it in me to pretend to like somebody that I don't have no type of finesse. I'm not good at it. I say what I mean and I mean what I say. And at 51, can I change? I don't know, Priscilla. We're gonna have to see because I'm not good at finessing. Either you're gonna leave me alone or I'm just gonna walk away because otherwise it's gonna be ignorant.
we ain't getting the smoke. We are not getting the smoke.
I feel you.
I was like, after reading in the comments, everybody in the comments, like, we'll just play dumb. We just gonna dumb ourselves down. Like everybody in the comments is like, look, when they go low, we go even like, look, I ain't even gotta go there.
Yeah. Let them handle it. Let them handle it how they gonna handle it. Shoes. I ain't playing Captain Save a Hoe no more, man. I'm not jumping in the deep end talking about get on my back. I'm gonna swim to the shore for you. I'm gonna be out there and I'm gonna throw it. If you don't catch it, then I don't know what to tell you. So.
And that's exactly what BTaylor said yesterday. She doesn't really care about these women. She's like, she's like BTaylor said she don't care about these women. Okay. So it's like you listen to them closely and attentively. They say the buzzword sisterhood. Now she said, if you're drowning, well, she'll throw you something. It's up to you to catch it. You don't catch it, you drown. Well, I guess it's on you. So there's no sisterhood. It is a grift. This is a money-making scam. You will be by yourself. You will drown. And when you start drowning, the moment you can no longer afford their courses, the moment you can no longer afford to pay for a subscription to comment, the moment you can no longer send flowers and universe and lions and bears on TikTok, okay? The moment you have no money, they're done with you. Because all they see you is a dollar sign. They don't care about yourself. They do not care. They say, I'm not a Captain Save a Hoe. Who's the hoe? She's the one that got a husband and 3 girlfriends. Who are you calling a hoe? Has she even saved herself? She has a husband and 3 girlfriends. Who is the hoe? The majority of these people over here, they probably just have one man or they just broke up with a woman. So like right now they're single. So it's like, who is the hoe? You is the hoe. I heard that you's the hoe. Okay. You are the hoe. Like a husband and 3 girlfriends in different area codes. I got hoes. Okay. Go somewhere.
See, if anybody is familiar with Atlanta, they know about our lake that we have here. And it was like a whole city that got drowned called Lake Lanier. I actually fell out in that lake. And I literally had to get calm because I fell out with my husband and he was just like, calm down. And so we both were just like, calm. Because I realized if I would have panicked, we both would have been out. And it's one of those things where it's like, why both of us got to go down? We both just need to calm down, assess the situation and see how to move forward. Because when we both like this.
And the problem is, they think a lot of these toxic Black girls, they want to be like Coach Stormy. Because Coach Stormy too, that's another one, right? They want to be like Coach Stormy. So what their thing is, right? They think it is your job. Like when you are a subscriber, your job is to make them rich. That's their mindset. That's why BTaylor said that Priscilla said, if you don't pay her, she's not coming on YouTube. Because y'all gonna have to pay me to hear me talk. Like who are you? Like what the freak? Right? You understand, right? But you think about it, right? Look at Facebook or Meta. Look at Meta, Facebook, Instagram, right? Look at TikTok, right? A lot of the big business we have out here, even Twitter, they are free. It's a free subscription, right? They give as much information or they create a space for you to express yourself. They try to get as many users as possible. And then they start selling ads, right? The majority of people who have like a big brand, it was never like, oh, I'm going to get rich from my followers, get rich from my subscribers. Like, no, I'm going to give out as much free information as possible. I'm going to give great information for free, right? But as I build my audience, then I go to a corporation to sell ads, because the money is not really supposed to come from your followers, right? You're just supposed to have a bunch of followers who are really tuned in. When you grow your audience size, you're not saying, okay, now I have this many followers, let me see how I can make as much money as possible. No, you go to an advertiser and you say, okay, I have a female audience, right? They're between 18 to 25. I have 300,000 of them in, right? I usually get this many impressions, so I can sell you an ad for this amount of money. So the corporation says, okay, we like your demographic. Like, so let's say you have a bunch of Black women, 18 to 25. Income is like around like $40,000 to $70,000. They usually spend about 2 hours watching your video. Wumpty wump wump, wumpty wump wump. Right? You put a press kit together. You might go to Mael. You might go to Shea Moisture. Who has a Black one? Even like, I don't know what they like. You might even go to Walmart, because that's their demographic, right? And you say, okay, I have an audience that typically shops with you, right? So this is an ad. You could do a one-time ad. You could do a contract for 3 months, et cetera, right? They're like, okay, fine. How much do you want? It's okay. For 15 seconds, 30 seconds, here's how much I charge. 5,000, 10,000, 20,000. That's usually where your money's supposed to come from, right? Like, you didn't see Oprah out here. Like, when Oprah was building Oprah, she wasn't out here like charging her fan base. There's no need for that. She's charging corporations, right? So it's like she built the talk show to have a lot of women be her base. And then she would just have these corporations pay to be in front of her audience. Because it's like, my audience, they're like, technically, they're doing enough by just watching my videos. They don't have to watch your videos. Like, nobody owes you shit. Okay. And the thing is, time is precious for everybody. The same way you're sitting there talking, they're also sitting there listening. So we're all spending time. We could be spending our time doing something else, okay? Because time is precious. We're all going to die eventually. So you got to think about, okay, I'm spending my time here. Is it worth my time, right? So we're both trading our time here. But the truth of the matter is, you want to build your audience to be tapped in so that you can put ads in front of them. But it's not to say, oh, if I have all these girls, they owe me. Like, they don't owe you shit. They're doing enough by watching your videos. They're doing enough. They don't have to watch your videos, because if you don't have an audience, if you don't have views, then you are nobody. You're nobody, right? So it's like, but I'm like, what brand is going to collab with the woman who calls her audience hoes, who is wishing for the audience to get knocked upside their head? Like, I'm like, that is crazy. No corporation is going to want to pay for ads. That's why not every single influencer can get brand deals. Because the brand is toxic. They're toxic. Because otherwise, if she really had a positive empowerment brand, like a real one, she will be selling ads back to back to back to back. And that's where you will make your money. You don't need your subscribers to constantly give you money. They have their own bills. They have their own problems. Okay? You got to be smart with your business and reach out to these corporations with your press kit, and you sell ad space to these corporations. But it's not the job of your subscribers to make you rich. It's not their job. Every single day, y'all selling stuff to people. These people also have bills. Make it make sense. Like, y'all crazy.
That's only going to be at that energy. And then somebody, if you know anything about Lake Lanier, it took a lot of people's lives.
Yeah.
And then that's gone. So that's how I look at it. I'm like, you come in there with that energy. Like, wait, no, we got to calm down. We got to assess. Like, and that's what I realized, the high road. I realized when I got crazy about stuff, I was like, I'm in it too deep, because they done got to me. Because nobody outside of you should control who you get to be.
Absolutely.
Nobody.
Absolutely. Absolutely. See, only queens know that, though. See, only queens operate that. Now just tell me, how has that mentality helped you in business? Where did this take you business wise? Give me a timeline. Show me. Let me. Where's your success? What have you done? Like, what has this mentality done for you?
Oh my goodness. So for one, I've always had the will to win. And it didn't just start when I got into real estate. Because don't get me wrong, when I got into real estate, I was feeling myself. We started doing developments. The developments then grew into hotels. And next thing you know, we're owning several hotels within the portfolio. And then I was like, wait, it started before then, though. Even when I was at Georgia State University, I was Miss Georgia State, and I was homecoming queen. Even before then, I was working at Fox, at CBS. But I always had the will to win. I've always had that you will respect me, because I learned that I'm coffee. I learned that just when you put coffee beans in water, it changes the water. And so that's when I realized that every environment that I go into, I shift the situation. You can't be within 10 feet of me and your life doesn't change. And I got very clear on that. And that's how I've been able to do the deals that I have in the business, and the partners that I've been able to come across, is by having that will to win. It's like, I know who I am. I know that I'm the coffee, and I know my power to change my situation. And you will put respect on my name.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about that. Shantae, quick. What has a mentality like that done for you? Where has it taken you?
Let me tell you, when you talked about there has to be a death before you start a new life, I'm telling you, that happened to me when I had a divorce. I had lost like the custody battle. I mean, it was two choices. Either I was going to die in this moment or I was going to start a whole new life by myself. And I realized that in that moment that I was enough. I was enough, just me by myself, without me being somebody's daughter, without me being somebody's wife or somebody's mama, that I was more than enough to start a new life over, which is why I went back to school. I came to LA and I was like, I don't know how this is going to work, but I'm more than enough to figure it out. Mm-hmm. And I did. Me and God, I packed up my whole car with everything in my life and drove across the country.
And if you notice, this Barbie over here, this lady right here, she has the same profile as BTaylor. Because remember, BTaylor was like engaged, ready to be married. She has 2 boys, right? But this one was married, divorced, 2 boys. Like her and BTaylor are very similar. So I'm like, I wouldn't be surprised if she tries to do something to Shantae that she did to BTaylor, because they have the same avatar. They have the same background. Her and BTaylor are very similar. Like, look at their frame, body frame. I would not be surprised if this right here, she tries this one right here. So I'm like, these people are crazy.
And started my life again. And I can never look back. Like you said, I cannot look back. It's amazing when I think about it, I was like, wow, that was a whole different person. That was a whole different person. And now I'm looking at everything that has unfolded in my life, and it's just getting better. And the relationships that I have are getting better. So once you really let go of the fear of like this old stuff that you have, then you can really start to live. You can really start to live your best life.
I love it. Yeah. I love it. I absolutely love it. Nico, you got anything to say?
Well, you know, my journey, you know, like, you know, I'm 51, so I've had highs and lows. You know, that's what I was trying to tell the ladies. Like, you're gonna make a lot of mistakes in life, and you know, especially if you know, things are done without intent. I think, you know, how you move with and without intent says a lot about who you are, regardless of what age, you know. So for me, I do know how to finesse my way with these. I use finesse with women in my life, honestly. Mm-hmm. And the reason why I use finesse with women in my life is because I care about them. So when I deal with women in my life,
so she's, if you guys remember earlier, the 51-year-old woman over here, she said that she does not finesse men. I'm not going to finesse. You're either going to get out of my way or I'm not interested, right? But then she said, oh, I don't want to finesse men, but I finesse women. And the reason why I'm finessing women, because I love them. So she's finessing you for your own good. I'm like, if these people right here are not sociopaths, I don't know what to tell you, right? Like, listen to what she said. Oh, I don't finesse men because either it's a no or it's a yes. Get out of my way. Womp, right? But when you are a woman, she's going to finesse you because she's doing it for your own good. Like grooming language 101. Like this is like, y'all please listen to these people. Listen to people talking. Oh, I finesse women because I love them. You love someone, so you deceive them. Because finesse, when you say finesse, it means that it's deception, right? You're deceiving someone. So you're saying you won't deceive the man. You're not going to finesse a man. It's either yes or no, get out of my way, whatever. But when it comes to women, you are willing to deceive them because you love them. Just like earlier, she said, I'm a queen, I'm a boss, I'm a whatever, right? So it's an honor for you to talk to me because I don't usually come on YouTube. So this is your chance, because in everyday life, you don't get to talk to someone like me. You don't get to be around someone like me. I'm like, who? Like, who are you again? Girl, we don't know who you are. We are confused. Why are you here? Okay. So like, this is how she talks, but she'll tell you that she's about sisterhood and empowerment. But y'all just heard her, right? She said, I don't finesse men, but I finesse women. Let me fast forward a little bit. It's like right here.
But I absolutely love it. Nico, you got anything to say?
Listen.
Well, you know, my journey, you know, like, you know, I'm 51, so I've had highs and lows. You know, that's what I was trying to tell the ladies. Like, you're gonna make a lot of mistakes in life, and you know, especially if things are done without intent. I think, how you move with and without intent says a lot about who you are, regardless of what age, So for me, I do know how to finesse my way with these. I use finesse with women in my life, honestly. Mm-hmm. And the reason why I use finesse with women in my life is because I care about them. Mm-hmm. So when I deal with women in my life, I'm a little bit more, tame when I deal with them, because like with you and I want to make sure that I don't disrupt anything with you. Like when I'm intentional, if I'm saying something to someone and I'm upset with them, I'm not apologetic about it typically. But as far as, the finesse with women, I'm way more gentle. With men, I'm so cutthroat. I'm so cutthroat. And I don't even know if I want that to change or not. And I didn't literally had to pull my best friend out, and I didn't literally had physical altercations with men because my temperament is just not conducive to you bullying me. I don't like a bully. I'm the bully's bully. Like I don't like people who do mean and spiteful, hurtful things. And some men just don't know their place. They just don't know their place. So you got to work with me on that, Priscilla. Yeah. Priscilla do be like, Nico, you don't give nobody a chance. And I'm like, because this is the thing though. At my age, I see things way before I can see them. I can sense something about a person long before there's ever a problem.
You got that spidey sense.
I got that spidey sense because almost just like I'll be like, and everybody be like, Nico, what's the problem? They ain't do nothing. Then when they do something, everybody looking at me like, how you know? I just can pick up on people energetically. I really can. Mm-hmm. I pick up people energetically, so I don't waste no time. I'll learn.
So then ask yourself, and they love that. Oh, I can read energy. I can read energy. Ashe. I can read like all that. That's that pseudo religious crap, right? So if she picks up an energy when she messes with the queen maker, what energy she picked up, right? Because she's happy to be on this panel. So when she messes with this woman, what energy you picked up that you are up here trying to do a whole $250 a person webinar with this woman? She's a finesser. She finesses. You finesse and she finesses. Right? And she said when she finesses a woman, she changes her demeanor. A wolf in sheep clothing. Right? Because ask yourself, she said she picks up on energy. No problem. Ashe. No problem. Then when you met this woman, what energy you picked up? Because I'm trying to understand something real quick. Okay? Since we're picking up energies like we picking up rotten oranges. What energy you picked up? She finesses. So she finesses women, and you also finesse women. And that's why you're both together. Because you're here to finesse these women. All right? That's it. I'm like, that's what people talk. When people talk, you really have to listen. Okay? Ashe. You gotta listen, child. Okay. No, these two, no. You say all four. No, Starseed. Not all four of them. These two right here, these two at the top, they're the mastermind. These two have very submissive behavior, especially this one. She's very submissive. And this one too, she's just ditzy. But the two right there at the bottom, right? They're just there to be there. They want to feel special. These two here, these two up there, them people at the top, they are the ringleaders. They have very strong personality. They are strong and masculine. Okay? These two here are just two little ditzy girls who feel special to be picked. She feels so special to be on this live. This one over here, this one here too, Jessica, the layer here, she's just so happy. She had to put all her titties out. She's just so happy to be seen. Okay? She wants to be seen. This one, she just wants to belong. Okay? Like these girls are like, it's giving all kinds of shelter, like, the rescue dogs right here. But these two at the top, okay? The two at the top, oh yes, girl. Oh yes. They run the penitentiary, okay? Like these people are crazy. They're crazy.
Somebody said Nico is with the ish. I love it.
Yeah. But it got to be worth my time though. Like you're not gonna get no honorable mentions from me unless it's really something. But I don't. Yeah, I'd rather just I don't have time. I don't have patience.
I feel you. So what oh man, I love it. I love it. So what they gonna get out of the conference? I mean, because this is some big.
There you go. This is what you see. There you go. They gotta sell a product. Don't I tell you this? That's how it's just like church. This is just like church. They'll preach, and right before they ask you for money, the choir is gonna break out because they got you. They have to get you in an emotional state. Anybody who grew up in a Black church, you know how it goes, right? They give you a great sermon to like get you feeling like, oh yes, the Holy Spirit is here. And then you'll have the choir director get up. You're gonna have the person come and start singing the choir. You thinking like angels are there. Then they gonna start giving them baskets. Then they're gonna start passing out these baskets because the whole point of this babble is to sell you a product, right? And the best way to sell someone a product is first you have to make them feel afraid. There is a threat. Okay, these men are out here trying to knock you upside your head. Okay, these men are coming after you. You tell people that there's a threat. There's such a big threat. There is a threat. Like the threat. Yes, girl, you know, I have to knock you upside your head. Okay, then you make them feel like they don't have what it takes to handle the threat. You're not equipped. I can help you. You can't help yourself, right? And then you say, okay, fine. What must I do? Like, well, if you want my help, it's going to cost you this. We knew there was a product. Oh, I know these people so well. It's no different than the church. If you go to Black church, that's exactly how it goes. Okay. But you get older, you start to recognize what it is. So now it's a conference. And guess what? They're doing this for you because they're okay. Like, you know, I'm fine. Nico's fine. We know we're good. I have a great life. Nico has a great life. I'm 50. I don't need no man. I got money. I drive a Benz. I live in a luxury house. I'm perfectly fine. You need it. So we're doing this for you. And, you know, if it was somebody else, they would charge you $1,000. But because you're my sister, okay? Hey, sis. Hey, sister. Okay? So I'm actually giving you a discount. It's not going to be $1,000. It's going to be $250. And guess what? If you use Klarna, you can break that into 4 payments. So it's not even going to be like $250 at once. It's going to be like $62? Okay. So if you go to my website, okay, you can use Klarna. So $250, use Klarna, use Afterpay, right? And then you can break the payment into 4. And they're going to get you into debt. And now you're paying for something you don't even need. Okay. Oh my gosh, I'm being so nice. It will be $1,000. But for today only, it's going to be $250. And I have Afterpay. I have Klarna. I have Sezzle. I even have PayPal. Pay later. Okay. So you can pay for this in installment. She just put you in debt for $250. There goes the sisterhood. Okay. You always have to spend money. And if you don't have money, just split the payment into 4. You have $60, right? You really want to be there. Okay. You really want to be there. I talked to my psychic and she told me on that day, the stars will open up. The stars will line up and something powerful is going to happen on that conference. You don't want to miss it. Like your chakras, you know, it's all going to align. Okay. And then people are like, oh my gosh, it's going to be a special day. I have to show up. Yeah, right. Guess
something big that's happening.
You see?
Right. It's never been done before.
Exactly.
And
right. Oh Lord,
we're pioneering something, you know, and it just so happens to be that 3 of us on this panel are Aquarius in the age of Aquarius, with Pluto going to sit in Aquarius.
You know, and that's why I told you Aquarius can be an evil sign. I'm an Aquarius myself, and I'm embarrassed. I am truly embarrassed. But we can be very deceptive. We can truly be deceptive. You know, one thing about Aquarius. Our spirit animal is the Black Panther. The Black Panther can be a very deceptive animal. And so when you are an air sign, that's the thing with air signs, right? So that is Libra, Aquarius, and Gemini. Air signs are very smart people. We are very smart people. You understand? We control the air. Okay? We do. Like, we're very smart. But you see, when you don't use your gifts for the right reason, you end up deceiving people. Because it turns wicked. And when intelligence turns wicked, it turns into manipulation. right? So it's really sad. You know, it's sad to see an Aquarius do stuff like this, but it does happen. I have seen a lot of dishonest Aquariuses, you know, because we have the gift of an intellect and then you're using it for the wrong reason. That's why I guess she's very charismatic and she uses big words and she seems intelligent to people. She's an air sign. And when you're not aligned with your purpose, you will use your gifts for evil. Okay? You can be dark. That's why when you're an air sign, you got to be very careful. You can be a subtle breeze for people. Or you can be a dark, okay, dark hurricane. You can be a tempest for people. You understand? So hopefully you use your gifts and you become a breeze for people because that's crazy. You know? That's why I said, oh, look at Griselda Blanco. Griselda Blanco is an Aquarius. February 15. You see how she went around killing people like this? Okay? So you got to be very careful. But when you're dealing with air signs, you have to be careful because manipulation is what we do. And you see, she's an Aquarius. BTaylor is a Libra. And that's an issue between Aquarius and Libra. Who's going to have the most control? That's why I can see why their relationship didn't work. Because me also, I have a hard time with Libras. So I can see how her being a Libra and then dealing with, I can see how, her being an Aquarius, dealing with the Libra, I can see why it went left. Because we have a hard time getting along. We really, really do. Okay? So I'm like, it makes a lot of sense. But we can be very dark. We can be seriously dark. Like the day I watched this lady, what's it called? Let me see if this video is kind of quick. There's this lady here. She made a good video about it. And when she made the video, like she woke me up to it. Because even me, I wasn't aware that I had that in me too. And I was like, wow, like I need to be mindful and I need to be intentional to not use my gifts for evil. You know?
Everyone, I'm Jordana.
Hold on. Let me see if I can play it for you guys. I was like, oh, you got to be very careful. So if you want to watch the video, you can. But she talks about, hold on.
Like holistic totems. Almost from the moment I released the one on leopards. So while this video is intended to stand alone as an explanation of Jaguar as a totem, including what it means when your Jaguar is all black, I'm going to talk about the physical differences between Jaguars and leopards in a moment to help you better identify which cat is your totem. And I will occasionally throughout the video make mention of how Jaguars and leopards differ in their spiritualism. On what at the time I thought was a reputable source of information on leopard behavior, because that source is an internationally known organization and they tend to just hang out in the lower branches. Metaphysically, that short tail is indicative of a closer tie to earth, which represents practicality, stability, real world living, being down to earth, so to speak. And so Jaguar people aren't as prone to the same issues as someone with so much air influence. They don't tend to overthink or obsess to the same degree, and they don't usually allow appearances to goad them. Easy. You allow your emotions to speak to you when you really let yourself be intimate with them instead of trying to push them away or pretend they don't exist or intellectualize them. You know they're there, but you don't really let them move you. Then they no longer control you. And this is what allows Jaguar people to live their lives in the way that has the potential to kingdom. If you're a Jaguar person and you're feeling like you have pressure to fit in, to be liked and accepted, or at the very least to do what's necessary to avoid stirring the pot in a way that would lead to an attack.
I will have to listen to it later and I'll play for you guys. But you can listen to the video and she talks about the Black Panther. You guys, it is really, if you are an Aquarius, you will recognize yourself. It is very frightening. But it's a creature of deception. Okay? And it's a predator. Okay? Like, let that also be said. So Aquarius, we do have predator tendencies in us. We like to hunt people. Okay? So I watched the video and I was like, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, this sounds like me. God, I got to be a better person, right? So you got to be very careful because with gifts, if you misuse your gift, you can cause a lot of harm. You can truly cause a lot of harm. Okay? So
go to the next level, right?
I can see them. I can sense something about a person.
Go to the next level, right?
I got that spidey sense because almost just like I'll be like, and everybody be like, nigga, what's the problem? They ain't do nothing. Then when they do something, everybody looking at me like, how you know? I just can pick up on people energetically. I really can. Mm-hmm. I pick up people energetically, so I don't waste no time. I'll learn.
Somebody said Nico is with the ish. I love it.
Yeah.
But it got to be worth my time though. Like you're not gonna get no honorable mentions from me unless it's really something. But I don't. I'd rather just I don't have time. I don't have patience.
I feel you. I feel you.
So what?
Oh man, I love it. I love it. So what they gonna get out of the conference? I mean, because this is something big that's happening, right? It's never been done before, and
right.
We're pioneering something, and it just so happens to be that 3 of us on this panel are Aquarius, in the age of Aquarius, with Pluto going to sit in Aquarius. There's a lot of air up in here, baby. We finna air this whole thing out, right? And so, if you want to go to the next level, right, you can choose to be on the side of a loser, or you can choose to be on the side of a winner. And let me tell you something, you are what you gravitate to. Think about what draws your attention and what keeps you there. Think about what you gravitate to, because that's going to tell you a lot about yourself, right? You got a lot of people that gravitate to drama. You got a lot of people that gravitate to pleasure, that gravitate to fantasy ideals and laziness. But when you gravitate to winner ideas, when you gravitate to a winner circle, when you gravitate to a winner's mentality, right, that is infectious. You know what? I want to pause it for a second because I'm going to grab a really important book and I'm going to turn to law number 10. Law number 10.
Is this 48 Laws of Power?
Absolutely.
I knew it.
Because guess what? Because what is this? This is a high-powered podcast with the Queen Maker making boss moves. Let me tell you about law number 10. Law number 10. Infection. Avoid the unhappy and the unlucky. You can die from someone else's misery. Emotional states are as infectious as diseases. You may feel you are helping a drowning man, but you are only participating in your own disaster. The unfortunate sometimes draw misfortune onto themselves. They will also draw it onto you. Associate with the happy and fortunate instead. Now, it's a bunch of people that gravitate to a victim story. They gravitate to tears, crying, whining, and bitching and complaining, right? Pointing the motherfucking finger. Think about what you gravitate to, and then look at your life. Avoid the unhappy and the unlucky, because those people are powerless. When you decide to control the temperature in your house, right? When you decide to control, that means you in control. You're in control. See, you can't control the weather outside, but you can show control how cold or how warm it is on the inside, right? You got that control. But a person who act like their thermostat is broken and keep it at 60 degrees when it's 59 or 45 degrees outside, that person gonna freeze to death and then say they can't do nothing. It's the weather fault. No, it's your fault because you could just get up and go turn on the heater, but you won't. So what you gravitate to, right? Do you gravitate to power, responsibility, integrity, willpower, moving forward? Or do you gravitate to woe is me? That's going to tell you who you are.
But I hope you see the hunter. Like you see, I see why she's aggressive like this. I get it. I see why. Hold on.
But you're very reclusive.
Okay, let me. I need to play this for you guys, so because it's really gonna make sense. That like this video is gonna help you understand Aquarius better. Hold on, I found the right video. Is this one? Listen carefully.
So leopard people, just to give you an idea, you're very bold, but you're very reclusive. You're very adaptable, yet you prefer routine. You're a very deep thinker and feeler, and yet you keep all of those very deep thoughts and feelings very close to the vest, and nobody understands you. You also scare the heck out of a lot of people because you're very, very powerful and you don't say much, which means nobody can figure out what you're thinking. So leopard people, if you've been going, yes, nobody gets me. Yeah, well, that's why. So leopards are extremely cunning hunters. They're able to use even the sparsest amount of cover to conceal themselves until it's time to strike, which means if you're the prey, one moment you're thinking, oh, look at the beautiful sunshine, and the next you're meeting your maker. This means that leopard people really know how to get what they want. They know how to dress, how to move, when to speak, when not to speak, exactly what to say to get close to you. They have a fantastic sense of timing. So leopard people can actually become superior con men and thieves if they don't develop.
What they say? What she said? Did y'all hear what she said? Are y'all still here? You heard what she said? She said you can become superior con men and thieves. You guys, it's within us. If you're an Aquarius like this, I'm like, oh my gosh. It's like, do you hear this? Okay. It's a sign that can really prey on people. Like in a way that's like, you won't even see it coming. That's what she said. Like one moment you're looking at the sun and next thing you know, you're meeting your maker because you're done. You are done. Okay. Like Aquarius, Aquarius can be, like, oh, you got to be careful.
A guiding moral center that will encourage them to use these talents for good. This cunning nature and this quick striking speed also makes leopards and leopard people extremely dangerous. Leopard people know just where your weak spot is because they've been observing you. They know exactly what to say to get you to surrender. They can catch you completely unawares. They can ruin you if they choose. They aren't big talkers, but when they do speak, what they say is going to cut you right to the bone, and they don't believe in sugarcoating anything. So if you're looking at a career choice and you're a leopard person, leopard people make really great spies. They make really great private investigators. They make really great journalists. They also, in some cases, can be very good in the military, but it would have to be a branch of the military in which conformity is not as expected. They would have to have a lot of leeway to act on their own because leopard people really, really hate authority. So anything where you can sneak around and get as close to people as possible without revealing your presence, and if you are found out, you can use lethal force, good opportunities for leopard people. Now, part of being so cunning and so able to take down their prey, the instant they decide to do so, is that leopards are very patient. They will stay totally motionless for hours, if necessary, while they're stalking their prey. And when they do decide to move, it's just that little bitty forward creep. It's kind of like watching your house cat pouncing on something, but in very slow motion. So for leopard people, this translates into really being very patient, really paying attention to the details, waiting for the exact right moment to pounce on what they want. You can't rush these people. So if you're a leopard person who's having trouble getting what you want, leopard wants you to learn how to slow down, really take things one step at a time. Leopards make huge leaps, but they're calculated ones. These aren't typically spontaneous people. It may look spontaneous to an outsider, but chances are the leopard person has thought it through pretty thoroughly, and it's something they've probably been thinking about for quite some time. Now, leopards are one of the most, if not the most, adaptable big cats on Earth. They inhabit just about every environment. So you find them in the desert, in the mountain, in the forest, bamboo thickets, pines. They will even stalk right through villages. Again, they're very bold. They will also eat anything. You give the leopard a watermelon, it will eat the watermelon. You give the leopard a person, it will happily eat you. So leopard people are very adaptable. They have pretty basic needs, and if their needs are met, they're happy. Change comes easier to them than to a lot of other people. They're very flexible thinkers. They're problem solvers. They're open to all sorts of adventure and experience. Changing jobs or cities isn't a problem for them. That being said, leopards use very specific pathways when hunting, and they like to use the same tree in which to store their food. Leopards will haul a carcass up a tree and then leave it up there for later munching where nobody can bother them. So they're able to live anywhere and survive on any kind of prey, but they develop a routine wherever they are. And so leopard people, while you're capable of being flexible, you really prefer ritual. You like the comfort of knowing what you're going to do each day and where you're going to be. So a leopard person might be totally happy going to a very wild and crazy bar where they will sit in the corner and observe everybody. But they're going to go to the same wild and crazy bar every single night. Now, the problem here is that leopards can get so comfortable in their home territory that they put themselves in danger by being overconfident. Leopards in the wild are really easily baited and poisoned and shot because it's so easy to spot the leopard at noon. There goes the leopard walking down that pathway. So everybody knows where he's going to be. So for leopard people, you want to really pay attention and make sure you don't get too complacent. So don't get so comfortable at work that, you ignore the office chatter that says that somebody might be getting a promotion instead of you. Or, don't get so complacent in your relationship that you just figure, she sounds irritated this week, but it'll blow over. This is not to say you have to be on high alert all the time, but it means you really need to observe the little details going on around in your environment and pay attention to them so that when your higher self starts flashing that warning light, you can go, maybe I need to take some steps to check things out here and make sure everything is copacetic. Leopard people can see all the details, but they have to actually be looking for them. Leopards are primarily arboreal, and that means they spend most of their time in trees. In fact, of all the great cats, they spend the most time in trees. This gives them a great advantage to study everything that is going on around them. So again, they can see the big picture and all the little details, which is why they're always watching you and cataloging all your weaknesses. And leopard people are very, very dangerous enemies to have. They know everything about you because they have...
What is that? She said leopard people are very dangerous enemies to have because they've watched you, observed you, and they kept it. And I'm like, and I hope you see it, right? This is exactly what happened to BTaylor. I'm like, child, a leopard, child, this is bad.
Now, you live in a tree, you got to be able to climb. And leopards have a ton of strength and a ton of balance. And a lot of researchers have actually compared the intelligence of leopards to that of dolphins or great apes, because you've got to be intelligent to know which branches are going to hold you, how far you can jump, how fast you can climb. So leopard people are typically extremely intelligent. Yes, you smart cookies, you. And you also tend to be very strong physically, very aware of your athleticism, your balance. These people are really great athletes. But while leopards are really strong and really fast, they tend to put all of their energy into these very big bursts, like hauling that 300-pound carcass up a tree, after which they're not going to do anything the rest of the day. So leopard people, you need to pace yourself. Either spread your energy out over a task, or if you're going to put it all in one big burst, make sure it's something important, because you're not going to have any energy the rest of the day. As an example, these are the kind of people who can bench press a car at the gym in the morning and run a marathon easily, feel totally great, but the rest of the day they're going to be useless. So this may be somebody who is an excessive athlete in the morning and then works a day job.
You see, when BTaylor said she can be there on live all day, just talking, and then when it comes to taking care of her daughter, she has no more energy. She is a Black Panther, right? So that's the video. If you want to watch the rest, because we have, it's called Leopard and Black Panther as a Totem, Personality Traits and Life Path Lessons, right? Her name is Jordana Van. If you want to watch the rest of the video, but I just want to give you like a glimpse of what I'm saying. When you're looking at this Aquarius right here, you are looking at a very dangerous Black Panther. She will hunt you down. She will study you. She will hunt you down. She will keep track of all your flaws, and she'll use that against you. Because it's like it's a sign that can truly manipulate people, especially if you're weak. They're not gonna have any mercy on you. Like, nope, you're done.
And I learned something this week. Don't save them. They don't want to be saved. Don't save them. I tell you, look, I made a boo-boo. I made a big boo-boo thinking I was going to save a motherfucker from the manosphere. No. Throw them back. Throw them back. Have your fun. I messed up. Don't save them. They don't want to be saved. You know, it's a chick right now. She got gonorrhea. Look, it's a chick right now. She got gonorrhea in her eye. You know how she got gonorrhea in her eye? Because she let some Peter Wacker Delulu nut milk juice all on her eye, and now she got it all in her eye. Don't save them. They don't want to be saved. Don't save them.
I want to say this,
and I promise you, what she just said, one of her followers told her that in confidence. This is not a random story she just said. Either she's the one she's talking about, or one of her followers told her that in confidence, and now she's using it to be funny, you to like throw shade. This is somebody's story she talked about. You heard what the lady said, right? Black Panther, she'll sit there, observe you, know all your business, and then she'll use it against you. That's a terrible enemy to have. And yesterday, when we watched the video too, right? BTaylor said I was scared of her because I saw how she cut that one boy at the legs, right? She said she was scared of her. Yanni also was scared of her. It makes perfect sense. Because like the lady said, a Black Panther is a terrible enemy to have. It's a predator. It is a powerful predator. Do you want a Black Panther running after you? Okay. So it's like, it makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense. She will kill you, save your body, and then later on she'll drag you up a tree and she'll just snack on you. It amuses her. Just like when she was out here making songs for BTaylor and sending it to her, it was funny to her. It amused her. Okay, that's what they do. It's a very manipulative sign. And if you don't give yourself to God, you can really hurt people. You seriously can.
Go ahead.
A couple of the ladies said that they were interested in learning about foreclosures. So when you guys come to the conference, I'm putting together an introduction to real estate package for you. So let me just say this about foreclosures. Foreclosures sound sweet and they sound sexy. But the thing about foreclosures is you have to have a significant amount of cash.
You do.
You have to have a lot of capital because you're going to have to buy the house and you can't get no loan because they can't go through the lending process. Mm-hmm. So my recommendation and what I have taught women for the past few years is how to buy tax liens. So tax liens, you can buy tax liens as little as $1, and that's no joke, literally. You can buy tax. Now, don't think you're going to get no mansion for $1, but you can get some pretty decent property. One of my clients, if you were on my Facebook, you'll see one of my clients. She bought a tax lien. We were in Indiana. The tax liens were $500. So the majority of my followers, we bought about $100,000 worth of $500 tax liens in real time. And she just sold it recently for $10,000, and then she bought another. She bought a multi-unit for $500, and she got an offer for that one for $25,000. So if you want to get into real estate and you want to learn, to me, tax liens is a very entry-level place for you to start, where you don't have a ton of cash, and you can still create opportunities for yourself. So when Priscilla say, where are you going to, and what are you trying to get to, and the type of women you want to be around, every woman that's around me, I encourage her to go get a bag. I encourage her to focus on her money. I don't, you know why drama frustrates me? It frustrates me because it distracts me from getting to some paper, right? People call me all types of things. Oh yeah, scam. I've been in business for 30 years, 30 years, and I have lost tens of thousands of dollars. A person's failure is not my scam. Go look me up. Go look me up. I'm Googleable. Google Nico and see what you find, because Nico been a boss, is a boss, and will always be a boss. Not self-proclaimed. That's what I heard. Okay. That's what I heard, because I have been helping people get ownership and buy into real estate for many, many, many years. I'm actually working on a software right now to help you reduce and remove all of your debt, whether that's student loan debt, mortgages, credit cards, car notes, everything, because I got game and I've been dropping it on people for many years.
And that's what BTaylor said, that she helps you to fix credit, like whatever she is. Do not give these random people your social. Like, it's one thing to be broke, but let me tell you something. If you're broke and you have bad credit, in 7 years, it'll go away, right? If you're broke and you have bad credit and you have identity theft, you are in a serious, serious amounts of trouble. Because for them to fix your credit, they need your social. You give people you don't know, people you met on the internet, your social security number, you are done. You are seriously done. If they sell it to other people, if they go open up credit cards in your name, I mean, you name it. You think you have bad credit now. Okay? Wait until them people are done with you. Don't you ever give people your social. Once again, like I said, you want to fix your credit, you can learn how to do it for yourself. You don't have to give nobody your information. There are videos, there are books. I mean, go to Amazon, go to YouTube, right? Try to fix your credit yourself. Please do not give anybody your social. Like even if you have a bad credit score, it's not going to be bad forever. It stays bad for 7 years. Then it comes off. You can start over. Every 7 years, you can start over. Okay? Worst case scenario, file for bankruptcy. Okay? But do not give random people on the internet your social security number. Please don't. Because they will use it for fraud. And then you'll have to answer for that. Okay? Bad credit is one thing. Fraud is another thing. That's a crime. Okay? Do not give these weirdos your social.
Wonderful, wonderful. And let them know another thing. If you don't have a lot of cash, if you're gonna do foreclosures, okay, if you ain't got the cash, you're gonna have to do subject twos and contract flipping, wholesaling, because that's what I got into when I first doing. I worked the foreclosure list, but it's a lot harder to do that because you got to have a lot of cash buyers on hand if you don't have the cash. So it's probably a whole lot better and a whole lot easier to go the tax lien route. Because I can tell you right now, when I started doing that, my first deal, I popped 10 grand on my first deal working the foreclosure list. But it's a hard way to do it. And depending on the market, it might be a lot of money that you up against, and that makes it even harder when you working with deep pockets and they buying up all the real estate. So I would go ahead.
Wait, give them what is it? The 5 Bs.
The 5 Bs.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. What is the 5 Bs?
So I actually started out as a wholesaler. I literally had a course from wholesaler to hotel owner, because it's the principles, like you said, that you learn about how to structure the deals. Like the different strategies that you guys are speaking of are just creative ways that you aren't always the one to bring the funds and spend that big check when you're transacting and moving real estate. So you mentioned the 5 Ds. When a lot of people talk about, oh, market is saturated. Oh, we can't get a house. Well, you always got somebody who died. You always got somebody who's going through disability. You always got somebody who's going through disagreement, disaster, and divorce. So if those 5 things are not happening in your market, then yes, it can be saturated. But I guarantee you somebody just died. As much as they were holding on to that house and they ain't letting it go, they just died and their family doesn't know what to do with it and how to transact it. So literally, I found that all of my deals, from the $15,000 deal that I got started in as a wholesaler and I started doing flips, I literally found that all the way up to the hotels that we were working on and adding to our portfolio, it came down to 3 basic things. Having the opportunity itself. The opportunity, where does that come from? A wholesaler or a broker? Somebody who comes to bring you the opportunity, unless you're the one who finds someone with the 5 Ds. You find someone with the 5 Ds, that's the opportunity. Skill set and know-how. That's where you bring on a coach or someone that has the subject matter expertise of whatever strategy that
you always need someone. You always need someone, because you're just too dumb to do it by yourself. You always need someone. Oh, the 5 Ds. These are the 5. Girl, shut up. Okay. And honestly, let me tell you something, you guys. In this economy we're in, I said this right. In this economy we're in right now, we're in a hyperinflation. America is involved in lots of wars. Who knows if we're going to World War III? Okay, hold on to your money. This is not the time to invest, speculate, flip, whatever, right? Don't do it. Because, you know, when the election comes, whether Trump becomes president or Joe Biden becomes president again, we have no idea where the economy is going. Okay? We have no idea. It's going to be a full-blown war. We just don't know, right? This is not the time to take chances with the little bit of money that you have. You understand, right? There's a season to be financially risky and things like that. Currently, this ain't it. Okay? The interest rate are not giving it. The market, nothing is giving any of that. Everybody is watching their money, even celebrities. You see how celebrities are selling products back to back to back to back. You see how celebrities are going on tour back to back to back. Even celebrities are hurting for money. Okay. Everybody's releasing an album. Everybody's selling shampoos. You know, like you see celebrities now do like the everyday people stuff to make some money because times are hard. So if you have $15,000, please save your money. Okay. At least save your money until after the election. Let's see how this whole, because we don't know. I mean, we need to wait until after the election. How is it going to go and how the market is going to react? How, if Joe Biden stays, the market is going to react one way, and then the Fed is going to decide the interest rate to go a certain way. If Donald Trump becomes president also, the market is going to react one way and interest rates are going to be one way. In the meantime, live below your means. Reduce your desire to spend, cut down on stupid expenses, okay? Save your money, be diligent, and be mindful. Because God forbid we go back into a lockdown. I mean, we just never know. And you have to pay for growth. We don't know. I'm like, we really don't know. Okay, 2024, I think it's Pluto in Aquarius, right? We don't know what challenges are coming ahead. Save your money. You have 5,000, you have 15,000. It is not the time for you to gamble with your little bit of money. Save your money. You understand, right? Save your money. Opportunities to invest, they will always be there, right? So there's no rush. Never feel rushed to invest or start something that you know nothing about. When you know nothing about something, you're more likely to lose money than to make money because you know nothing about title, tax liens, It takes years to have experience, okay? When you step into a new industry, you are starting at the bottom. So most likely, they're going to take your lunch. Big bank takes little bank, okay? You can't afford this in this economy. The inflation is bad. Grocery prices are bad. You got to make sure that you have enough money. You might even lose your job. We just never know because people are getting laid off. So we are not in a time where people can try to be risky, flippy. No. Okay. This is a time to hold on to your money, observe the market, observe the economy, and see what happens with the election. And hopefully we make it out of the elections peacefully by the grace of God, whoever wins, right? But this is not a time to try things you've never tried before with all the money that's in your savings account. You got to take care of yourself. Got to pay your rent. Got to pay your bills. You have to pay your insurance. You got to take care of your kids. Do not give these heifers your money. Okay? And also think about this. If these girls were so sure about what they're saying, if the tax lien was so productive, if the 5 Ds were working so hard, I promise you, they would not tell you. Okay? They're not even trying to give you free advice to avoid being sexually assaulted for not giving your phone number. Think about that. You have to pay for her to tell you how to avoid having a man knock you upside your head when you're trying to say no and not give him your phone number. Right? So if they really knew how to make that kind of money, if they were so sure about what they're telling you, they would not be showing you. Okay? Nobody who knows how to make money a certain way is going to go tell you, because if they tell you, now you become their competition, right? Nobody is. The only time somebody says, oh, no, I'm going to tell you how to do it, because it doesn't work. They got scammed. Now they need to bring somebody else to get scammed so they can get their money back. It's a Ponzi scheme, right? It doesn't work, because if it truly worked, they would not be telling you how to do it, because they will do it themselves. If there's a tax lien that she can buy and make $500,000, why would she sell it to you for $250,000? Why would she give you the advice for $250,000 if she stands to make $500,000? What would I tell you? What am I gonna do with your $250,000? Right? This girl too. If her 5 Ds were so secure, why hasn't she trademarked the 5 Ds? Trademark it. right? If you're so sure that your 5D system works, it's a foolproof, fail-proof way of being successful in real estate and doing wholesale, whatever, she would have trademarked those 5Ds. First and foremost, it'll be trademark, right? And number two, she tried to make as much money with her 5Ds before she tell you about the 5Ds. Throw some Ds on it, okay? Throw all kinds of trademarks at it. Why is it not trademark? It's not trademark. So it shows you, if you really believe that you have the sauce, have the blueprint, you found like an algorithm that works and that guarantees results, you will trademark it. Because you're sitting here on this live talking about the 5Ds. Let's say the 5Ds is a pot of gold. Now I know about the 5Ds. I can go trademark it. I can write a book before you write a book. Then it becomes my property. Then I can sue you for talking about the 5Ds. But the fact that she's not even willing to trademark her 5Ds lets you know the 5Ds are worthless. It's just marketing buzzwords. Nobody's going to put you on game when they still have millions to make. People usually tell you about stuff when it's worthless. And they are banking on your stupidity and your ignorance and your greed to scam the mess out you. This is just a scam. Oh, I'm going to help you how to get to the bag, a quick bag. There's no such thing as a quick bag. You're going to get scammed. Then they'll tell you, well, everything comes with the risk. But the whole time you were never supposed to win. Keep your money. Like I said, if you want to get into real estate, start by doing a real estate license. The most it's going to cost you is like $300, $400. And once you have that knowledge, it is yours. Nobody can take it away from you. It doesn't cost $15,000, right? Your real estate license, if you go take the exam, it might be like, what, $150? So between your real estate course and your license, you might spend like $600, not more than $1,000. And when you have the information and you have the license, it's yours. No one can take it away from you, right? And whenever you're ready to start, you can start. No pressure. It does not take 15, 20,000, but this is just ridiculous. Okay? These are a bunch of scammers. The 5Ds, girl, go trademark it if you're so sure it works.
You're looking to employ. So if it's the tax liens, if it's the foreclosures, if it's whatever the stack problem, that's just the stack problems that a lot of the sellers are going through. Because remember, you're bringing them cash as a solution. So then that brings us to the third thing that's in my formula, deal making formula, literally having the capital to execute. So you start with the opportunity itself, the skill set and know-how, what to do with said opportunity, and the capital to execute. Those three things have been present in every deal, from the $15,000 deal that I started with to the multi-million-dollar portfolio that my hedge fund acquired. So it's been a crazy journey, but that's what you get to explore in the world of real estate. That's why this conversation, I know some people are like, get to the money. When are we going to talk about the money? And I'm just like, if you don't get the mindset right, you're too distracted to talk about the money and think about the money.
If you don't get the mindset right, and this is the part that the women don't understand, it doesn't matter what you're talking about. I don't care if you talk about relationships, business, money, anything. If your mentality is not right, the women want to skip that step, right? They don't want to get
just show me the money.
Right.
Just show me the money.
You got to have the right mentality. The people need the right mentality, which means that they have to have a.
And guess what? Guess what? If I was to ask you, I say, hey, class, tell me exactly how you get the right mentality. You get the right mentality by paying her. You need a coach. Like, everything requires them to help. Like, these people want you to feel like you're so useless. Okay. Right. But guess how you get the right mentality? By taking the webinar, by buying the books. Right. Because if you don't read, if you don't pay for the book, you don't show up for the seminar, you're not going to have the right mentality. Once again, you need them. So they're telling you not to depend on men, but they want you to be so codependent on them. You see, these people, and they're also like, it's not even just that they're like scamming, but they peddle codependency. They want you to be so dependent on them that they tell you how to think, how to be, how to invest your money, how to dress, where to go, who to date, womp, right? But I'm like, girl, this is excessive. Okay? This is really, really excessive. It's so excessive. Like, what? I'm not doing this with you. Like, you are a weirdo.
Desire to learn and to soak up, and they have to be teachable. A lot of people get to an age where they think they know everything, that they're grown, and they are no longer teachable. People, that's the problem. They're not teachable, right? And there has to be a hunger to achieve. There has to be a hunger to acquire this thing on the other side of the learning. I don't think the hunger is there. A lot of people, because we grow up in a microwave society, get rich quick, people are looking for that, and they don't have the patience to stick it through. Because here's the thing, it doesn't matter if you work in the forex, the foreign exchange market, stock market, work in the indices, real estate, any business, it's the same exact thing. You got to know how to know when to hold them and when to fold them. You got to know how to go through a drought and stick it out, right? A lot of people just ain't got that grit. Don't matter what it is. So if they really about it, if they really want to do it, then they'll understand that they got to change their mindset and they got to learn, right? It ain't even something that you got to convince them of. They know that already.
And accept failure.
Yeah.
Fail fast and fail forward. When I bought my first house, I was able to.
You see what she says again? Because it's a scam. Oh, fail fast and fail forward. You're going to ask an everyday Black woman to fail with $15,000? Maybe y'all deal with drug dealers. I don't know. But any Black woman who loses $15,000, that is devastating. Even losing $5,000 for an everyday person, it is devastating. If you know that the majority of your audience are Black women, single Black mothers, they need to lose fast, fail fast with 15 grand. You are crazy. You are seriously, you are demented. I'm like, 15,000? Money does not grow on trees. So everyday people who want to invest, they have to move very slowly, very carefully. And also, let me tell you guys this, right? Anybody who wants you to invest in any business, one way you'll know that they're serious is that if they tell you, before you invest, I need you to write a business plan. Write a business plan. This is not a Ponzi scheme. This is not the lottery. This is not playing bingo or we're not gambling here, right? If somebody truly wants to help you to start a business, to invest, right, they will always encourage you to write a business plan first. Because when you write a business plan, you put all your ideas on paper. You look at, you write your finances. You have spreadsheets like profit and loss. You have to consider, okay, like how long would it take me to break even? You talk about your costs, you need to have a business plan. A serious person who really wants to help you start a business, whether it's real estate, whatever, they will tell you, write a business plan, right? There are books on Amazon that will help you also to know how to write a business plan. But you never invest your money into something if you don't first and foremost have a business plan. Nobody builds a house without a blueprint. Okay? You're not going to build anything without a blueprint. You want to start investing your money in whatever, you have to first start writing the business plan. Because once you write your business plan, you talk about your competitors, you talk about your advantage, you talk about how much it's going to cost for you to start, how much you have in savings, do you need to raise money, womp. So then you'll see, yeah, exactly. Then you'll see okay, do I even really want to do this business? Because you might want to do a business, but then when you write the business plan and you see what the financials look like and how many months or how many years or how many customers you need to break even, you might be like, you know what? Never mind. Okay. You might be like, never mind. Right. And that's the thing. And that's what happens when you deal with educated professional people who have experience. No serious person will ever tell you, oh, sis, no, $15 is going to work. No. Because just because you think something is going to work doesn't mean it's going to work. Okay. Anybody who's watched, we used to grow up watching all the shows on HGTV, Fix the House, Tarek and Christina, right? Every time they would go to flip a house, something always went wrong. Either it was the plumbing was crazy, the entire roof had to be taken out. They would always start the renovation with a budget, but what happens? They will always go over budget, right? Another thing too, when you watch these real estate shows too, it's it's not even just something goes wrong. Sometimes you apply for permits, right? And it might take you a longer time to get your permit. So you have to wait for the permit. You might think a flip will take you 6 months to 3 months, but then there are backups. So now you have to wait for the permit. And if you don't have a permit, you cannot continue. So you have to stop, right? So it's every time you watch any type of home renovation shows, any type of home flipping, you see that it is never as obvious as it seems. They always think it's going to cost a lot less money, and they always think it's going to be so much faster. But then when they actually have the key to the property, There's the whole roof has to be fixed. This wall has to be moved over here. The entire plumbing has to be gutted. You're like, whoa, this is crazy, right? So that's why it's like it's always good to have a business plan, especially the financials, because you need to know if you do this, how long would it take for you to break even? Because it might take months, it might take years. You have to be ready for that, right? Another thing too, sometimes you might do the business plan, but okay, this is expensive. I still want to do it, but maybe I need to get other people involved. Because if you have people who help you join, then you can spread the cost amongst different people. So sometimes you can have a great idea, but it's better to have partners so that you guys break the cost of it, right? But any serious people, anybody that's a real business advisor, a business mentor, somebody who wants to help you start a business, they will always tell you before you put your money in there, you need to write a business plan. You have to have a business plan. Because when you write things out, you will have a better idea of what it is you're really trying to do. You're going to understand the business, your competitors, what makes you better, right? How should you charge? You'll be like, what? Marlene, after writing this business plan, I don't think I want to do it. And that's okay. It's better to spend your time writing a business plan. It's like, you know what? I changed my mind. The most you spent time and maybe $20 buying a book on Amazon, right? But imagine you have no business plan. You know nothing about this industry. You go and you put $15,000 in this economy, $15,000. Okay. And then within 3 months, the money is completely gone. And now you're calling these girls, you're emailing them. They're not responding. You DM them, you get blocked. You leave comments, you get blocked. They will disappear. And you'll be mad at them. But honestly, you'll have to be mad at yourself. Because the first step of starting any business is to write a business plan. There's a passage in the Bible, Habakkuk chapter 2. It says, write the vision, make it plain. Even the Bible wants you to write your vision. Don't just jump into a business because it sounds good, because she says it's easy, because she's saying, oh, you'll just make your money back. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Go sit down somewhere. Okay? Take your time and write something. If what she's saying is so true, whether it takes you 3 months to write a business plan, it takes you 6 months to write a business plan, it takes you 20 months to write a business plan, this opportunity will still be here, right? It's not going anywhere. So why rush into it? Take your time, write the business plan, explore what this truly is, and especially have your financials and know how long it's going to take you to break even. If you do the business plan, you do the financials, and you are okay with it, no problem. But you don't put your money into something and then think about, oh, what's my business plan? When do I break even? Or the money goes, and these girls will block you. They will take your money and run. They will take your money, block you, weaponize their followers to attack you, to say all kinds of things about you. You won't even be able to fight back. And then also you have no contract, so you can't take them to court. So you got. Okay, so take your time, pace yourself, and remember this: slow and steady wins the race. Whatever you decide to do in life, slow and steady wins the race. Anyone who tells you, oh, do it right now, you gotta do it right now, it's only today, child, there's a scam. That's why they're pressuring you to not think about this as a businesswoman, but they're trying to make you feel like you're missing out on something. That's not how real business people function. That's how scammers function. They always put pressure on you because they know if they put pressure, you're going to miss out on. So you're not going to read the contract. You're not going to just going to give them the money. And once they have your $15,000, you will never hear from these hyenas again. You've been warned. They will block you on every single platform. They will block you and block you and block you and block you. You will never see your money. And now here you are. You're struggling to feed yourself, pay for your rent, and these girls are out here buying Chanel bags. They're out here traveling, getting their hair done. And that's your $15,000 that's paying for all of this. Keep your money. Keep your money. Keep your money. If you can't be bothered to write a business plan, you ain't got no business having a business because you're lazy. And that's fine. You got the right to be lazy. Working 9 to 5, 40 hours, 50 hours a week is exhausting. You have the right to not want a business. But if you want a business, and you can't even be bothered to write a business plan, What about when you have employees? What about when you have taxes? Okay. So if you hate paperwork, business and for you. Okay. Leave it alone.
I make $100,000 when I sold it. When I bought my second house, I made the same. When I bought my third house, I paid $500,000. I was on my way to my third house before I was even out of my 20s. So by the time I got to my early 30s, I was on my third house. I paid.
Good for you. Good for you. By the time you were a baby in the crib, you had 25,000 houses. Wow. Good for you. Y'all, we do not care. Okay. She had 3 houses when she was a baby in the crib. Whoa, I'm so happy for you. 2 finger clap. Life is not a competition. Okay. If you buy your first house at 40 and you know what you're doing and you're capable of taking on that mortgage, that's all that matters. If you never have 2 houses in your life, no one cares. If you have 1, you've done good, right? If you're also able to have 3, good, but it's not a competition. Nobody cares that when you were 5 years old, you bought 3 houses at 5, or you had 3 houses when you were 30. Your path is not my path, right? It's not a competition. Okay. So don't let anybody ever make you feel away because, oh, when I was 30, I already had 3 houses. Good for you. Okay. When I was 30, I was in an apartment. Life is still good. I'm okay. I love my life. You love your life. It is not a competition. They're crazy.
$500,000 for it. I sold that house for $700,000. I bought my next house for $800,000. And then I was doing deals, had money, cars, flying around, doing all this shit, you know, not for show, but for real. And the real estate market crashed and I lost that home to foreclosure. And to teach women how to gain access to their assets and how to keep them and retire with them without having to do too much. I was doing too much, but I didn't have a Nico or somebody to be able to tell me so that I was teachable. I was open to being teachable, but I just wasn't teachable at that time. So ladies, like I said, you come to the conference, you'll at least get an introduction into real estate so that you can learn, so that you can build out your own retirement plan, especially my older ladies. I don't know.
Well, she was doing the very most with this real estate, most likely over leveraging herself, buying more house than she could afford, right? How they say you are house rich and home poor, whatever. She's buying more house than she could afford. The market came, it took her down. She had a foreclosure. You see, that's why I say do not compete with anybody. Do not compete with anyone, you guys. Don't let anybody make you feel like you're behind. You hear me? Your journey is your journey. Your path is your path. You know what you have to overcome to be where you are today. Do not compare yourself with people. You have no idea where people get money from. And my thing is that she's always been scamming like this. Of course, she had money to buy houses. Okay. My thing is, as long as you are able to buy at least 1 house in your lifetime, you have done very well for yourself. Okay. You don't need to have 3 houses by the time you're 30. Okay. You don't need to have 4 houses by the time you're 25. Don't put that much pressure on yourself. Okay. If you're able to buy 1 house in your lifetime and you're able to keep it and secure it, you've done very well for yourself. Celebrate yourself. Okay. You are not in competition with no one. Your life is your life. Your path is your path. Your timing is your timing. Your finances are your finances. Take on a mortgage when you can truly take on a mortgage with ease. Okay.
How many Gen Zs and millennials do we have on here? Let me know, ladies. Who's a Gen Z? Who's a millennial? Gen Zs and millennials. I'm curious to know what my age range is. Y'all have some Gen Xers in here too? If you're a Gen Z, millennial, Gen X, I want to know where you at. Because I'm curious to know where y'all at in your journey.
Yeah, because you know it's time we got to get our bag. You know what they say? Your net worth is your network. Your network is your network. If your network is a bunch of bottom feeders, broke motherfuckers, then your income is the average of your 5 best friends. Your income is the average of your 5 best friends. It's infectious. Who you hanging around?
She said your net worth is your net worth. But yet she wants people to put her in their circle as like their leader, but she sleeps on an air mattress. So what net worth are they going to have when their leader sleeps on an air mattress, on a mattress on the floor? Make it make sense. Like these people make no sense.
What are you feeding your mind? Because see, when you on your boss stuff, see, you feed we all talking about how we gonna get to the next level, strategies on how to get to the next level, right? When you feed your mind BS and drama, that's what you're going to get in your life, right? That's what you're going to get in your life. You don't consume the right stuff. A lot of people like watching TV, watching BS on TV. They like watching drama, and then they had that shit in their life, and they want to blame the government and everybody else. But what you doing? What you really talking about? Because right up here, we didn't had enough. We didn't had enough of some shit that ain't doing us no good. I didn't had enough of stuff that don't benefit me positively. Right. And I don't have enough, right? I don't have enough of the things that I actually want, because it's so much out here that you ain't even got enough time to get it all, right? Mm-hmm. I don't even have enough time to get all the things that I want. So I need to focus the precious time that I do have that I can't get back on getting the things that I want. Time is money, and that's something that you don't waste. Preserve that and focus it where it need to be focused at, right? So I want real estate. I want a stock portfolio.
Now, you know, I will say that she is right. Time is money. So focus on the right things, right? Ladies, if you are aware that, let's say right now, you don't like your income, right? Let's say you're not making enough. Let's say it's very difficult. You're living paycheck to paycheck. Bills are very difficult, right? If you could truly go back to school, do that. Okay? Stop wasting your time on TikTok with these weirdos. Because these girls will get you nowhere. What is going to get you paid out here is a steady career, not even just a job, but a career. Okay. If you have to go back to school to get a master's, do it. If going back to school to get a master can make you a CPA or this, that, just do it. Because when you have a career, not only do you have income, right? But you have a retirement plan, you have insurance, you have life insurance, right? When you have a career, you're setting yourself up for success financially. Now, are you going to make money like, oh, I'm making $1 million a day like people on social media? No, but a lot of people on social media are lying. Okay, that's one. A lot of people on social media who come into a lot of money really fast, they go right back to being broke, because everything that happens overnight, people lose it overnight. Okay, people who build their nest slowly are more likely to keep their money. Right? So if in all honesty, you know that going back to school will help you have the life that you want, have the resume that you want, apply to school. Do not be afraid to go back to school. Okay? Do not be afraid to finish your, if you didn't finish your bachelor's, finish your bachelor's. Okay? If you didn't finish your master, finish your master. If you didn't start the master, finish the master. But you have your paperwork so you can have your career. Okay, stop trying to find like I don't know, like quick get rich quick schemes. You know, those things they're fake. Okay, they are truly fake. One thing that is truly reliable out here is to have a career. You know, nurses, they make a lot of money, right? Like they get paid. People in the medical field, they truly do get paid. If you want to become a computer engineer, a software engineer, like things like that, right? Do not be afraid to go back to school and to get yourself a degree that is going to get you paid, right? Because once you have a career, you'll have like every 2 weeks, you know how much you're making. You have a 401k, whatever you put in there, your company's going to match it, right? You have health care, you have dental care, you have eye care also. There are a lot of benefits that come with having a career. You understand me? So it's like, to me, that makes more sense. When you go to a school, these schools are accredited. 500 here for this conference, 200 here. You could have paid for credits at a university that is accredited. Okay, why are you not going to go to a school that has accreditation, that can actually give you a degree, that can help you to get a job? When you go to school, whether you're doing your bachelor's, you're doing your master's, they have a whole department to help you find a job. They have work counselors. They have job counselors. Right? You have people who come to the campus to hire people. All this 50 here, 500 here, $800 giving to people with no education. That's money that you could have spent towards your credit hours. Even if you want to take one course a semester, 2 courses a semester, I don't care. Go to school part-time. But at least give your money to a school that's accredited. So when you're done, you can get a degree. And then you can use that degree on the market, the labor market, and get yourself a job. Colleges have all that stuff. They have people to help you write your resume. They have people to help you, to teach you how to interview. Like, what's it called? Career services? Yeah, it's called career services. The universities offer that. Okay, you can go to law school. A lot of you guys, you're very smart. You can go to law school. Why are you chasing behind these idiots? Okay? Pursue your education the right way. And then have a real career. Because once you have a real career, nobody can stand in the way. That's real. You go to her seminar, who cares? You can't do nothing with that. Okay? You go to her webinar, it is not accredited. Nobody knows, nobody cares. It doesn't matter. It really does not matter. Yeah. Okay? Doing things a legitimate way always ends up being cheaper. You know, you can be a project engineer. You even real estate. You can even study real estate in college, like at a master's degree level, like for developers, right? You can become a developer. Do not limit yourself, right? There are so many legit things you can study at a proper university and get your money's worth, and then you can build a career. You want to have a career. You don't want to be a hustler. What these girls are over here teaching people is how to be a hustler. You hustle from one thing to the next. Like nothing is never steady. So it's like what's called jack of all trade, master of none. That's exactly what they're offering you. This is not sustainable. There's nothing like having a career that you really enjoy. Have a career with real benefits. If you're sick, you have insurance. If you need dental work, you have insurance. You need eye care, you have insurance. Okay? And you want to be surrounded with people who are also intelligent. Not a bunch of weirdos on TikTok. I'm like, this is crazy. You know? But do not be afraid. Like, do not be afraid to go to school and finish what you got to finish. Or if you have to start a new degree, do not be afraid. Believe in yourself. And before you know it, time flies. Like a master's like 2 years. It goes by really fast. It really does. Okay? You'll see it before you even know. Oh my gosh, it's been 2 years already. Next thing you know, you're walking down, you've graduated, you can start your new career. And maybe also because of this economy, it might even be better for people to go back to school. Okay? And like, do not be afraid. You can do it. You truly can do it. But instead of just sitting there and these girls gonna scam you, selling courses and selling whatever that can't do nothing for you. You cannot put these things on your resume. So why am I wasting my money? No.
Leo, right? That's right. My child has a trust fund.
Trust fund, baby.
Trust fund, baby.
Okay.
Right. Right.
That's right.
Right. We're finna get into development because see, I got 2 real estate ladies on my team. We got real estate connections and all that stuff. So we got a lot of things that we're gonna do. So Princella getting property. We doing this conference, right? Princella got books. I got a card game to teach y'all how to protect yourself from manipulation, but I probably don't even want to put it out because y'all own that. Y'all want to use manipulation so you can destroy the world and finish it off. That's what you want to do. You want to finish it off. So I might not even put that game out there. Right? We need to get you back on Jesus juice because I mean that was probably helping you a little bit, right? Freedom is too much for a lot of people.
they said they're ready. They said they're ready to level up. They in the comments, they like they ready for some real estate, they're ready to build some wealth, they're ready to have this conversation.
Well, let's go. Well, if they got enough, then they need to get the ticket. If they done had enough, they need to get the ticket because the ticket is in the chat. Where y'all, are you sure you didn't had enough? You sure you didn't had enough? Go ahead and purchase the ticket. If you got the early bird ticket, ladies, you got the link to get your discounted ticket and it's working now. We fixed the bug.
And I tell you, they're going to tell you that they love you so much. They give you a discount and you going to be able to split the payment into 4. These people they're so predictable.
Looks finally.
Check their spam.
Check your spam. Go ahead and upgrade your seats. Because it's on and popping. We going to the next level. One thing that happened, there was a death that happened to the High Power Podcast. There was a death that occurred here. We are no longer doing things the way we did them.
That's right.
Before. We moving on and we doing things totally brand new. Everything finna get revamped. The way Princella showed up before ain't the way Princella showing up no more.
We gonna call you Nunu.
New. That's right. That's right. It's a new chapter, baby. And I'm so happy, baby. I got an anchor off my damn ankle. Thank God that's gone. I'm free. I'm free now, not bound by the stress. I'm so glad. I got new ventures. I'm super happy about that. Right? Love it. And I'm so glad that I'm able to do it with you beautiful ladies. And I appreciate y'all showing up here tonight to let them know that we done had enough. And when you done had enough, what you do? You go do some big shit. You do conferences. You go get some real estate. You get some stock portfolios. That's right. That's what we do right here. And
you go partner with people who's smarter than you. Like, I love I don't want to be the smartest person in the room. Go change your environment. If you feel like you are the smartest person in the room, change your environment. And
I agree with her. And if you want to find the smartest people in the room, go to a university. Going to university is where you will really find people who are truly smart, not these pseudo intellectuals peddling this weird pseudo religion and pseudo like esotericism and whatever this is, right? You want to find real smart people, you find them on college campuses, especially if you major in tech or if you go to law school. Fight hard to get into the best law school so you can be around some of the most brightest people in the world. But it's not on TikTok. It's not on TikTok, and it's definitely not here. Okay, it's definitely not here.
Literally, you said, what do you get out of this conference? When you go to the conference, you talk about the spiritual realm, you only attract that which you are on the frequency of. So when you're talking about coming to this conference, you now get exposed. Like, when it came to my girl at 32 was like, let's go get a hotel, I thought she was crazy. Until I shifted my environment and got in spaces where that was the norm. And when I got into spaces that was the norm, just being in the room, by proxy, that's how you read the headlines. By 33, we were 2 of the youngest to acquire a Hilton hotel. By proxy, understanding new strategies and ways to get in. That somebody asked me, what was your credit score to get into? You go ask whoever needed a credit score. I don't know. Nobody asked me my credit score. Nobody. So it's like they say, we don't call that money.
So she wanted us to believe that she went into buying a hotel and nobody asked about her credit score, and we're supposed to believe that you went to buy some major prime commercial real estate. Hotels don't cost $2, sis, okay? You went to buy a hotel. That's like major commercial real estate, and nobody asked you for your credit score. And then we're supposed to sit here and really believe that. Like, seriously? And also, y'all saw with COVID, during COVID, there was no tourism. So a lot of hotels lost money because people were not going to hotels. Nobody was leaving. And during COVID, too, more people were using Airbnb. Hotels are competing with Airbnb. So it's like, if hotels are making money right now, it's the Marriott group, it's the Hilton group, right? It's the big chains that are making money. Little people who have hotels, they don't have money for marketing. When you have a hotel, you got to spend money on marketing. Who's going to know you exist? So it's not enough to say, let's even assume she's telling the truth that she bought a hotel, right? Okay, and you have to take care of these rooms. You got to have cleaning staff. You gotta take care of the building. You gotta clean the building. Like, it's a lot of money to take care of a hotel. And on top of that, you have to market. You got money to compete with the Marriott? Do you have money to compete with the Hilton Group? Okay. Do you have money to compete with Airbnb? These are publicly traded companies. No, I'm not opening a hotel. I can't afford this stuff. So it's not a flex. It sounds like a money dump. Like, it just took all your money. Because it's not a smart investment for a regular person. You buy a hotel when you have a corporation like with a bunch of investors and y'all can really afford this. Hotel, these things are expensive. The water, imagine the water bill for a hotel. All these guests up there wasting the water. They don't turn off the lights in their room. You got to pay for all of this. No.
Over here, like, there are creative financing. Actually, people prefer you to do larger deals. And they want you to come with bigger dreams. Then Nico, somebody came to you with a $500 deal. What would you say? Like, I got a deal. You can make $500. Are you like, oh, okay?
No.
Right. No. Yeah. They actually much rather you come with a $10 million deal. And that's where you gotta expand your vision and be around people that say that's it. Versus if you around people that like 10 million, that's way too. You in the wrong room already. And if you want to know what this conference is about, you're gonna be around some bad mother that's gonna get stuff done. And we've been doing these big deals, but not because everybody got to have all the money in the world to come to the table, but because our powers combined brings wealth, creates wealth. It keeps it in our community. And that's what we're empowering us to do in this conference. It's a sisterhood, it's a mindset, and it's a money and get your mind right. Get these strategies that we're using, that we coming up, we leveling up. Absolutely. Nico always hit me and be like, hey, are you trying this? Hey, are you doing this? Have you thought about this? That's what gets the change when you get the right people in your circle. They always put in your game. They always put in your strategies and ways to make money. And that's what we're doing. Because it's enough with the excuses, enough with all the bull crap, and get focused and get to the bag.
Absolutely. Boss up. Because when you
come. They said we love the panel. We don't get this off.
Wonderful, right?
And this is exactly how DJ Envy and Cesar Pena were able to con people. All this talk, right? This crap. right? That's exactly how these people were able to con so many people with real estate. Talking all this big game like, oh, you don't need credit. You could just flip this. You could just flip that, right? This is how we end up with this situation, right? Bunch of people getting scammed. Bunch of people getting, this man done went to prison so many times for just stealing people's money. But yet he was able to come out and steal more money because now he had DJ Envy helping him and making him legitimate, right? Look at this.
We want to see you guys September 26th in Atlantic City. Now, if you don't know, I own over 200 units. Caesar owns over 1,600 units. So we're going to be breaking down how we make money. So we're going to start with credit, financing, hard money lending, how we find the deals, wholesaling.
Auction.com. The city of Atlantic City is going to be there, courtesy of Marty Smalls. They're going to give us the list for city-owned properties. We're going to talk about, which we haven't done before, a little bit of Airbnb, that business that we're not into, but we'll have somebody there that could, guide people how to be successful in it. Pretty much everything in the world you can think about when it comes to real estate will be there that day.
And not only that, we're going to be giving one lucky person one of these chains. Now, these chains are serious. Whoever we give this chain to in our camp or our friends, they own properties and they invest. So we're going to be giving one lucky person one of these chains, courtesy of Tajia Diamonds. So we're going to be giving a chain. Y'all, it's DJ Envy.
Flippin' NJ.
We want to see you guys September 26th in Atlantic City.
Okay.
Now, if you don't know, I own over 200 units. Caesar owns over.
And now these people are what? They made it to the New York Magazine, right? The host, the radio host, and real estate scam. Victims allege that the Breakfast Club host used his clout to rope them into a Ponzi scheme. Okay, y'all see this, right? Okay. What kind of real estate people gonna give you a chain? Like what do you ever see that? Where do you ever see that? We're gonna give you a chain. A chain for what? Okay, here you go. Here's the chain. Land trap lord. You call yourself a trap lord. Make it make sense. Bunch of scamming. Okay, so that's it. They all use the same talking points: generational wealth, sisterhood, flipping houses, making wealth, scared money, don't make no money, womp, 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 lose fast, lose quick. Okay, crap.
Like I say, keep going forward. Don't let nothing stop you. Don't let nothing distract you. And what I've always taught is that women are the value. Women are the resource. And when women combine their resources correctly, and when they actually have the right intentions when they working together, then you can create something, right? But this, I want y'all to all learn something from this. You can't fuck with all women, because all women don't mean you no good. Mess with the right ones. Like-minded individuals that know and that bring something to the table and want to go higher, right? You combine your resources with them. Everybody else, talk to the hand. Pay them dust, right? Pay them dust. We going to the top. It's going to be me, Nico Cherie, Jess, and Shantae. We finna.
You see? She said we're going to the top. And she's telling you who going to the top. These four go to the top. You're going to be at the bottom with no money. They're going to take your money. Okay, they're going to the top. You're going to be at the bottom because they're going to scam you.
Put on a hell of a show, and you're going to miss out if you're not there.
Yeah, ladies, this is what I want to know in the comments, because I need you guys to participate. What do you want to hear from us? What do you want to learn? What is it that you are missing in your life?
Nico, they say the link broken. They keep saying the link broken. I tested it.
My link is working. Let me see, ladies. Hold on. It's enoughlivevent.com. Enoughlivevent.com. Let me check right now. I'm logging into.
Should I change my handle to the website? Would that help?
Yeah, you can. That would be great, Jess. Thank you. See how we be resolution driven?
Absolutely.
That's how it's supposed to be. Yeah.
Now, how do I do it?
Yeah, enoughnliveevent.com. If you
clicked on it, it looks like it's working.
I don't know which one they put in.
Yeah, either one.
Look in my description. Look in the description. The link is there for payment plans. If you
did I not tell you? Did I not tell you she gonna give you a payment plan? That's how badly they want to scam you. I told you, I said, this is going to turn into a payment plan. I knew it. I said, this is going to turn into a whole payment plan. I knew she going to get, I'm going to give you a payment. I knew it.
Want to do a payment plan? The link is in the description. And if you want to go straight there, it's enoughlivevent.com.
Yeah, it's working when I pull it up. I don't know if I have the power to change the name, but it's working when I pull it up.
Mm-hmm. Up too, so I'm not sure what the problem is with.
Yeah. Oh, I got it.
I knew she was
live
a payment plan
event.
I knew it.
Somebody said the link is working. I was looking at the things they want to talk about. Somebody said how to stop being lazy. See, that's why we said the mindset.
That's right, the mindset. Here's the thing. Number one, ask yourself why you're here tonight. Are you here because you've always supported this channel, or are you here because you thought you was going to hear some drama? If you're here because you thought you were going to hear drama and you was here for the tea, maybe you need to reevaluate your mentality, because you're not here for growth. You're here because you're fueled off of negative energy.
And you know what, you guys, from one Aquarius to another, because we have a lot of ego about ourselves, right? If BTaylor had said nothing but a bunch of lies, she would have taken so much pleasure breaking down every single lie that BTaylor said. I kid you not. That's how we are. We're very competitive. If BTaylor had told a bunch of lies about her, when I tell you she would have sat there and gone through everything one by one, she would have enjoyed it, because she would have enjoyed making a fool and a liar out of BTaylor. The fact that she didn't answer not one thing about what that girl said lets you know she's guilty. She is very guilty. She is very guilty. She's very guilty. And she's deflecting. Okay? She's seriously deflecting. Because from one Aquarius to another, somebody lies on you and you know they lying, you're going to go step by step by step by step just to prove how they lie. Because that way you can send your people to go attack BTaylor with receipts, right? But she has no receipt. She gave no receipt because the girl told the truth. The girl didn't lie. The girl did not lie. Okay? The girl didn't lie. But her fear was, because she's invested in the conference, she can't let the conference go to shit. So she has to show people that, oh, I'm not bothered. Business goes on as usual, because she needs to make her money back. She's panicked. She's panicking. She needs to make her money back. Okay? That's why she had these girls come here to give this air of like, oh, everything is together. We have a sisterhood. The conference is moving forward. You have nothing to worry about, because she's panicking because of the money she put in there. Right? She's panicking. What BTaylor said, it really affected her. It affected her for real, because she takes pride in deceiving people. She takes pride in deceiving people. So she was hurt. She was really hurt. Okay? So all this right here is a fake bravado. But her main concern is not to lose the money that she put in that conference. So she's really desperate for that. So she said, oh, do the payment plan. You start doing payment plans, child, you are desperate. Okay? Because the $22,000, maybe she borrowed from people. Maybe she took all her money and put that in there. But it's like she needs her money back. Okay? And because Nico's part of it too, so she's going to be on there, because I'm sure her money's in there too. So they're really upset because BTaylor is messing up the bag. Okay? But I promise you, from one Aquarius to another, if BTaylor had said a whole bunch of lies, she would have had so much fun exposing that girl for the liar that she is, step by step by step by step. Okay? But she couldn't. So now it's a bunch of foolishness about empowerment. And empowering nothing. You're running away.
Hold on. I got to mute your mic, Nico.
There's no flight there.
Yeah, because your computer is giving us a feedback. So when it's ready, when I'm done talking, I'll unmute you. Ask yourself why you here. If you're here because you wanted to hear some drama, you probably have something wrong with your mentality, and which is the reason why you can't stop being lazy, because you have an addiction to a chemical. Some type of chemical is rushing when you know it's some tea being spilled, and you don't have your mind in the right place. You want that rush, that chemical rush of drama more than you want what you say you dream about. You want that more. And when you don't have a purpose, you're not going to have no drive. That purpose is going to inspire you and pull you to act. When you don't have nothing pulling you, it's hard to stay disciplined. But when you know you obligated to your purpose, right? You're going to get rid of laziness. That's going to happen. You got to ask yourself what you really doing in life. What is your life really about? It ain't about hopping on the next trend. It's really about going within and finding what your purpose is and start working towards that. Because when you stand in your authenticity, the gifts that God gave you, God will make room for you. You stay in your lane. You ain't got to cross into nobody else's lane. Do you. But who?
She gonna talk about authenticity. This girl has the gall. Like, she has the gall. She is bold. She is so bold. Authenticity. You are crazy.
Are you? You can't do you if you don't know you.
Mm-mm. Can't do you if you don't know you. If that ain't a whole word, that's the new book. Can't do you if you don't know you.
Absolutely.
I think a lot of us need a detox from negativity. That's what's going on. We need a detox. A lot of us are ill, are diseased. We overspend, we overeat, trying to fulfill something that we never got as a child, or a bad relationship. So we need a whole lot of work, and you need to surround yourself with the people that you need to grow with healthily. You know?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Absolutely. What'd you say, Nico?
No, I was telling Shantae that's true. You really do need to detox yourself from situations and people. And I'm glad that we're having this conversation, and we'll never have to have this conversation again.
Right. And it's not even a conversation. This is not a conversation. This is a marketing pitch. This is not a conversation. What's the conversation? People are in the chat right now. First of all, to talk in the chat, you got to be a subscriber. So you have to pay. If you're not a paying member of her channel, you cannot comment on the chat. That's number one. Number two, those who did pay to be able to comment, their comments were getting deleted. Okay. Number three, the people who are on the panel are part of the money-making seminar, right? So they're also not giving any pushback. So it's not a conversation. This is a marketing pitch. It's not a conversation. This is a marketing pitch. We are being sold on why we need to take the seminar and how to pay, and also how to split the payments. This is a marketing call. That's what somebody said earlier. It's like Amway or like whatever they do, like Mary Kay. This is a marketing sales call. We are being sold to. It's not a conversation. Do not bamboozle people here. This is a marketing call.
The next conversation we will have will be so elevated. But I'm glad that you're not really addressing things, that are being said and done, because it's just a waste of time. I treat people like they don't even exist. I love that you're moving past it, because people really need some healing. They really need something to do.
They do.
They really need something to do. And I'm glad that we're doing this conference. I'm really proud of you, Princella. I'm really proud of how you persevere. I'm really proud of how you've grown in just a year. Like, people don't understand, you've been in this space really just over a couple of years. A lot of people who have your type of views and acknowledgement in this space, they've been doing this for way longer. I've been in this space, not on YouTube, but on Facebook. I've been in this internet space for a long time, and it is very difficult. It's difficult for people to constantly undermine you. It's difficult for people to get close to you just so that they can try to expose you. It's very difficult. And that's why I told you early on that you could always count on me, because no matter what happens between you and I, if you like F you, Nico, tomorrow and you got to go, I'm perfectly fine with that. If I like it or don't like it, you'll never have to worry about anything that discussed between us, the break wind on anybody's internet or anything like that. It will always stay amongst friends. And I think it's super, super important that as we all grow as women, that when you see something going wrong, that you cut your tie sooner than later. Mm-hmm. You never give a person a second chance to make a first impression. Once you see exactly who they and what they are, you have to leave things where they are and move on. And that's on both sides.
I hope the people watching this are taking heed to what she's saying, because everything she says applies to Priscilla. So move accordingly. Because Loki Heike, she's talking about this one right here.
Eyes of it. If you so disgusted with me, what the you doing around me? I can't stand that. I can't stand that you were so disgusting, but I stayed until you left me. Right. You should have been gone. You should have been gone. The minute you saw that I was this and that and sleeping on this, that, what you stay for? Because you were such a good person. That's why you going and telling everybody you're not a good person and you should have left. Or as a friend, you should have loved me through that and helped me get better. And that's what true friendship and growth and sisterhood is really about. Sisterhood is not all encompassing. It don't apply to everyone who exists on this earth. No, sisterhood is the women who you have a mutual connection and understanding with, that you can respect, like Jessica said, that you can respect enough, and like Shantae said, where you can grow and you can heal and get to the next level with it.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And I will say this, you cannot love everybody through everything. Okay. Somebody said, oh, but you should have loved me through that. No, you also need to be lovable through it. Okay. You love people who want to get better. You love people who are trying to improve. No problem. But if you are being abused by a person, you have to walk away. Okay. You truly have to walk away. Because I do feel like BTaylor was to some extent like it was too much for her mentally. Right. So she has to walk away. You cannot love people through abuse. Like, I'm so sorry. Like, oh no. Okay. Because I got to love myself first. Because ultimately, if you hurt me enough, you scar me enough, you destroy me enough, there won't be nothing left of me, right? You can't pour from an empty cup, right? So that's a very toxic thing to say too, because it's like, oh, well, we should condone people who are abusive and who have abusive behaviors. Absolutely not. You love people through a situation where they are also lovable through a situation. At least they're not trying to beat you and bite you and hurt you, right? But if you're trying to love on someone, and the more you're trying to love on them, the more they want to hit you, throw things at you, insult you, traumatize you. Yeah, you need to run. Okay, let them be somebody else's burden. Okay, that's crazy. That is really crazy. You can see just watching this video. Me, I'm not really familiar with these people, but just watching BTaylor, watching Princella, I could tell, and I said this yesterday, I could tell that Princella had a very dominating personality. Okay, her personality is way more dominating than BTaylor. So BTaylor, I'm sure it got to a point like she was very defeated because this woman she's dominating. Okay. So it's like at some point you got to pick yourself. And somebody else will see that Nico came in, whatever, Jessica's coming in. Other people can come in and pick up the slack. But there comes a time you have to pick yourself. Got to pick yourself because you can't love people who are toxic. You cannot love them through a healing. They will harm you. They will destroy you. They will harm you in ways that you can't even imagine. And by the time they feel better, you are a complete wreck. Okay? It's okay to pick yourself. So pick yourself. You know, just because you are helping someone does not mean that you have to be there at the finish line. You do the best that you can. Okay? And then the rest, that might be somebody else's burden. You don't have to be there through and through because that might not be your calling. Okay? That's it. That's that. You're crazy.
That was a word. That was a word. Okay. So, ladies, I want to respect y'all's time. I appreciate y'all coming up here. It's 9:06. We've been going for an hour and 46 minutes. Do you all have any closing words? I want to give everybody, can we get everybody's link? Because everybody wants to follow y'all. So can you tell them where to follow you? Start with Nico. Where can they follow you? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on.
Oh.
Say it again.
I'm mostly on Facebook. You can follow me on Facebook. I am getting ready to start growing my TikTok. So head on over to TikTok. I'm going to be there too. But Nico Cherie everywhere. I'm Nico Cherie on Facebook. I'm Nico Cherie on Instagram. I'm Nico Cherie on TikTok. And unlike Priscilla, I cuss people out, so don't bother me. Yeah, but you can follow me anywhere, everywhere. Like I don't have the patience, y'all. It's just my age.
They get cussed out. A lot of people get cussed out over here too, but victim mentality made them extra sensitive. You know what? You're right. Princella talks to us mean. I'm just gonna unfollow because my feelings are hurt. And that's why they broke. This why they still in a relationship they can't get out of. Nigga done hit them in the eye and they can't leave and they broke and desperate. That's why, because they so sensitive. All right, well.
And you see, this is the type of woman you already know. You tell her your problem, she will throw it in your face. You see how she talks? That's why they broke. That's why they're with a man that beats on them and da 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 da. Like I'm like, what? Like this is just sick. You are so unprofessional. You lack class. You see, she's the type of person you tell her your business, she will throw that stuff in your face. Whenever she gets mad, she will throw it in your face. Okay, she'll throw it in your face. This is pure madness. It's like she's like really toxic. Like she's really toxic. She's so toxic. Because she can't wait to like make you feel like you're less than. She can't wait to do that. She's sick.
Nico cuss people out too. So if you don't want to get cussed out, don't go follow Nico. All right.
I know, because I was with her Sunday and she got them all. She was like, don't, she asked them, she was like, how many of y'all want to get in real estate? You know, everybody raised their hand. Me. And she was like, how many of y'all ain't got a page up? And some, she asked them about their personal brand and everybody was like, ooh. They were like, she was like, don't come in here talking about, and they were asking for what did they say? They want to get in real estate with no money down. And Nico was like, if you ain't got no money, you shouldn't be doing real estate.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because when you say I want to invest, think about an investment like a gumball machine. Let me help everybody out right now. In order to get that bubble gum out of the machine, a quarter has to go in. That's investing in the most simplest terms that I could explain it to you. What goes in comes out. Mm-hmm. So when you put something into the gumball machine, that's your investment. When you put
no, that's a purchase. She's so damn dumb. That is a purchase. It is not an investment. Okay. When you put money into a gumball machine, you are guaranteed a gumball. That's why it's called a purchase. When you go to a vending machine and they tell you, oh, this juice right here is $2 and you have to press F2, you put your $2 bill, then you type F2, this juice is going to come out because it's a purchase. It is guaranteed. The money you put in guarantees a product. Okay. Investments are not guaranteed. Investments are not guaranteed. Investments, you could get your money back. You could get more money. You could get less money. You could also get zero money. Okay. An investment is not a purchase. Investments are risky, right? That's why even for certain investments, you have to have a certain net worth. Like people who don't have a net worth of $1 million cannot invest in a hedge fund because it's extremely risky, right? Most everyday people, even though investing is risky, but with their 401k, they're investing in like mutual funds, etc. Like it's like insurance companies, like very, very safe stuff so that they can mitigate risk because it's people's retirement, right? But it's like a purchase is not the same as an investment. When you do an investment, there is a chance you could not get your money back. And that people need to tell you that. Everybody who wants you to invest in something should let you know, okay, these are the risks. There is a chance you might never see this money again. But that's not the same thing with the purchase. If you go to a vending machine and you put your $2 in there and the drink does not come out, you call the 1-800 number. They'll bring someone to give you the juice or to give you your money back because that's a transaction, right? For $2, you get this. The money gets stuck. You call the number. They'll tell you how to reboot the machine or they'll bring a maintenance person or they will give you your money back because it's a purchase. It's the same thing when you buy something with your credit card. If you don't get what you paid for, you call the bank, you do a chargeback, you get your money back because it's a purchase. For money exchange, you need to receive a product. That is not the same thing with an investment. An investment is you put your money into something, there's a chance you get your money back. There's a chance you get way more money. There's a chance you get no money. There's a chance you might even go negative. It depends what you're investing in. So it's like this. I'm like, this is really crazy. They are insane. Confusing a purchase with an investment. You're just dumb.
Investment in there, which is the quarter, which you want to place in there, you'll get what you want out of it, which is the gumball. So an investment always requires something from you, and it's typically
money. That's right. But they always get them. They always get them investing in real estate with no money, baby. That's wholesaling. And it's either you got money or you got time. And guess what? When you live in a system like this, most of y'all ain't really got money or time. So you better find out how to get some more money. All right. Or, get you some connections because when you wholesale, you basically doing a bird dog hunt, going to do the work for somebody who actually got the money. You a gopher. That's what you are, right? And he'll give you a percentage of the contract, whatever deal y'all make up. But that's what they say. That's what they mean when they say invest in real estate with no money. Baby, it mean working your ass off, working your fingers out to the bones, right? Looking for deals that somebody else gonna pay for. That's what that's about. You got to have money. Jess, you got any disagreement there?
Oh, no. I mean, I'm all for it. Wholesaling got me in, but like you said, it's the time.
And then she said here that, if you want to invest, like you gotta have money. You gotta have money. It's not always the case. It depends what you're doing. Let me play this. Let me show you this, right? So this man, this light-skinned man right here, right? This is Mr. Pebbles. Mr. Pebbles, he is a billionaire, okay? He's like a real estate billionaire. I want to say he's a black Donald Trump, but he's more legitimate than Donald Trump, right? He has loads of real estate, y'all. This is not a joke. This black man right here got money. He has money, okay? And he's also in real estate. I think right now he's working on a $5 billion real estate deal. And I want you to compare his energy, how he talks about real estate. And also he has a real estate license, okay? Compared to how these frauds are talking about real estate. Let me play this video for you. I'm going to make it go faster.
D.C. And Washington, D.C. in 1960 was a totally different place. So my mother could have me in one private hospital in this city, and that was Freeman's Hospital, which is now Howard University Hospital. She couldn't have me at GW, couldn't have me at Georgetown, couldn't have me at Sibley or any place else. And so during that time period, Washington, D.C. changed. I remember the riots of '68, and I also remember 1974 when the city got the right to elect its own government for the first time. And then in 1978 when it elected a mayor that ended up transforming the city. And so as a young boy, I can remember going downtown in DC and beginning to see these buildings getting built. And my mother was a real estate sales agent and then a broker and then worked at Fannie Mae. So she raised me by herself. And so I was introduced to real estate. So I remember taking the bus down DC, this before Metro was built and while Metro was under construction. And I remember seeing all these buildings get built. And I remember seeing a couple names on them. And one in particular was Oliver T. Carr Company. And it's Oliver T. Carr Company. Everywhere I went downtown, it's Oliver T. Carr Company. And so I said, wow, this would be amazing to build one of these buildings. It would be phenomenal. And I remember a few years later, and the mayor of the city, soon-to-be mayor, city council member, Marion Barry, who was a mentor of mine, I met Oliver T. Carr. He wore a bow tie, sport jacket, walked on two legs, walked on the ground, and he was a man just like anybody else. And so I said, okay, well, he can do it, so can I. Mm-hmm. I happened to be born in DC where I had examples of African-American entrepreneurs and business people and lawyers and doctors and so forth to be very, very successful. I spent my last 2 years of high school. I was a page on Capitol Hill, so I went to the high school on the top floor of the Library of Congress and went to school from 6 in the morning until 10:30. And then walked across the street to the Capitol and worked. So there I got to meet many African-American members of Congress, John Conyers, Ron Dellums, Harold Ford, Charlie Rangel, and so many others, and they mentored me. And so I saw that there were really kind of no limitations to what could be done.
You see how educated Black people mentor other people for free? See this? Nobody charged them for a seminar. It was free. Congress people on the Hill mentored this man for free. You see this? Okay. Okay.
However, I wanted to play it safe. I saw my mother struggling. And so I wanted to earn a nice living. I wanted to one day get married, have kids, and be able to support them. So I said, okay, I'm going to do what I know. I had an uncle who was a inspiration to me, and he was a doctor. So I said, I'm going to go into medicine. So I entered into a 6-year medical program at Rutgers University. And then after the first year, I decided this wasn't what I wanted to do. I didn't have the patience, frankly, to wait that long. My goal was to be successful and be doing it at an early age where I could get a good runway and a long runway. So I quit. End of the first year, I quit, came back to DC in 1979 and decided to sell houses. And but interest rates were 20%. Carter was president, and it was impossible to get anybody to qualify. I could sell houses, but I couldn't get anybody to qualify. So I was a good salesperson. So I said, okay, I got to earn a living. So I started learning how to become an appraiser. And I became an appraiser, and my first client was the federal government, Department of Housing and Urban Development. This is in 1983. I was 23. And I started appraising low-income housing for HUD insured mortgages around Washington, D.C. And so it took me all around the city to do that. And so that's where I started off. So appraising houses at $125 an appraisal. First, it started off at $60, but then HUD raised per appraisal. Then HUD raised it to $125 an appraisal. So you had to do a lot of appraisals to make any kind of living. And so I did that. And then I got appointed to the property tax appeal board by the mayor when I was 23. And then 24, I became chairman. So all the major property owners came before the board appealing their assessments before this board. So I was 24 years old. I was chairman of the most powerful board in Washington, D.C., thanks to a transformative African-American mayor who gave me a chance. And so anyway, I go in my business. I said, I want to have the biggest appraisal business I can possibly have. And so I opened up offices in Georgetown, and I took more space than I needed because I said, we're going to grow into it. So I sublet some to some real estate brokers. So I was trying to get into the development business, looking at different stuff downtown. And one day, since 1986, a member of the tax appeal board, who was also a broker, who was one of my subtenants, came in and said, here, I got a piece of property I got listed in Anacostia on Martin Luther King Avenue, and you should buy it. I said, man, I don't want to own anything in Anacostia. I want to build downtown. I want to be a big developer, like Oliver Carr. And he showed me a letter. And the letter said this, it was on a letterhead of the mayor of the District of Columbia. And it said, this letter constitutes a commitment by the District of Columbia government to lease office space in a building that you proposed building. And it was addressed to another developer. And so my friend told me, the broker said, look, you can buy this for the lot for $900,000. This developer's offering $750,000. I went so they're arguing over $150,000. And I'm thinking they're going to build a building here, 22,000 square feet or so. So I checked out the zoning and found out I could build a 100,000 square foot building. So I said, okay. I went and set up a meeting with the seller. I had the broker set it up. And I said, I'm going to pay your price. I brought in some partners. I'm going to pay you your price. And I need time to make the deal. And I brought in 3 partners who collectively put up all the money. And we split 50-50.
Well, he said
$1,000. This developer's offering $750,000.
Listen carefully.
I went so they're arguing over $150,000. And I'm thinking they're going to build a building here, 22,000 square feet or so. So I checked out the zoning and found out I could build a 100,000 square foot building. So I said, okay. I went and set up a meeting with the seller. I had the broker set it up. And I said, I'm going to pay your price. I brought in some partners. I'm going to pay you your price. And I need time to make the deal. And I brought in 3 partners who collectively put up all the money. And
So he said all 3 partners, he didn't put any money down. Because his currency, his capital was his experience, because he had a lot of experience and he started at the bottom. Okay. He actually started at the bottom. He didn't say, oh, I'm going to go to this seminar and this seminar. No, he started at the bottom. But his currency was his experience. But he put no money down. So when she's saying, like, oh, if you ain't got no money, you can't make no money. And no money, shut up. This man bought a property. He didn't put money down. He was able to convince other people to put their money down. He didn't put their money down. And today, I think that building is like, the building makes all kinds of money. He's a billionaire, okay? But do you see and like I said, look at his body language. Look at how he talks to people. Look at how he conducts himself, okay? You see, people who have real money, real experience, people who are truly doing real estate. Like I told you, right now, he's working on a $5 billion real estate deal in New York City. This is real money. He's not out here chasing tax liens and flipping tax liens, all this weird, bizarre stuff these people are on, right? So like I said, they're real professional. If you're looking for Black people to inspire you, they are legitimate Black real estate billionaires out here. Don't let these liars on the TikTok bamboozle you. They are frauds. They are fraudulent, okay? That's why nobody knows them, because they're frauds, okay?
Split 50-50. And I put up no money. They put up all of it. And then I went to work. And I wrote the city a letter saying that now I own the building. And I know that the mayor was committed to economic empowerment east of the river. So I'm going to build a bigger building. And I'm going to charge you less money per square foot, but it's going to be a much bigger building. And it's going to transform the neighborhood and so on. So ultimately, the mayor and the city signed a lease to lease the building at 2100 Martin Luther King Avenue. And right after that, right before that lease was signed, I got a call from the Washington Post, and I returned the call, and I thought it was a human interest story. Young African American entrepreneur does well, rebuilding our communities, and it turned out it was an investigative reporter for the Washington Post, and he said, "I'm looking into the relationship that you and the mayor have, and want to understand why he's leasing office space from you and Anacostia." And so long story short, I was on the front page a few days later. Top fold of the paper, right next to Ronald Reagan and the Iran-Contra affair. And there was my little building in Anacostia. And so ultimately, we signed the lease, built the building a year early, $900,000 under budget. And I still own the building today. The city has released it 2 times thereafter. And Donahue is overseeing the renovation of the building right now because the Bowser administration renewed their lease. They kickstarted the revitalization of Anacostia, which continues today. That building made me a multimillionaire. So that building, I think, back then cost about $9-10 million. And today I run a $4 billion business, but it all started right there. And I wouldn't be sitting up here today if it weren't for that building, and if it weren't for Marion Barry, and it wasn't for being born in Washington, D.C.
So did Mayor Barry charge this man $250, $500? You broke this. You so broke, you brokety broke. You can't afford me. Change your mindset. You broke. You are so broke. Why would I help you broke people? Okay, you want to be knocked upside your head? No. You see, when you deal with real intelligent Black people, you don't deal with this type of behavior. You truly do not. Okay? You don't. Like I'm telling y'all, this man is rich. It is not a joke. But you see how laid back he is. He's not insulting people. So, well, if you don't want to know what I got to say, well, didn't I knock upside your head and knock upside your head? Like, what the heck is wrong with you people? Okay. And then if you go on YouTube, there's a special video about him. Is this?
It's the time for me, and time is money. So it's like, you got to decide where you want to spend your time. And that's why I'm like, look, if you get in the room, that's when we talk about strategies that we do, that we come up on money, so we don't have to just resort to that. So that's why I love it. I'm passionate about it. I've been a real estate developer and seen over $30 million of real estate transactions, from hotels to single family home and everything in between. And when I tell you that the reason I'm focusing on the mindset is because I've seen people make money, I've seen people lose money, and it's a mindset that really helps you to sustain. So that's why I'm a networking coach. I help bring people to the table to get deals done, because more than anything, 5% of the deal is the steps. Like, we can write down how to buy a house. You want me to tell you? Go find one, put it under contract. It's bought. That's it.
That's
like,
it.
I don't know what more to explain on the process, but it's the 95% of the mindset to make you sign the dotted lines with that many zeros.
Absolutely.
That's where the true test came. When I had to start signing my name to those documents, that was the true test. And that's really what I help leaders really ignite that spark, so that they don't see obstacles and they get more stuff done. So you can find me at It's Jessica Myers, MYERS, at ITS Jessica Myers, MYERS. You can Google me, as Nico said. You can Google me if you can't find it, or on all my social media platforms. LinkedIn, Instagram is where I spend the most time, but you can find me on all social media platforms at It's Jessica Myers. And I always tell everybody, you know, you got it. Let's get it. Let's go.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So it's Jessica Myers, right? Okay, good. So that I'm writing it up there.
MYERS.
Okay, gotcha. All right, Shantae.
Hey. All right. I just want people to know that the best investment is themselves. You have to invest in yourself. You have to know that you are worthy, you are enough, you are more than enough to start fresh today. Forget about the mistakes that you made in your past and start today investing in yourself. And this conference is the best way to do that. I'm not even joking. This, you guys have gotten a taste of it today. I already did too. I'm like, oh, I got to get into this real estate game. But all right, you guys can find me on YouTube. I am Raina Shante, R-E.
They always say invest in yourself, and then investing in yourself means giving your money to them. Like, that's how you invest in yourself, by helping them keep up with their lifestyle. Go sit down somewhere. I will keep my money.
INA, SHAUNTE, on YouTube, on Instagram, on TikTok. I just love to live life and have fun and enjoy, because I am not about the drama. I'm about living my best full life. So I'm just glad to be a part of this group. I'm super excited about this conference. Let's go, Queens. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go.
Let's get it. Let's go.
I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Thank you all. Thank you, ladies, for showing up. I mean,
of course you're happy, because you got a bunch of suckers about to make you all kinds of money. Of course you're happy. You're going to be rich. You're going to make a lot of money teaching people nonsense they could have found with ChatGPT. Of course you're happy.
We knocked two birds out with one stone, you know, and it's been a blessing. And I'm so happy to be in a partnership with real adult women going forward and manifesting some real stuff. Like, let's go get this bag. Let's go be happy. Let's go take some trips. Let's do it. Let's you know, I got to get some real estate. So, you know, I'm ready. I'm on board. So
I'm working on a deal right now. I'm trying to get a deal under my Hill Estate brand. So I'm working with, you know, our guy. So yeah. I'm talking to him. We're in talks right now to get, you know, some deals so we can get some townhomes built in Texas. So we'll see.
I'm ready. Let's go. Thank you, ladies. It's been a wonderful show. I hope everybody has a good night. Peace, love, and happiness.
So I guess that's it, you guys. Yeah, invest in yourself. Investing in yourself always involves you giving these girls all your money. They are crazy. They are. Yeah, she disabled the chat. She disabled the chat.
I was with her son.
Okay, good. So that I'm writing it up there.
MYERS.
Okay, gotcha. All right, Shantae.
Yeah, like, she's crazy. Like, they, of course they are. They're crazy. They are really, really crazy. They are crazy. They are really, really crazy. And I promise you, like, wherever they are, if you go to speak to the people who are really big in real estate in that area, they have never heard of these people. They've never heard of them. Okay. Because the people who are really doing real estate, they're not on TikTok all day, every day scamming people. They're actually doing business deals, right? She's not serious. She is not. They're really not serious. And they're promising rags to riches story. All you have to do is buy this tax lien. All you have to do is pay the seminar, and you'll make all this money, and then you won't have any money. You'll have no debt. You'll be super rich. Then you'll go on vacation, like as if it works like that. Okay? No. That's not how life goes. All right, you guys. So I hope you enjoyed yourself. I hope you learned something. Priscilla wasted our time because she addressed nothing. Okay? She addressed nothing. So we'll see. BTaylor said she was done. She wasn't going to comment again. So we'll see. Oh, no. Hold up. Wait a minute. What's it called? Libra Gang? This girl posted this one video here. Let me see. Was it this one?
I felt like hold her accountable, then I felt like it was if something was to happen, at least I spoke up in some way or form to let her know, okay, well, maybe she'll pay more attention to Amaya because she know people will be watching her now because it's been brought to the light. And that's the only way I knew how to do that.
So I have another question as well, BTaylor. In regards to walking away, did you walk away, or was Princella breaking up with you true, or did you walk away? How did that whole thing go?
So it's true that Princella did end it, but I will say when I was talking about my truth is that I told you from the beginning, I didn't want a relationship with Princella because I'm not gay. I don't like women, but I was persuaded to think that I do. And to make.
But you are gay, Priscilla. You are gay. She said, I don't like women. You do like women. Like, make it make sense. I'm like, you are bisexual now. What in the Priscilla? So she's so delulu. Like, this Libra is crazy. You slept with a woman. You had relations with her for 6 months. How can you say you're not gay? Like, what is wrong with y'all?
Make it work. And Priscilla even said, if this fails, this just shows that I can't persuade women to like other women. So she was trying to make something work when it wasn't supposed to even happen that way. I only wanted to be Princella's friend and get to know who she was off camera. And that was my intentions when I met her. And then it turned into this whole relationship thing where she was persuading me to, no, it's going to work. It's gonna work. So I'm like, okay, cool. So when things started hitting the fan and I was like mentally not doing well and I was like, I messed up. This was around December. I would say like end of November, December. That's when I was like, I need to get out of this. But I was scared of what actually is happening right now. I was scared that it was going to be brought to the internet because I'm such a private person and nobody could pull up any of my exes online on social media because I don't talk about it. If I end up breaking up with somebody, you're not gonna just hear about it anymore, you know. But that's not how.
I'm gonna let AP, because I'm gonna be real, BTaylor. I'm gonna have to step away for a second because I am a bisexual woman. And it puts us in a very precarious situation because this is how we have to deal with people who question our sexuality.
Yeah.
We feel that we're trisexual, or even if fully lesbian women engage with women, now we're gonna have women saying that they grooming them because they might have flirted with them or told them they're beautiful or something. Like this can unleash some shit on us. So before I get out, because I love to be objective and I love to stay in a certain place, and when I know I can't do that, I step away. So AP and T, I'm gonna let y'all take over.
So real quick, I went to what you just said about your ex.
This other one got so triggered. They get triggered so easily. She made this whole disclaimer, like, who cares? Who cares? Like, what the heck?
It's like they're not. I did look up at the time that you and Princella were dating. Mm-hmm. I didn't know she had a girlfriend, and so I didn't know that girlfriend was you, and I had no idea.
No, it wasn't me. She had a second girlfriend.
Okay. Well, no, at the time it was you because I saw you you guys on live one time. You guys were out. It was at nighttime. I think you were on a double date or something like that. And I saw you guys being affectionate. So at the time it was you. I don't know anything about her other relationships, but I had looked into you a little bit, just typing your name in TikTok. And I did see there was a guy that you used to be in a relationship with, right?
I don't know. Where did you see that?
On TikTok, if you just type your name in. So that's why I was saying, like,
okay. You're talking about TikTok. I'm talking about YouTube. TikTok.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I was like, I've seen
TikTok was like, I need to clean up my TikTok. TikTok was like a family thing for me. Nobody knew about my TikTok on YouTube. As you see, I have a small following on TikTok because I just started posting on TikTok. So there was a guy on my TikTok because I did family stuff. I need to actually take that off because, you know, that was like a family thing. I used to do TikTok with I used to do TikToks with my kids and my boyfriend at the time because, you know, we were living together. So I like to do family stuff and whatnot. But then I started to transition my TikTok. Once TikTok got longer and you can do commentary on there, I was like, oh, you know what? This is not a dancing app. I can do commentary on here. But I think that that's where it clashes because it's like content and then like my family stuff from the past. And if you scroll down, you'll see I have my children. I'm showing my home. I'm being very intimate on my TikTok, which is something I don't do on my YouTube channel. Like, nobody knows what my children look like. I'm sorry. Go ahead. You're on mute.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes. No, you're mute. You're mute again.
You're on mute again. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, so I don't frequent YouTube. I'm not a YouTube person like that. So that I would not know about anybody on YouTube who's popular or whatever. I don't look at the lives or anything, but that's what I'm saying. TikTok, yes, I'm heavy on TikTok. Yeah. So that's where I was saying I had seen that. And I'm like, wait a minute, there was like a guy and a family and y'all used to be like one knit, like family.
Yeah, no, we were.
Used on, but I had seen that. So but back to the statement you made though, when it comes to that, and I think Jazzy really has a solid point on this. When you are putting that narrative of the relationship, that the dynamic before initially when you had met Princella and y'all were in that, I guess, courting stage before officially being together, the way you explain that does put, and you got to understand the bigger picture here on the LGBTQIA community, it does put something of that grooming nature on.
Here they go again with their LGBTQIA plus KFYZPDALOP. We do not care. Like these LGBTQIA XYZW, they swear like we have to tippy-toe around them, and you got to tell what happened to you in a way that makes them feel like they're not predators. Some of y'all are predators. Deal with it. Like it is not like it is not her responsibility to make anyone who's LGBTQIA plus XYMOP feel any type of way about themselves, right? There are people in that community who prey on people. There are girls who are lesbian, bisexual, I mean, whatever you want to name it, who do go after girls who are traditionally heterosexual, right? And they really want to turn these girls out. It is okay. Stop thinking that because you wave a rainbow flag that somehow you are innocuous. There are bad people that are heterosexual, and there are also bad people who are LGBTQIA plus, okay? Anybody is capable of being deviant. The problem with LGBTQIA plus, is that they really think that there's something special. They think they're above the fray, like they're above reproach. You can't say this because, oh, if you do this, you put pressure on us. Child, who cares? We put pressure on men every single day, right? We accuse men of all kinds of acts, right? Why can't do that with y'all? Okay, we live now in an age of equality. If it's good for the man, it's good for y'all too. Like, please, if this is how she feels like it happened to her, that is her. Who are you to tell her how to tell her story in a way that doesn't portray your community in a bad way? Like, go sit down somewhere. Go sit down somewhere. Like, they're just weird. Like, they swear like their sexual orientations like this weird shrine that everybody has to bow down to. We don't have to bow down to nothing. There are a lot of ladies who are lesbian, et cetera, who are very aggressive. They are seriously aggressive. Okay? Yeah, it's like what the heck? They're very aggressive. And it's like nobody's supposed to say anything because when it comes to what's it called? When it comes to these people, it's like, oh, you have to, you gotta like bend the knee or something. Like it's like, what the heck? What the heck? When do we get here again? Right? And like, look at this. Let me show y'all something too, huh? Because I got all these videos, but
moving to my new apartment on the 5th floor.
Let me show you this.
Trip 1, no problem. Trip 3.
I like her. I like that. I like that.
Hold on.
I like the. Don't step out. Don't. So what you think is different to the show, man? That big hoochie day energy. That real shit. You feel me?
Let me show you something.
Original hoochie anywhere. Chaos. Anybody who know me know. Yeah, I mean, you so fine, bitch. Who is so fine? Oh, baby. What you do? What? 2-7. Okay. Childbone.
Look at this.
Girl, Gemini. Okay. So. And what do you do for a living? Like, y'all some freaky ass bitches.
So when you being that you're an exotic dancer, and I got this question because this is a hoochie daddy. So when you perform, what type of attire do you wear? Who are you when you perform?
So Django, when I perform, I came out as a friend when I first started dancing. So everybody knows me as one of the Django, but I can be
So you give a lap dance?
I'm scared.
Pick them up like how?
Pick up number 20. Pick her ass up. Oh shit! Pick up! Oh shit!
Wait, there we go.
Oh my God! Well, let me show you this part. Let me hold on, let me show you this part too.
They got me fucked up. I'm taking this shit. I'm taking this, bro. I'm taking it.
Pretty nasty.
I like that. Self-talk. So you have.
So yeah, I've been teaching myself for years.
Like, what did you already know how to draw before? You knew how to draw before you started self-teaching, right?
A little bit. I don't like to draw. Like I can't draw straight from my mind. I can.
You can trace?
Yeah,
you're a tracer.
Nothing wrong with that.
How do you learn about dimensions and saturation then?
Say that again?
How do you learn about your dimensions and your saturation?
Art classes.
Snap that big ass face. When you're an erotic dancer,
listen.
When you perform, do you take everything home?
I get down to my thong, and I wear pasties.
Thong and pasties. So closed legs or open legs?
Depends on the outfit. Depends on the theme.
Period. Just in general. Closed.
Look at how aggressive this one here is going to be, and you'll see that the young lady, she gets really uncomfortable. This one's going to be very aggressive because she wants to know, do you open your legs? Do you close your legs? Do you open your legs? Do you close your legs? I'm like, you have some women who are lesbians who are really aggressive. They are aggressive. And people have the right to say that. People have the right to say that. Like men get flack every day for their behavior. There are men who get punished for what other men do all the time. Nobody bats an eye. So it's like, why we can't be critical also of the LGBTQIA, why not? Okay, because ultimately we are all human beings. Anybody is capable of doing evil. So nobody's beyond reproach. Nobody's beyond reproach. No special group is beyond reproach. Anybody can get checked. Okay, but this girl right here, I would say she's a stud. She was very aggressive. And the young lady was really getting scared. She was like, no, you have to answer me. Do you open your legs? Do you close your legs? Do you open your legs? Do you close your legs? I'm like, what the heck? What do you want? And I'm like, if we were in prison right now, she'd probably jump this little girl. Like, what is wrong with you?
Legs or open legs?
What's this freaky ass shit you're talking about?
It's a definition of what you got.
What is this?
I'm not even that.
Closed leg. It's just pick one. Closed legs.
Why?
Open legs.
Why?
Closed legs don't get fed, so open legs.
Okay. I mean,
well, since you gotta go to the next person, we have a time limit, so we will make sure.
I want to go into that. That's what I wanted to ask too.
Y'all some nasty.
Hold on, come back. One second.
See? So she tells her this now this one, because now she said open leg. Then the other one said, oh yeah, come back real quick. Now she's gonna keep asking her more questions. But I'm like, if a man was doing that, it would be a problem, right? But because these are lesbians, you're not supposed to criticize them. We do not care about your little rainbow flag, okay? Because anybody can be dangerous. Anybody can. And if you are an honest lesbian and you know what goes on, you should also be like, you know what? Yeah, we need to speak up about that. Don't keep mum because, well, I don't want to be seen a certain way. We do not care. You are still a woman at the end of the day. You are still a woman, and you should care about protecting women. No matter what your sexual orientation is, protect these women, okay? If a man is dangerous, let her know. If another woman could also be dangerous, you should let her know. Like, this is crazy. No.
G-string type, like
G-string.
So yeah, everything out.
Little triangle, string.
Oh my God.
Pass it out.
You don't mind getting feminine for the ladies when you go show.
I don't mind.
You know, I started that shit. I started this barbecue business. So what do you consider yourself as more of a STEM or masculine presenting, like?
I would say I'm a STEM, but more masculine presenting. Although I still am feminine on my inside, I'm very soft. I'm very gentle.
and but I know like how to turn on my dominant side. I know when to be masculine.
So may I say something? I want you. The determination of masculine and femininity is not based on just your insights, right? So you're still a woman at the end of the day. So you still have those tendencies. But do you naturally present yourself as a masculine presented woman on any given day, or is it just a turn on switch? I'm making answer your question. I don't know how to go. Good question. I'm not a stud. I'm learning, so I'm asking. I'm learning as I go. I'm asking. So is it your everyday thing? Do you turn it off when it's time for like your dance sessions, or how does that work for you?
So for me personally, every day I'm masculine. Every day I'm comfortable masculine. I turn on my feminine side when I know it's towards the end of my performance, and also when I want to go out look cute with the heels and everything, special occasions.
You wear heels?
But definitely wear heels, special occasions.
You wear heels? You don't even sell a heel in my size. Hold on.
Big booty. Right.
Hold on.
And that's a I love that. You have a good bit of versatility. I love diversity in the person because you can still be masculine presenting and still have those moments where you still dress up as that woman.
That's the great thing. You Gemini, see? They think
that's just part 6.
Oh, see, they ain't gonna fuck with you.
I like her.
I like that. I like that. I like her.
Don't step out. Don't.
So what you bringing different to the show, man?
Hold on.
Everybody try to fuck. If she they're gonna try to test.
Most pro. Because she told the girl, like, oh, when you get in the house, they're going to try to pretty much grape you. Hold on. She said, look at what she said to her. She's a little STEM, but everybody going to try to, and they're going to try to test it. And I'm like, so like you are talking about sexual assault? Like, what are you going to do what to her? Right? But I'm like, if guys said that to her, oh, when you come around us, we're going to try to F, we're going to try to test you. Like, that is crazy. That is so crazy. This is so inappropriate.
We did right. Everybody was so intrigued.
I live with your energy.
With the you.
I love the energy. I'm scared.
I see both. I see like a STEM. She's the masculine.
A feminine.
But I see the femininity as well. I feel like if you dig in the house, I think all the hoochie daddies gonna try to fuck you.
They're gonna try to F you. They're gonna test you. Y'all don't respect boundaries. Y'all don't respect boundaries. If somebody says no, I'm not interested. No means no. But it seems like when you're dealing with people who are LGBTQ, you're not allowed to enforce your boundaries. And I'm like, no, that's a problem because some are aggressive. Some are aggressive. And that needs to be said.
But they gonna test you. I feel like they're gonna try to test you. It don't matter.
So she said, oh, they got girlfriends at home. I have a wife at home. Then she says to her, oh, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They're gonna do what they want to do regardless. I'm like, yeah, some are aggressive.
That's the great thing. You Gemini, see?
Some are aggressive. So it's like, why do you not want BTaylor to say how she felt? The girl was aggressive. She fell into it, but two things can be true. The girl was aggressive.
On that community, and that's not fair.
And we often, as bisexual women, we are always swinging. Bis are always swinging in the LGBTQ community.
We do not care where you swing or you don't swing. You don't get to dictate how we speak, okay? You will not bully me into saying things the way that make you feel comfortable. But if a man did that, it'll be a problem. And I hope a lot of ladies realize that these girls are just as toxic as men. They are just as toxic as men. They are just as like obsessed with vagina as men. They are just as obsessed with sex as men. They are obsessed as guys. They gaslight you just like a toxic man. They are no different. Okay. So don't think that, oh, I have an issue with men. If I go over there with these women, I'm going to have a perfect relationship. No, you're going to encounter the same behavior because it's not really the gender that's the problem. It's the psychology, right? A person who has no boundaries has no boundaries, right? A person who's unhinged is going to be unhinged. Somebody who likes to just do things to people just because it's going to do that. It's not just a gender thing. Okay, no, a man can be toxic. A woman can be. That's what we're seeing. Like a man can be toxic. A woman can be toxic. You can be in a relationship with the man. He's going to be toxic. You could also be with the woman and she'll be toxic too. So there's like, oh no, but she's a girl, so she's not. No, everybody has their own type of baggage, right? So it's like the psychology really matters. Hold on, this one. How'd this one go?
I'm out with my friends. I'm out with healers. They're literally healers. They're spiritual women. I'm with them because I want to heal.
So she said she was out with her friends that are healers. She's talking about Yanni. So I guess Yanni is her healer.
And so I cried and I laughed and I had fun. I had men buying me drinks. And I even said, I'm not interested in these men, but it do feel good to just have fun. I haven't had fun like this in such a long time. It just felt nice to smile again, you know? And just because somebody's smiling and laughing don't mean that they're not hurting, right? So then I'm tipsy. I get on TikTok. I'm talking about how much fun I'm having. This guy cashed at me some money. I was like, oh, dang, some guy just cashed at me some money. I'm just talking about like, dang, I feel.
So she said like, oh, some guy cash app me their money. Nobody can just cash app you money. Okay? Nobody can just cash app you money. If somebody cash app you money, because you gave them your cash app handle, like stop. One thing about BTaylor, she likes to take drinks from men she doesn't know, and she likes to take money from men she doesn't know. I feel like she likes to lead dudes on so they can send her money. It's a bit weird, but you might want to stop that. If you're not going to be in a relationship with a man, do not take his money. That's really dangerous. You can get hurt.
I feel a little special because I didn't feel special. I felt a little worthless. My self-worth was hit. My ego was hit. My heart was hit. Everything was hit. So it just felt good. People pouring into me, man or female. It just felt good. It just made me like smile, right? So then I get on my. So then while I'm there, Princella calls me, and I'm like, why is she calling me? If I told her like
fuck about the people that called and get to her, you can tell by her body language.
I don't answer. I already knew just based off the past, if I don't answer P, she kind of feels some type of way. So I know when I hopped on TikTok after she called and I ignored her, it made her feel some type of way. And then whenever I talk about men, I guess it makes her feel some type of way that I'm still attracted to men. So when I got on my TikTok live Sunday night, it was like 40 people in there, maybe 100 at most or so. It wasn't a lot of people in there, but Princella was apparently watching this TikTok. And I was talking about men, and I was talking about how they was, buying us drinks. And I was just laughing about it because I thought it was funny because I was like, men are so awkward. It was kind of like just lighthearted fun. I was just having fun with my followers and talking to them and dancing to music. And
so you wasn't trying to dig in Princella's insecurity in regards to men.
No.
And you interacted with men.
I was talking about what happened my night.
Because look now, Libra to Libra. Because we be in our bag sometimes. We in our bag sometimes. And we be knowing.
Let me tell you, I didn't see her in my live. If she would have jumped in my live and I saw her.
Okay, so you didn't see her in the live.
I didn't see her because you know how the name pops up and tell you that somebody is in the live. I never saw her name. So I was like, oh, she's not watching. And she's talking.
But this part, I didn't believe it because when she did her 3-hour live stream, she said that P is always on social media. Like she sleeps on social media. And my thing is, when you went live, even if you didn't think she was on the live or she did not see your live, it's TikTok. Somebody's going to record it, screen record it, and send it to her. So some way, somehow, you got on live because you wanted her to hear about it. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Okay? You want to prove to her that you are going back to men, that men are wanting you. Because she even said it in the other live, her 3-hour live. She said that, oh, yeah, sometimes she would trigger her because she knows how to trigger Pete. So you know how to trigger her. You know that when you talk about men, it triggers her. Like you wanted a reaction out of her because you want to prove to her that you've moved on. She has a new girlfriend. You're out there. You're going back to men and she can be with her new girlfriend. It's okay to say that you try to trigger your ex. It's okay. We've been
talking to somebody. So I'm like, P ain't worried about me. She is.
Listen, this situation, I'm going to let some people ask some questions too, but this situation look, this why I stay away from other air signs. This air on air violence be real. This why I stay away from other air signs.
Yeah.
This air on air violence is not a game. It is not a joke.
But I didn't think she even cared because she clearly said she doesn't look at me like that. She's over me. She's moved.
You know she cared. Be quiet.
On, she's talking to somebody new. And so I said, okay.
So you just thought she didn't care. Yeah, this was it. She living her life. She doing her thing. So you out here living your life, doing your thing. Y'all both free. Y'all both single. So you was like, yeah, I'm fine. I'm cute. I'm coming outside. Like I'm
You are a narcissist. P is also a narcissist. You knew that she cared. You know she cared, and you wanted her to care. Like B, this girl, what's her name? BTaylor. I wish she'd be a bit more honest. Also, like, be a little bit more honest. Like, you miss her. You are in a weird love with her. You're confused because you don't know if you're straight, if you're gay, if you're bi. Like, you are really confused right now. But like, you did like the girl, and you still have feelings for her. So you did this so you could trigger her. It's okay.
I respect that.
Yeah, that's how I've always handled breakups. I'm gonna go outside and have fun, and I'm gonna just try to smile, and that's the only way I know how I can heal myself. And so I knew that I was drunk, and I didn't want to call her back because I'm drunk, right? And I'm like, and I'm also trying to heal. So I was just having fun. If y'all saw that TikTok, I was dancing, I was laughing, I was joking with people, I was making fun of men. I didn't even see P in my chat. I didn't see her in there. But if I did see her in there, I would have been a little bit more conscious of it. But I didn't think she was watching me.
No, you wouldn't have. You wanted to trigger her. Be quiet.
Because I'm like, oh, she's for sure talking to her girlfriend. Like, I'm not even about to call her back. I'm drunk, and she's probably talking to her new person or whatever. Actually, I didn't even know it was a girlfriend yet. It was somebody she was talking to. So you know how that is when you start talking to somebody new, you're talking to them all the time, right?
Look, real quick, BTaylor. I'm not gonna judge nobody's healing process. I see that happening in the comments a lot. I'm not gonna judge that. However, people do sometimes, because I am that person that if my friend be going through stuff, I'm like, girl, let's get out, let's shake a tail feather, let's cut a rug. Like, I am that friend that will remove them from whatever, thing got them down or whatever, and go out. And then, because sometimes it's fun, and then sometimes you do the heavy things, heavy stuff. Sometimes, she might have been, I don't know what the process was that day, BTaylor. You might have been crying all day. And so you might have needed to cut a rug and do all of that. I don't think anything is wrong with that. And people have to stop thinking that healing looks like one particular thing. Because it don't. She ain't go out here and rob a bank. That's not a part of her healing process. So that's fine.
But my thing is, if you are on a healing process from a bad breakup, is it prudent to go out for drinks and take drinks from random men and take money from random men? Because it seems like you're going from one reckless situation to another reckless situation, right? Like, healing has to look like walking away from things that are toxic. Healing is not, oh, I have toxic behavior. My ex had toxic behavior. So now I'm gonna put myself in more toxic behavior. Because what sense does it make? You just left a toxic relationship and now you're going out there to drink. You get drinks from random men. You are taking money from random men, right? So I'm like, I don't think that's a healing process. I just think that's like from more recklessness to more recklessness. Like, you are just reckless. Okay, you're seriously reckless. Well, this is crazy. How do you heal by that? Because now you're leading other men on. All this is chaotic energy.
And I want to say this, like, I don't know if y'all saw that TikTok video where people just don't really, it was an illustration of what healing looks like. And it's like a cup of dirty water and the faucet's just running. And eventually you see that water start to clear out, but it's dirty.
I saw that.
Like, I think people don't understand it. And so from the outside in, especially on social media, women, y'all really do. Somebody said in the comments earlier, y'all women can really make a breakup seem worse than what the person whoever was in the relationship really was. Yes. Y'all make the breakup seem 10 times worse because when y'all come in, it's all of a sudden like y'all take yourselves y'all own fucked up shit that nobody knows about. Right. Just because nobody knows about y'all's breakup and y'all's dirty laundry and the shit that you did to get out of your breakup or what you did in order to heal, you feel like it's easy for you to hop online and say some shit to somebody you know is actively
facts.
Because Princella has, from what was expressed by her and what I gathered, is she has a detached breakup style. She breaks up, she's detached. She goes into a stoic mode. That was the word she used.
But does that match what we're hearing though?
So
that's what
she's
she
just
said.
Like, boom, I'm done. That's that. And no, it does match Mahogany. It does. She said that BTaylor is more of the emotional and that BTaylor was hurting and stuff like that. So I'm not understanding it. Is it a disconnect because it's coming out of BTaylor's mouth? Because I feel like people understood it when it came out of Princella's mouth.
Yes, I understand what both of them said. My only point was that if it's truly a detachment style of a breakup, then why keep calling and lingering and trying
Now that's the thing. Mahogany. Now that's it. That's where
I wasn't there, so I'm just saying based on what I'm hearing.
What is it called? There's a technical term for that. There's a technical manipulative term for it. Breadcrumbing. It's breadcrumbing.
Yes, it's key factor though. It's a manipulative term.
It's breadcrumbing because how would you know when you think about those type of things? As women, we understand. Y'all understand a man giving y'all mixed signal. It's like she was getting mixed signals and mixed messages. How the fuck she's supposed to know if it's up and down? And that's what she's saying. I don't understand if it's up and down. And if you were in that same situation, you wouldn't understand that either.
And why do men give mixed messages?
She was ready to go out because they want to maintain the connection. They want to maintain that chain.
So ultimately, I mean, these girls are just they're so chaotic. But ultimately, it just shows you, right? Women can be just as toxic as men. That's the bottom line. The way a man can mislead you and lie to you, these women will do just the same. The way a man can just break up with you and act like he never knew you, a woman can break up with you and act like she never knew you. The way a man can manipulate you and breadcrumb you, a woman can also manipulate you and breadcrumb you. Right? So I'm like, I really hope that for a lot of people, this BTaylor Priscilla situation can kind of like shatter this notion that lesbian relationships are safer, right? Like, oh, bump men, the center men, and become a lesbian, right? Because you see the same kind of BS you can encounter with males who are toxic. uncensored, I don't know, you can encounter the same thing with the woman who's also toxic and uncensored. Like you will find the same issues. There's no place where you can be like, oh my gosh, because I'm over here, I'm never going to have problems, right? So the most important thing, no matter the gender, it's like you really have to learn to have discernment. You seriously have to learn to have discernment, because these women are just as toxic as men. They're just as toxic. They're just as toxic. Okay? They're like, so it should really go decenter men and decenter women, because nobody, right? Nobody's going to give you the perfect relationship. If people are crazy, no matter their gender, their relationship would be crazy. That's it. That's that. If people have unhealed traumas, they will bring their traumas to a relationship. Just because someone is a woman and you're a woman does not mean that she's going to handle you better. It does not mean that she will love you better. She will handle you better. She'll be kinder to you. It guarantees nothing. Everything's about her psychology. Because you can see Priscilla can be a woman, but she got the mindset of a toxic man. So that's what you get. Okay? That's what you're going to get. There's no safe haven. No gender is like, oh my gosh, now I'm with a woman, I'm going to have the perfect relationship. No, you might even be more traumatized. I'm like, this is a lot. This is truly a lot.
They want to maintain access. Right. They want to hit spin the block. It was a lot of spinning the block here.
Because they were already saying in the comment section that BTaylor wasn't saying anything that Princella hadn't said. Well, I didn't hear P say anything about the calls. I didn't hear anything about what happened in the bedroom and what, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the calls. Yeah, the calls.
Taylor said that y'all need to be fucking for real about in these comment sections, because all of y'all are just trying to save face at this person for people that y'all don't even know personally.
No, well, she did say that she sent the fruit basket, but her perception of why she sent the fruit basket is different than the perception of.
But Jazzy, I'm talking about the intimate details. I'm talking about that.
But the back and forth mixed signals was not mentioned by Princella when she was here. It was sort of like, BTaylor feels this way, and she just feel this way because she feel this way. No, she feel this way because you kept breadcrumbing and sending mixed signals, and she really didn't know if it was on or if it was off.
I think sometimes people are scared to call codependency. That's the issue. That we're looking at things from personality perspective, because I've been listening since the whole thing started, from when you guys were talking. And I think this is an excellent example, especially with the type of message that Priscilla is bringing to women in general, that we have to look at energy. We have to look at what's going on outside of the container that's bringing it to us. Because a lot of us, myself included, I'm 45 years old. I've been married and am recently separated from my husband. I've been with him since 16 years old. A lot of what's been talked about, I have lived it out, played it out, got the t-shirt and the mug. And the main focus that I had to learn was boundaries, codependency, being too nice, and not looking at things in my face the way that it is. Yeah. These two ladies are a perfect example of what we as women go through with men in general. Mm-hmm. It's just another container. And that's why I love what's being hashed out in this. It's not about he said, she said. We can understand that. But the deliciousness of the details that are coming out is that this is a narrative. It is a script. And the majority of people that have come in and out of this live can say at some point or other, they either lived it or they saw it. And it didn't matter if it was a man, woman, dog, cat, mouse. And that is the point that we need to really focus on. This is, if we're going to talk about taking this conversation higher, taking it into the arena of women, and women going into a divine self-governance, and women coming into their power, then we're going to have to mature and stop looking at man.
And they make up all these like fake ass terms. Divine self-governance. What kind of goofy shit is that? Divine self-governance? Like, this is a new one. Like, what? These girls want to be special so badly, like divine self-governance. Like, you can simply say self-control. That's it. Don't make it more than what it is. This is crazy.
Man, because the bottom line is we birthed them. They are not the first. We are. So they somehow, somewhere, they got it from us. And this is the point that I wanted to make just briefly. Patriarchy is here. I'm not going to divert the conversation, but it came from matriarchy. This came from women. And this is the history and the facts that a lot of women do not have, because they've been.
And this is why I asked her the question. I asked her, who are your female mentors, exactly, and what books?
And the thing about these women too, if you notice, like when they're on these panels, they overtalk each other. They are so loud. They don't let anybody finish. They make up these weird terms. They are truly chaotic. Like, you put a bunch of women together, it's a freaking like chicken coop. Like, it's just, they become so nonsensical. Yeah, it's like a chicken coop. Like they're so nonsensical. And you see, and this is why you always have to balance things out. Like you got to balance the feminine with the masculine. Like that's why usually you need to have some type of men and some type of women. And it brings balance. It brings balance. But you leave women together to just talk, they babble and they babble and they talk and they talk. And then they overtalk and they overtalk. And then this one wants to cut this one off. And this one wants to sound, she wants to sound smarter. So now she's making up divine self-governance. I'm like, what the fuck is divine self-governance? What does that even mean? Then the matriarchy, then the patriarchy, and the it's like y'all are just you are a bunch of unhealed people. Okay? You're a bunch of unhealed people who want to sound way too sophisticated. They're trying to have conversations that honestly are way above their intellect. Way above their intellect. Because I'm like, it's just, oh my gosh. I'm like, this is too much. This is truly too much. This is too much. Like, I'm like, and you see, if you are just in a group of just women, you're most likely you're not going to be successful because there's no objectivity. All of them are speaking from the place of emotion, how I feel. Everything is about feelings, right? And nobody's really focused on objectivity, problem resolution. No, they'll just be yippity, yappity. And another thing is, these panels on TikTok are so toxic. Do not get on a TikTok panel. People on there are really crazy. Truly unhinged.
Studies have you read? Sorry, I'm gonna mute out.
And she basically said, I don't want to take it back, but I want to make that point. She basically said, I am coming from a place of my own understanding in my own journey. Okay, that's fine. What I want to, because we're here now in this conversation with BTaylor. I don't judge, I don't shoot no shots because I understand energy is energy. And polarity is what we're looking at. Where you are in your life, whatever your wounds are, whatever your script is, whatever.
She brings up the word polarity. I'm like, polarity? What does polarity have to do with this? What? Oh my gosh. You see, but like they're just, I'm like, this is like pseudo intellect. It's like, this is a T.I., Charleston White, Priscilla. They just these girls use words that they don't even know the meaning of. And they use these words in the uttermost incorrect context. Polarity of what? Oh my gosh.
If you believe in stars and natal charts or whatever it is, or just life in general, whatever it is that is your code for life, it's going to call in another code that is compatible. And when you start to heal, you start to see that things are not going the way you planned and anticipated because you are seeing things from a different perspective. But what we don't understand is it doesn't matter what.
Oh, I guess she cut up the line. So there you go. So BTaylor said she wasn't going to talk about it, but I guess she went on TikTok. Went and talked about it. Let me see this one. What's this one about?
All right, so I'm back. I wanted to shed a little bit more light on the whole Princella situation. I've listened to BTaylor's account of like what her experience was. By the way, I'm not here to get clout. I'm nobody on here or to invalidate BTaylor's experience. I realize we could have two opposing experiences and them both still be true, but I do want to add a little bit of insight to what I feel is a little bit of either short-sighted perspective and or a negative influence on Princella from how BTaylor felt, which if she feels very hurt and felt slighted or whatever by Princella or even gaslit, I mean, that's valid if she felt that way. But I do want to just go into a few things that I interpreted totally differently. So I'm like I'm the second girlfriend of Princella.
Oh, so Priscilla dates white women? Child, the hypocrisy. But if a black man dated a white woman, it'd be a problem. So Priscilla she also dates white women? Oh, wow. The things you learn. Okay. All right.
And BTaylor had said that Princella is a very she insinuated that she's a codependent personality that like tries to monopolize all your time. From my experience, she is an extrovert and she has ADHD tendencies, which she has said herself. And if you know anything about ADHD, people will do something called body doubling, where they really enjoy the presence of another person there with them, whether it be on the phone, on FaceTime, or even better in person, because it helps them focus. It helps them kind of get the tasks done efficiently. And I noticed that about her when I started to spend more time with her. So I never felt like he was trying to be controlling or monopolize all my time or anything like that. Another thing is that her interaction style, if you know anything about personalities and like the Myers-Briggs, she's an ENTJ. She is a very rational personality. Not all personalities are good about providing ideal emotional support or saying things in the nicest, gentlest way. And Princella she's a very rare personality type. That personality type is known for being very blunt. And if you're a very different personality type, like if you are a more emotions than value, there's nothing wrong with emotions, and values-based person, you are not going to like that kind of like interaction and communication style, because it's going to seem cold, it's going to seem harsh, it may even seem narcissistic. There's also something to be said for attachment styles, which I had talked to P about before. She may have a little bit of a disorganized attachment style from her past, which does come off as, it can come off as self-serving and narcissistic, but that's not actually the place that it's coming from. The place that it's coming from is from a protective and defensive standpoint. So you can look all these things up yourself. Like if you know anything about psychology, you'll know what I'm talking about, but I feel it's really important for me to come to Princella's defense, because maybe it sounds like I'm just sitting here simping for Princella, or not letting her take accountability. That's not true. There were moments where me and Princella had our disagreements and things got a little discordant, but I never felt unsafe or uncomfortable or attacked or gaslit or manipulated by Princella, because I was open with my communication, and P was trying her best to be as open as she can. For example, on her sensory overload issues and outbursts, she told me before they ever happened, hey, I tend to get overwhelmed, especially auditory wise, and sometimes I'll kind of like freak out. It has nothing to do with you. I witnessed this. It was not, if you've ever experienced somebody who has sensory overload issues, they kind of have this outburst that is not directed at you. If you've never experienced this or you're not familiar with it, you may take it personally because it is scary. And Princella is like, a very kind of intimidating personality. It can be perceived like she's freaking out on you, but I can guarantee that that vitriol or like that outburst is not geared towards anybody. It's just kind of like an outburst, an expression of frustration. And the next thing is that I did know about P's first girlfriend, and she, from my perspective, did seem like a very male identified time waster / game player. That's all I'm gonna say. Hey girl, I mean, no offense, but that's just how it seemed. And I had actually warned Princella. I've worked with women my whole career, over 15 years, clients and coworkers alike, working in the beauty industry. I've dealt with women. So I actually, the more I hung out with Princella and the more I saw her kind of like interaction style and just kind of a lifestyle and everything like that, I told her, hey, be careful on who you let into your life, because I feel like not a lot of people will understand your kind of like personality, your habits. And I intuitively knew that it could be misconstrued. And I told her this, and I actually told her this, and I knew that she had been, talking to BTaylor. And I just said that because, especially with being so kind of like putting your life online and everything, so many things can be misconstrued so easily. Okay, and then a very important topic that I really mainly wanted to make this video about is Amaya, Princella's daughter. I spent a lot of time with both of them. Amaya took to me immediately. We became little buddies. She is the sweetest little girl, full of energy and full of inquisitiveness. Amaya has a little bit of verbal, or maybe even in like verbal processing type of issues. And P was in the process of getting all of that sorted and getting her tested. But because Princella thinks so differently and she sees things under such a different paradigm, and maybe she's a little bit distrustful of conventional institutions, she was wanting to be sure to do the research to get Amaya the exact right treatments that she could. So she was at in between. And could Amaya have used a little bit more structure from my experience, in my opinion, or maybe scheduling, a little bit more better scheduling? Sure, yes. Was Amaya having to be a little bit more independent because P is so driven and ambitious and always focused on her job, the job that she has to support both of them with? Yes. Would that dynamic go?
This girl is really sick. And this is why sometimes I am very weary of white people with white skin adopting black children. Because if Amaya was a white girl or a Filipino child, and she saw a Filipino child living like Amaya, would she be like, oh, that's just her mom being independent, and that's just her mom being business focused, and so Amaya just has to be a bit more independent? You would not see it this way. Like, why do you look at a black daughter that's 5 or 6 years old and you normalize that level of independence? That's a lot of independence for a 5 or a 6-year-old, right? Because y'all look at black children very differently. If it was a white little girl with blue eyes and blue eyes, blonde hair, having to be this independent, staying up all hours of the night, would you be talking like this? If it was a Filipino child having to be so self-sufficient at 5 or 6 years old, not having a bedroom and doing all these things for herself, a 5-year-old that's making herself lunch, A 6-year-old is making herself lunch, and you want us to say, but oh, it's just because her mom is so driven. Girl, shut up. How can you be more driven on a business than your own daughter? How can a business take precedence over your child? She is 6 and she's making herself lunch. Like, what the freak is wrong with this goofy girl? Like, what the heck? If she was just giving all kinds of money, so just say that. Yeah, I think Amaya should be with her dad. Okay, because I'm like, that's crazy. Like, a 6-year-old is making herself lunch. She's fixing lunch by herself at 6. You are insane. You are crazy.
Into what I would consider abuse or negligence of a child? Absolutely not. Amaya was always supervised with Princella anytime I was around. The only time that she wasn't was she was with her father. And, I even made like a couple of mistakes with Amaya because of the difficulty in communication and kind of like interacting with her can be a little bit difficult because of her either to her, maybe she's neurodivergent, I'm not sure, but that he was always verbalizing that she's learning Amaya and trying to assess the best route of action for her.
But she's not a professional, so how can she assess the best line? I am so confused. Like, what? She has $22,000 to put into a webinar, but she don't have money to find the solution expeditiously for her child. You weirdo Filipino, you are bizarre. You are very bizarre. You are very bizarre. I don't know what Misha, whoever you are weird. You are seriously weird. You are seriously weird. Because all you cared about was her playing with your kitty cat and giving you some money. Now you're sitting over here saying a whole bunch of foolishness. A child is 6 years old. She's never been enrolled in school. Like, it does not take you 6 years to find a solution. I'm so sorry. Like, what?
As well as when I got there, she was like slowly furnishing her apartment. I mean, I heard some things saying like she didn't like her place. And when I got there, she was getting a couch. She actually got a couch while I was there. I even got a couple little furniture things for her, but she's so busy that honestly, that she's a very minimalistic person. That's the last thing on her mind. So, I mean, the way that, from what I heard, the way it was presented was a little bit unfair and a little bit.
So there's no furniture in the house. You see how she tried to do that, like do that whole like PR spin on it? Oh, she was slowly furnishing her house. No, the mattress was on the floor. Okay. There was no furniture in the house. Don't play with us. Like, we don't have time for this. Like, no.
Petty. So, and then another thing I wanted to address was the hypothetical comments about Princella saying, like, when I'm sure you've had discussions, hypothetical philosophical discussions with your friends, like crazy things like, if you were to commit schmuicide, how would you do it, or whatever? No. There had been conversations, Princella and
No, I've never. Nope, absolutely not. I don't know. These are not normal conversation. She said she's a minimalist. She is full of it. She is really full of it. Nobody has casual conversation about self-deletion. What in the world? You can have casual conversations about food, okay, or music. Like, hey, have you heard the latest Drake, whatever, the last Kendrick? But nobody sits there and has casual conversations about deletion and how you would go about doing deletion. I'm not thinking about deleting myself. Like, this is weird. Never have I ever, like, seriously, I have never had casual conversation about self-deletion.
What? Given the nature of like the stuff she talks about, if stuff were to get so crazy, and hypothetically, if like men started going just crazy and murdering and torturing and raping and all this stuff, like, you would not want to even live through that. You wouldn't even want your child to have to live through that. So to kind of present it as in her being like, oh yeah, I would take myself out, my daughter, like, I can't wait till this shit goes out. That is very damaging to spin it in that light, because I've had the similar conversations too, and that's not how the conversations went. The conversations were,
so with all her girlfriends, she talks about self-deletion. Oh wow, that is a lot. And maybe, and I feel like maybe she talks about self-deletion so she can make it harder for you to leave her. Like, oh, if you leave me, I'm gonna take my life. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, why does she talk about deletion with all her girlfriends? Like what? Because I feel like it's a form of manipulation. Like, this is very bizarre. Nobody has random conversation about deletion with people. What in the world? So I'm thinking like she does that so that these girls don't want to leave her. Like, oh, if you leave me, I will delete myself. I will delete myself if you, because I'm like, why are you talking about this? Like, Every single girlfriend you have, you talk about deleting yourself, and then you tell them how you would delete yourself. That is a form of control. You are trying to control them. You want them to stay in the relationship. So you are threatening self-harm. Okay? You are threatening them with self-harm. Oh, if you leave me, I'm going to hurt myself. If I'm going to hurt myself, and I'm going to hurt my child. So then people feel like they have to stay with you, because if they don't, you will hurt yourself and you will hurt your child, because you already told them how you would do it. Oh my gosh. It definitely is. Like, what in the world?
Just kind of these crazy, like, theoretical thinking about worst case scenario.
What?
Musings. And I never got the impression that, she's gunning for like bad things to go down. And the last thing that I wanted to say is that just kind of the insinuation that P is predatory, or
she is
a groomer, or emotionally abusive. I have a hard time. I did not experience that, and I do not believe that to be.
Like, this is just pure madness. This lady's just here to make excuses for her. You are insane. Like, nobody, what? How do you just go around talking about self-deletion with people? This is crazy. This is really crazy. Y'all crazy. These people are seriously unhinged. She's like, oh, she was slowly furnishing her apartment. So the girl was right. She was sleeping on the floor. Okay, the mattress was on the floor. She said, like, I'm like, you are insane. This is crazy. This is really crazy. This is crazy, y'all. But I hope you enjoyed this live, y'all. I hope you enjoyed the live. This is pure madness. I hope everybody learns, like, there's no perfect gender. When it comes to relationship, like, there's no perfect gender. Like, it's not, oh, women are here and men are down here. Like, oh, if I date a woman, I'm going to have a better experience, right? People are just crazy. People are seriously crazy. People are truly, you know what I mean? People are truly crazy. So please be careful. Okay? Please be careful. Don't allow anybody to turn you out. If you're heterosexual, be heterosexual. Like, don't let people play with you. Okay? Be very careful, because there are people out here. You have women out here who take pleasure in turning girls who are heterosexual into trisexual. Don't let that be you. Okay? Say no. Have boundaries. And if someone tries to force you to try things sexually that you're not comfortable with, no matter what their gender is, cut them off. Cut them off. Because this is madness. So thank you for joining the live. I hope you enjoyed yourself. It's 2:00. Oh my gosh, let's go to bed. Oh my gosh, tomorrow's Saturday. Well, tomorrow's Saturday. You don't have to work. Tomorrow's what? Tomorrow's Saturday, right? No, tomorrow's Friday. Tomorrow's Friday. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. Okay. So enjoy your Friday. Hopefully you don't have to go to work tomorrow. If you do, yeesh, I'm sorry. Okay. So take care of yourselves, and I'll see you guys later. Bye. Oh wow.